Oh, so the Jinx is finally about to die? I just feel sorry for the two children of the Song family. Their father was unlucky enough to die, and now they're left with that cruel woman. The noisy chatter pulled Chungwon out of a haze of confusion. She forced herself to sit up and was startled by what she saw. The surroundings were barren and broken, not a single blade of grass in sight. A few thin, ragged women stood not far away, pointing and whispering about her. What on earth was going on? Before she could react, a little girl beside her sobbed and threw herself into her arms. Mother! Yao Yao thought you'd never wake up, just like Auntie next door. I'm not. Chungwon started to deny it, but suddenly, a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into her mind. Heavens! She had been a young professor at an agricultural university, single and full of promise, and now she had somehow become a minor character in the novel she'd just finished reading last night. The original woman shared her name. On her wedding day, before she even saw her husband properly, he was taken away by the authorities for hard labor and died far from home, leaving behind two children. The real problem lay with those children. The elder son, Song-moo, was the novel's second male lead. As a child, he suffered terribly under his stepmother's harsh treatment, growing up cold and bitter. In the end, he became the story's great villain. And the stepmother, the original Chungwon, was the first to be executed when he rose to power. So now, she hadn't even been in a relationship before, and suddenly she was a mother of two, with her life in danger too? Chungwon stared blankly at the little girl in her arms, soft and trembling. The child's round face was pale, and her big watery eyes were red like a frightened rabbit's. Beside them stood a small boy with his arms crossed, brows furrowed, lips pressed tight, a serious little gentleman. Oh, so this was the future villain. He was actually quite handsome. The little girl in her arms was crying so hard she could barely breathe. Chungwon instinctively raised her hand to pat the child's head in comfort. But before she could touch her, the boy quickly pulled his sister away. If you want to hit someone, hit me. Yao Yao didn't mean to cry and make you angry. His voice trembled, but his eyes were firm as he shielded his sister. I'm not going to hit her, Chungwon said gently with a smile. But the thin, sharp-tongued women nearby refused to let the matter drop. Oh heavens! That wicked woman. She wakes up and starts hitting the children again. How terrible! It's a wonder those poor kids still called someone to save their stepmother. Didn't she always keep all the food for herself and her brothers? How could she faint from hunger? She must be pretending. Chungwon rubbed the back of her head. The original woman hadn't fainted from hunger. It was simply that she had done too many bad things, and fate finally caught up with her. She accidentally hit her head and died. But even that was too light a punishment for all the harm she had caused. After marrying into the Song family and becoming a widow, she grew even more mean and selfish. She angered her kind mother-in-law to death and forced her sister-in-law into a distant marriage. When the Song family was left with only her as the adult, she threw the children into an empty pigsty and focused only on taking everything from the Song family to her own relatives. It happened to be a time of famine. If Song-moo hadn't found ways to scrape tree bark and dig up roots to boil for food, the two little ones would have starved long ago. In short, she had done every heartless thing possible. Now, meeting the clear, innocent eyes of the little girl, Chungwon felt a pang of guilt for the wrongs she had inherited. I treated you badly before. Why were you still worried I wouldn't wake up? She asked softly, taking little Yao Yao's hand. The child seemed unused to such closeness, but still obediently held her hand back. Yao Yao and brother only have mother now. Ah moo. Chungwon smiled gently at the serious-faced boy. I've been given another chance at life. I know I was wrong before. From now on, I'll treat you both well. Please, trust me one more time, all right? Song-moo pressed his lips together and stayed silent. Chungwon knew this mature little boy wouldn't trust her easily. She could only take Yao Yao's hand and lead them back to the house. No matter what, she had to win Song-moo's trust and slowly change his view of her. Otherwise, if things went as before, she wouldn't survive long. But before they had taken a few steps, Yao Yao stumbled and fell weakly to the ground. Startled, Chungwon quickly caught the child in her arms. The little girl's face was pale, and her lips, once rosy, were now dry and colorless. Yao Yao. For the first time, emotion showed on Songmu's usually calm face as he hurried to check his sister's breathing. Feeling the faint breath still there, his eyes turned red as he rushed into the kitchen and came back holding a ladle of water. Even though Chungwon had no experience raising children, she understood at once. The little one had fainted from hunger. Yao Yao, wake up, have a little water first. Songmu carefully held the ladle and tried to feed Song Yao Yao. Chungwon looked at the clear water and the few grains of salt at the bottom of the ladle, feeling a heavy ache in her chest. Her late husband had left some money and grain, enough to barely survive the famine of the past 2 years. But now, the 2 children were surviving only on salted water. The original woman who lived in this body had truly been heartless. She gently carried Yao Yao back to the bed. Then she turned and patted Songmu's thin shoulder. Take care of your sister. I'll find something to eat. Songmu frowned, his delicate eyes full of doubt. Are you going to run away? In these troubled times, where could she even go? Besides, in the original story, the sister's death was what drove Songmu into darkness. She definitely didn't want to end up like the original woman, punished so cruelly. Don't worry. Tonight, I'll make sure you both have a full meal. Relying on her memory, Chungwon hurried toward the east end of the village. She hadn't gone far when a neighbor called out, "Hey, from the old Song family. Your husband's back." In the story, the original woman's husband had been taken to work in the mines, where a collapse buried him alive. So, how could he be back now? This was completely different from the original plot. But there was no time to think about that. She quickly replied, "If he's back, that's fine. I have something urgent to do. Tell him to find some food for the children first." Right now, saving Yao Yao was what mattered most. As for suddenly having a husband she'd never met, she'd deal with that later. "No, you can't go. He's badly hurt and fainted at the village entrance," the neighbor said, pulling her back. Back from the dead and covered in injuries? What kind of situation was this? With a headache coming on, Chungwon followed the neighbor to the village entrance. Pushing through the crowd, she saw a tall man collapsed by a tree. Compared to the vague memories of the original owner, the man looked darker and thinner, with sharper features and a deep, defined face. Though lean, he still had the look of a tough, handsome actor. Judging by his broad shoulders and narrow waist, he was built like a double-door refrigerator. However, his dark, coarse clothes were torn and shabby, making him look pitiful. Faint marks on his body looked like they came from a wild animal's attack. "Husband?" Chungwon gently patted the man's face to test for a reaction. Thankfully, he wasn't feverish and was still breathing. It seemed he had fainted from hunger. "Auntie, could you please ask someone to help carry him home?" "I can't do it alone," Chungwon said, gesturing at her own small frame. Although the original owner wasn't exactly slim, compared to the man's tall figure, over 1.80 meters, she was no match at all. "He looks bad. I'm afraid he might not make it," the neighbor aunt sighed, calling a few nearby men to help carry him home. Chungwon sighed too and quickened her pace toward her parents' house. Right now, the only thing she could do was get back the grain she had given them before. Otherwise, both her child and her husband would starve. When she reached the east end of the village, she saw a rundown courtyard in the distance. Through the shaky fence, she could see a man and a woman lying back in chairs, basking in the sun. "Brother, sister-in-law," Chungwon greeted politely. Seeing her empty-handed, her sister-in-law Zhao Rujin, who had just sat up eagerly, lay back down again. "Mother's not here. You can come back another time, little sister." Chungwon couldn't help feeling speechless at her quick change of attitude. Her brother and sister-in-law were known for being lazy and sly, always looking for an easy life. Since the original owner had a habit of helping her family too much, they took full advantage of her. Most of the time, she had taken things from her own home to fill the gaps in her parents' house. It was because they had tricked her into doing it. "It's fine. I just came to get some grain," Chungwon said, walking straight toward the kitchen. Her brother and sister-in-law, who had been lounging lazily, suddenly sat up. Her brother, Chengjiang, quickly rushed ahead to block her way. What do you mean? Why are you taking our grain? His questioning tone made Chengwan frown. Brother, what do you mean by your grain? I'm part of the Chung family too, and I was the one who brought that rice and flour here. Now my family has nothing to eat, and my child has fainted from hunger. Oh, so that's what this is about, he said carelessly. Zhao Rujin pouted and sat back in the lounge chair. So, what if they're hungry? Kids can handle a little hunger. Chengwan was instantly furious. What do you mean they can handle it? I've never seen your son go hungry. Her eldest nephew had been eating the rice and flour she sent to her mother's house. He could finish 3 big steamed buns in one meal. Even during the famine years, he grew tall and strong. He'd never gone hungry a day in his life. Zhao Rujin was left speechless, staring at Chengwan in surprise. Her sister-in-law had always been obedient. What was wrong with her today? Chengwan, stop taking sides with outsiders. How can strangers compare to your own nephew? Chengjiang shut the kitchen door. Besides, you're married now. You're no longer part of the Chung family. Why should you take our food? Chengwan laughed angrily. When she had just become a widow, her brother and sister-in-law kept saying she was still part of the Chung family. They didn't want her to give anything to the 2 children who weren't related by blood. They coaxed her into bringing money and food home, even small things like a ladle. But now, when lives were at stake and she wanted to take back what she had brought, she was suddenly the bad one. How unfair. You're right, she said coldly. I have nothing to do with the Chung family. Then the food I brought has nothing to do with you either. I'll take it back now, no problem, right? Fuming, Chengwan shoved Chengjiang aside and kicked open the kitchen door. Are you out of your mind? Zhao Rujin rushed forward to stop her. Yes, Chengwan said flatly, grabbing a firewood stick. People working this hard these days, who wouldn't go a little crazy? Try to stop me again and I'll hit you. At 168 centimeters tall and well-fed, Chengwan looked strong and intimidating compared to the short and skinny Zhao Rujin. Chengjiang had never seen his sister act so fierce. He was stunned and didn't move to stop her. Chengwan gripped the stick and started searching through the kitchen. In the end, she found only half a bag of coarse black flour mixed with bran. Is this all that's left? She asked in disbelief. She remembered that just last week, she had sent the last bag of edible flour to her mother as a gift. That bag should have lasted at least half a month if used carefully. What did you expect? We're hungry too, Chengjiang said defensively. The little bit you brought wasn't enough for much. 2 bowls of noodle soup each, and it was gone in a few meals. Chengwan laughed bitterly. When there was no rice or grain left, every family had to save what little they had. But those people were different. They never let themselves go hungry. Fine. 1 bag of mixed flour for half a bag of black flour. I'll take the loss. No way. The black flour is mine too. Chengjiang rushed forward to grab it. In the struggle, Chengwan's lower back hit the stove hard. Pain spread through her whole body from her spine. She crouched down beside the stove, sweat dripping from her forehead. Even so, she held tightly to that half bag of black flour, refusing to let go. That was the only hope for Yao Yao and her husband. Stop pretending, Chengjiang shouted, signaling Zhao Rujin to help him. As they pulled and fought, the old sack tore apart. The little bit of black flour spilled all over the floor, mixing with dust and ashes until it couldn't be saved. Furious, Chengwan grabbed a firewood stick and hit Chengjiang. You've gone too far. How can you treat your own sister like this for the sake of 2 children? Chengjiang yelled, clutching his arm in pain. No one's ever hit me before. Chengwan didn't back down. She struck him again on the head. I just did. What are you going to do about it? Chengjiang's vision went dark, and he fell to the ground. A large bump quickly swelled on his forehead. He was so shocked he forgot to curse. His obedient little sister had actually dared to hit him. Listen to me, Chengwan said firmly. From today on, I'll raise Song Mu and Song Yao as my own children. Watch your mouths. And another thing, my husband is back. Don't expect me to give anything more to my family. If you try, He'll throw you out himself. Your husband? Chung Jiang was stunned. Wasn't he dead? Go ask around and see for yourself. And be careful. If he finds out you told me to mistreat his children, he'll come after you. Chung Wan threw down the stick and stormed out. She left the Chung house empty-handed, her brow furrowed with worry. Without food, she couldn't save Yao Yao. And if that happened, her short-tempered son wouldn't forgive her, and neither would her husband. Just then, she saw several women walking toward the riverbank. Her eyes lit up, and she hurried to catch up. Aunt Lee, are you going to dig for wild vegetables? Chungwon asked with a hopeful smile. Well, look who's here. The sun must be rising in the west today. Weren't you the one who never talked to us before? Aunt Lee from next door spoke with clear sarcasm. It was my fault before, Chungwon said with a forced smile. We've run out of food at home, and my child is starving. Could you let me dig some wild vegetables with you? The spots along the riverbank where wild vegetables grew had long been divided among the hardworking women in the village. The original Chungwon had been lazy and disdained those bitter greens, so now she had no right to dig there. If she wanted to, she had to ask Aunt Lee, the one in charge, for permission. That's what you get for giving all your grain to those lazy relatives of yours. You might as well starve. Aunt Lee grumbled, her words harsh, but her actions not unkind. She didn't drive Chungwon away. When they reached the spot, Aunt Lee tossed her a basket. Don't you dare try anything sneaky. You'd better return this basket when you're done. Chungwon quickly agreed and bent down to dig. Thankfully, Aunt Lee had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Otherwise, there really would be nothing to eat tonight. After filling half a basket with wild greens, Chungwon hurried home. As she walked, a strange space suddenly appeared before her, completely out of place with the surroundings. The environment looked just like a research institute's experimental base. Stunned, Chungwon stepped inside. She saw shelves neatly lined with seeds and fertilizers. Not far away stretched fertile land, equipped with advanced irrigation and lighting systems. How could such a place exist here? Overwhelmed with excitement, she didn't stop to think. She ran to open a bag of wheat seeds, used a machine to remove the bran, and ground it into fine flour. After searching through the materials, she found a bottle of glucose. Holding the items, Chungwon tried stepping out, and sure enough, she was back on the mountain path. After testing several times, she discovered she could open and close the space with her thoughts. In this drought-stricken, famine-ridden world, she now had seeds, fertile soil, and fertilizer. This wasn't just her salvation, it could save countless others. But right now, the most important thing was to save Yao Yao and her husband. Chungwon ran all the way home. As soon as she entered, she saw Song Mu sitting by Yao Yao's bed, his head bowed, eyes red. Her heart sank. Yao Yao, she. Song Mu slowly looked up. Their eyes met, and the guilt and helplessness in his gaze made Chungwon's heart ache. Where's your father? She asked. Chungwon looked again at the bed across from her. The man lay completely still, and only the faint rise and fall of his chest showed that he was still alive. Song Mu shook his head, his eyes filled with confusion as he looked at Song Yang. It made sense. The boy had only been 5 when he last saw his father, and his memories were blurry. It was natural that he didn't feel close to him now. I peeled some tree bark, ground it up, and soaked it in water. But Yao Yao couldn't drink it, Song Mu said, and then tears began to fall down his cheeks. Chungwon quickly comforted him. It's all right, it's all right. Look what I brought back. I'll make some noodle soup later. Yao Yao will definitely want to eat. Really? A faint light returned to Song Mu's eyes, though only for a moment. He still didn't trust her. This woman had often treated him and his sister harshly. Could she really be kind now? Chungwon herself wasn't sure, but she forced a smile. Don't worry. I have a way. From now on, none of you will go hungry. She quickly mixed some glucose with water, made 3 bowls, and gave one to Song Mu. Then she told him to feed Yao Yao slowly. The last bowl, she took to her husband. Hey, Song Yang, drink some water. It'll help you live, Chungwon murmured softly as she fed him spoonful by spoonful. Fortunately, the man wasn't completely unconscious, and the sweet water went down little by little. Chungwon told Songmu to keep an eye on the two of them, then hurried to the kitchen. Luckily, their small farm often had makeshift stoves set up in the fields, so she was used to using traditional cooking tools. When the steaming noodle soup was ready, Yao Yao could barely open her eyes. Songmu swallowed hard as he looked at the soup, but didn't take a sip. Holding the chipped porcelain bowl carefully, he went to find his sister. He had secretly watched the woman cook earlier, making sure she hadn't added anything harmful before daring to give it to his sister. Yao Yao, there's something good to eat. Try a little, the soup is nice and thick. Chungwon held the thin little girl gently in her arms, blowing on the soup to cool it before feeding her bit by bit. After half a bowl, Yao Yao finally regained some strength. Mother. Hearing the soft, childish voice, Chungwon's eyes filled with tears. Thank goodness she had saved her. As for their father, Chungwon could only frown and worry. She still couldn't figure out what was really wrong with Song Yang. People in the nearby villages could hardly find enough food to eat, so no one had money to see a doctor. The only healer in the area had left the year before. Now, he could only rely on himself to endure the pain. Will my father die? After Songmu explained to Yao Yao who the unfamiliar man was, he turned to look at Chungwon. Seeing the hope in the children's eyes, Chungwon couldn't bring herself to shake her head. I'll think of something. He'll be fine. Song Yang had lost a lot of blood, but with good food and rest, he should recover faster. However, she had only seen crops in the base today. If only there were chickens. Wait, there were some experimental chickens and eggs in the lab. Thinking of this, Chungwon handed the bowl to Songmu. Feed your father. I'll go see what else we can find to eat. She ran to the back of the house, to a small hill where no one would pass by, and entered her secret space to search. Finally, in the farthest drawer, she found a box of eggs, 24 in total. She took 4 with her, left another 4 aside, and placed the remaining 16 into the incubator. Once the chicks hatched, they would have both meat and eggs to eat. More importantly, when she explored the edge of the test field earlier, she had found an invisible wall. Pressing close to it, she could faintly see what was beyond. Another farming base. If she could reach that place, they would never have to worry about food again. But for now, she had no idea how to get through the wall. Thinking about the food on the other side made her stomach growl. She quickly left the space and returned to the kitchen. She boiled 2 eggs and made a smooth steamed egg custard. She and Songmu each ate 1 boiled egg for strength, while the custard was shared between Yao Yao and her injured husband. When Song Yang couldn't swallow the custard, Chungwon added some water and stirred it until it was easier to eat. It didn't look very good, but at least it worked. After everyone had eaten, Chungwon used the medical kit from the lab to clean Song Yang's wounds as best she could. Once she coaxed the 2 children to lie down, she stayed by the bed, waiting for Song Yang to wake up. A weak male voice broke through her drowsiness. She opened her eyes sleepily and saw that Song Yang was already struggling to sit up. The collar of his shirt was half open, showing his strong muscles. Hello there, my husband, Chungwon greeted sleepily, quickly handing him a bowl of warm water and helping him drink. After finishing most of the water, Song Yang slowly regained some strength. His eyes opened weakly, and his mind began to clear. He had been reborn. In his past life, he was the real crown prince, but someone had secretly replaced him. The false prince enjoyed wealth and power, while the true one lived a life of hardship and died in a collapsed mine. Now that he had returned, he would take back everything that belonged to him. Are you hungry? I can warm up some noodle soup for you, Chungwon said when she noticed her husband staring blankly. Song Yang's deep gaze fell on the woman before him, his brows furrowing. Chungwon, his wife, a woman who had once been cruel to their 2 children. In his previous life, he had known her true nature. He had married her through an arranged match, and on their wedding day, he was taken away by the authorities to do hard labor. Because of that, their daughter starved to death, and their son lost his mind. In this life, he would never let his children suffer again. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes, Chungwon said, heading to the kitchen. Song Yang tried to move his body. Years of hard work had left him weak and aching all over. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to sit up. He then noticed that his wounds had been cleaned and bandaged. Before long, Chungwon returned with a steaming bowl of noodle soup. She sat by the bed and held the bowl to his lips. "It's nice and warm. Drink it while it's hot," she said with a gentle smile, her dark eyes clear and soft. If he hadn't known her true nature, Song Yang might have believed her kind expression. This woman was indeed good at pretending. His dry lips moved slightly, and his hoarse voice came out. "You drink first." Chungwon paused, surprised. Was her husband worried there wasn't enough food and that she might go hungry? How thoughtful of him. She set the bowl on the table, scooped a few spoonfuls, and tasted it. Smiling softly, she said, "I already ate earlier. I just tried it. It's not too hot, just right." Seeing her take a few sips without any reaction, Song Yang's eyes darkened. He was already starving, his stomach growling loudly. Without hesitation, he took the bowl and drank it in big gulps. "Hey, why are you drinking so fast? No one's taking it from you." "There's more in the pot," Chungwon said when she saw him. In the blink of an eye, the bowl was empty. The warm soup spread through his body, bringing comfort and strength. He felt warmth flow through his veins, easing his weariness. Wiping the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, Song Yang looked at Chungwon with his dark eyes and asked softly, "Is there more?" "Yes, wait a moment. I'll get it for you," Chungwon said, standing up and heading to the kitchen. Her husband sure had a big appetite. It seemed the burden of feeding the family would be heavier from now on. Watching her slender figure disappear into the kitchen, Song Yang's gaze deepened. He slowly got out of bed and walked to the children's bedside. The two little ones were sleeping soundly. Seeing their steady breathing, Song Yang let out a quiet sigh of relief. Just then, Song Yaoyao stirred, rubbed her eyes, and slowly opened them. Her bright black eyes widened in surprise. "Daddy, you're awake." Beside her, Song Mu also woke up. He looked at the man before him, his lips trembling slightly. His voice was dry and awkward as he said, "Dad. Daddy." Song Yang gathered the two little ones into his arms. "Have you been doing well these past years?" "Daddy, my brother and I used to be hungry a lot, and Mommy was often mean to us," Yaoyao said softly, her childish voice tender and innocent. Her words pierced Song Yang's heart like sharp needles. "Daddy's back now. From now on, I'll make sure you have enough to eat and warm clothes to wear. You'll live a good life," he said hoarsely, holding them close. Though these children weren't his by blood, they were his late brothers. He had always treated them as his own. "But Mommy's nice now," Yaoyao said, her eyes wide and shining. "She gave us boiled eggs and noodle soup. The soup was so soft and tasty. She's been much kinder to us lately. How could she have changed so suddenly?" Song Mu pressed his lips together. "Yaoyao, don't forget how she used to treat us. But Mother didn't hit us today. She even gave us something tasty," Song Yaoyao said softly. "Maybe she's just pretending to be nice, planning something worse for later." The little boy's face grew tense. "She's treated us badly before. You can't trust her so easily." "That's right." Song Yang came back to his senses. He held Yaoyao's thin shoulders, bent down, and looked into her eyes. "Yaoyao, remember this. Never trust anyone too easily. The hardest thing to understand in this world is the human heart." He had already learned how cruel people could be in his past life. But Yaoyao wanted to say more, but when she saw the serious look in her brother's and father's eyes, she swallowed her words. "Don't worry. No matter what she plans to do, I'll protect you both," Song Yang said hoarsely, word by word. Just then, Chungwon came out carrying a bowl of noodle soup. She smiled and said, "Husband, the soup is ready." She had faintly heard the three of them whispering earlier, but didn't know what they were talking about. Song Yang looked toward the woman standing outside with the soup, his eyes dark and unreadable. Once he recovered his strength, he would separate from this cruel woman and make her pay for what she had done to the children. "Mother, I want some more," Yaoyao said, her eyes lighting up as she patted her small belly. "All right, let's eat together," Chungwon said with a smile. Later, Song Yang fell asleep on the bed. Chungwon lay down beside the two children, watching their peaceful, innocent faces under the moonlight. Her mind was busy thinking about how to make the best use of the space she had and how to plant the best seeds. The seeds she had were limited, and she couldn't just sit and do nothing while raising two children. She had studied agriculture because she grew up in an orphanage, often hungry, and had seen too many poor people struggling to survive. She wanted to improve crops and increase harvests so that no one would have to go hungry again. She needed to spread the good seeds quietly, helping people in this troubled world. Thinking about this, Chungwon slowly drifted off to sleep. Curse that thief. I worked so hard to raise you, and now you're not only ungrateful but even came to steal the last bit of rice and flour from my house. Are you trying to starve your old mother to death? A burst of wailing and shouting jolted Chungwon awake from her sleep. When she opened her eyes, she saw Song Yang struggling to sit up despite his injuries. Don't move. Stay lying down. The bleeding just stopped, Chungwon quickly told him. Then she gently patted the heads of the two sleepy children. Go back to sleep. Song Mu bit his lip nervously. Can we give her a little less flour? At least keep enough for Yao Yao and father. What are you thinking? Chungwon smiled. Go to sleep. I promise there'll be just as much flour when you wake up. Those greedy relatives had already taken enough from the original owner. And now they wanted to take the results of her hard work in the lab? Not a chance. She improved the crops to help good people avoid hunger, not to save those who did wrong. So early in the morning, can't people let others sleep? Looking at her birth mother making a scene at the gate, Chungwon felt her temper rise. I thought you'd be too ashamed to show your face. Wang Yin got up from the ground, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Chungwon. You're so heartless. You took the last half bag of flour. Are you trying to starve your nephew, the eldest grandson of the Chung family? You even hit your brother and sister-in-law. Why not just beat your old mother to death while you're at it? As soon as Wang Yin said that, the villagers watching nearby began to whisper. I used to hear she was good to her family, but it turns out that was all fake. She's actually an unfilial daughter who steals food from her own mother's house. I always thought Aunt Wang was a kind woman. For her to cry like this, she must be really hurt. Half a bag of grain gone. But look at those two kids from the Song family, they're so thin. I bet all that food went into that daughter-in-law's stomach. The more Chungwon listened, the angrier she became. From beginning to end, it was the Chung family who caused all the trouble. So, why did everyone think the original owner was the only one at fault?
Vannar, I'm begging you, Wang Yun cried louder.
Bring back some of the flour. I don't care if I starve, but your nephew is still a child. Lying like that will bring down lightning from the sky, Chungwon said coldly. I didn't take a single grain of food from my mother's house yesterday. You said you didn't take it, then how did your family cook yesterday? I saw smoke coming from your kitchen, Wang Yun said stubbornly, her eyes full of pride. Then she lowered her voice. Your mother knows the Song family still has some food. Just give me some, and I'll leave right away. That way, no one will gossip about you. I dug up wild vegetables yesterday and made wild vegetable soup, Chungwon said firmly. Aunt Lee and Aunt Zhang can both testify. They saw me leave your house empty-handed and later saw me digging wild vegetables with them.
Impossible.
Wang Yin looked shocked. Her grandson, Chung Dazhuang, had said last night that he saw the Song family cooking noodle soup. He even said the noodles were white and smooth, which made her mouth water just thinking about it. If you have nothing to hide, let me go in and check. Wang Yun pushed Chungwon, trying to enter the yard. Startled, Chungwon quickly blocked her way. At a time when people were starving, if anyone saw the half bag of flour she had hidden, it would cause big trouble. Seeing Chungwon refuse to let her in, Wang Yin suddenly slapped her hard. You ungrateful girl. I'll teach you a lesson. The slap was so strong that Chungwon's vision went dark for a moment, and her right ear buzzed painfully. Seeing her stand there holding her face, Wang Yun snorted coldly. That's what you get for disobeying me. If I don't let you in and you don't listen, should I hit you too? Chungwon said coldly, her face tense. She had never been hit before. Even in the orphanage, she had been the leader among the children. No one dared to bully her. Why should she suffer now just because she ended up in this story? I'm your mother. Are you rebelling against me? Wang Yun shouted, hands on her hips. Yes, you are. But you forced me to hand over my food to your family, and my little girl almost starved because of it. Do you really deserve to be called a mother after doing such things? With that, Chungwon raised her hand and slapped her back. Chungwon was taller and stronger than Wang Yun, and after eating well the night before, she had plenty of strength. The slap sent Wang Yun stumbling backward until she fell heavily to the ground. You unfilial child. I'll go to the village head and have you punished. Wang Yun shouted, her face twisted with anger. In their village, the rule was that a married woman must obey her husband's family. If her husband's family had no one left in charge, she would return to her mother's home. That was how Wang Yun had controlled Chungwon for so many years. Why did you try to drown my wife? Before Chungwon could speak, the door opened, and Songyang walked out slowly, looking down at Wang Yun. Chungwon wasn't exactly a good person, but Wang Yun was even worse. If Wang Yun hadn't stirred up trouble, Chungwon wouldn't have gone so far.
You.
Wang Yun was so shocked she couldn't speak. Wasn't he barely alive yesterday? How could he be walking around today? I'm letting you go because you're an elder, but I remember every bad thing you made my wife do over the years, Songyang said, his tone full of warning. Cold sweat ran down Wang Yun's back. She had met this son-in-law a few years ago, but back then, he hadn't seemed so intimidating. Now, just looking at him made her nervous. Mother. Little Yao Yao came out holding Song Mu's hand. When she saw Chungwon, she let go and ran toward her on her short legs. Song Mu wanted to stop her, but she ran too fast and ended up in Chungwon's arms. It seemed she had completely forgotten what he and their father had told her last night. She was too trusting he had to protect his little sister. Chungwon quickly knelt down and caught the child in her arms. Fine, little one, tell the truth. Did your mother make you noodles last night? Wang Yun shouted angrily at Song Mu and Yao Yao. Yao Yao trembled, her big eyes filling with tears. Song Mu came to his senses, grabbed a broom by the wall, and swung it. Don't you dare scare my sister. You little brat. Wang Yun yelled, but the boy was too quick. She ended up getting hit several times. Everyone, please be my witnesses, Chungwon said firmly. My husband has returned and stands here safe and sound. From now on, I'm no widow, and I don't need to take orders from my family anymore. If they treat us kindly, they're welcome here. If not, they needn't come again. With that, Chungwon pulled Wang Yun toward the gate, pushed her out, and locked the door. Wang Yun, humiliated, ran off in embarrassment. Mother and brother are amazing. You chased the bad person away. Yao Yao's eyes were still red, but she smiled brightly and clapped her hands. I've never liked that old witch, Song Mu snorted, pulling his sister's hand back. Song Yang looked at Chungwon, his eyes deep and unreadable. Hadn't she always obeyed that cruel woman before? Now she was arguing with her in front of everyone. What was she planning? When the curious villagers finally left, Chungwon smiled and gave a thumbs up to the three of them. I'll cook something tasty for you as a reward for working together for the first time. Once inside the kitchen, Chungwon locked the door and opened her secret space with a thought. She meant to take out some eggs, but found that the incubator was already full of newly hatched chicks. That couldn't be right. Eggs needed at least 21 days to hatch, and she had only put them in yesterday. Did that mean time in her space moved 20 times faster than outside? The idea made her thrilled. The lab's new rice and wheat seeds already matured in just 40 days. If she planted them here, could she harvest them in only 2 days? Without delay, Chungwon started steaming buns outside while planting crops inside her space. By the time the buns were ready, she had already planted half an acre of rice and half an acre of vegetables. After thinking for a moment, she also planted some sweet potatoes and potatoes along the edge of the field. They were good staple foods, tasty and quick to harvest. When the steaming buns were served, Song Mu and Yao Yao stared in amazement. But Chungwon didn't feel much joy while eating. Someone had already noticed her just for lighting a fire in the kitchen. If she brought out the lab's special seeds later, Wouldn't everyone be watching her even more closely? She needed a plan. Is anyone home? Just as they finished eating, someone knocked on the gate. Before Chungwon could clear the dishes, Songmu ran to open the door excitedly. Aunt Lin, he greeted politely, pulling Yao Yao along. Chungwon frowned slightly at the sight of the woman outside, who swayed gracefully as she walked. It was the widow from the west end of the village. She and Songyang had grown up together, but due to a twist of fate, she had married into the Lin family instead. Her husband had passed away a few years later. Since then, she had often looked after Songmu and Yao Yao. Was she here now hoping to rekindle her old feelings with Songyang? I brought you something delicious. Come and try it. Lin Xia had a smile on her face, but her eyes toward Chungwon were full of open provocation. Miss Chung, I think you should treat the children better. Look at how hungry they are, Lin Xia said deliberately in a louder voice, glancing again and again toward the inner room. Even a fool could tell she was trying to stir up trouble, clearly speaking for Songyang to hear. Are you hungry? Chungwon asked the two little ones with a gentle smile. The children were holding rough dumplings made of dark flour and wild vegetables, but neither of them was eating. Why aren't you eating? Lin Xia asked in confusion. It's fine, Aunt Lin brought these for you. Don't worry, your stepmother won't scold you. Yao Yao touched her small belly. I'm not hungry.
How could that be?
Lin Xia frowned. Before, the two children had been so thin that she could fool them with dumplings made from wilted leaves and dark flour, and they would still fight to eat them. Why were they being picky now? It's a famine year, Lin Xia lectured seriously. Even dark flour and wild vegetables are hard to find. You shouldn't waste food. Chungwon frowned. If the children don't want to eat, then let them be. Why are you forcing them? Forcing them? What do you mean? Lin Xia didn't understand. She stepped forward, pulled Yao Yao close, and pretended to be kind as she tried to push a dumpling into the child's mouth. The little one's big eyes were full of refusal, but Lin Xia ignored it and kept coaxing, Look how thin this child is, so pitiful. Miss Chung, you should be kinder to them. The rough dumpling got stuck in Yao Yao's mouth. She couldn't swallow or spit it out, her face turning red with discomfort. Chungwon and Songmu rushed to stop Lin Xia, but she only acted faster, forcing the whole dumpling into the child's mouth. Frightened and in pain, Yao Yao began to cry. Are you out of your mind? Chungwon, furious, pushed Lin Xia away and quickly patted Yao Yao's back until she spat the food out. The dark dumpling fell to the ground, and Chungwon noticed some yellowish-white powder inside. It was clay soil used to suppress hunger. You were feeding them this? Chungwon was shocked. That kind of soil blocked the intestines. It might ease hunger for a while, but it could kill. Even in famine years, villagers would rather chew on tree bark than eat that deadly soil. Even adults can't handle it, yet Lin Xia actually gave such things to two little children. What's all the noise? Song Yang, looking weak, walked out from the inner room. Brother Song. Lin Xia, who had just been frowning and ready to argue with Chungwon, instantly changed her expression and greeted him with a bright smile. You're really back. You don't know how happy I am. Now that you're home, the children finally have someone to rely on. Chungwon frowned. Wasn't that just a sarcastic way of saying she, the stepmother, hadn't taken good care of the children? She admitted that the original her had done wrong before, but she was trying hard to change now. Brother Song, all these years, I could never forget you. So I've done my best to take care of the two children as if they were my own, Lin Xia said, covering her face and pretending to cry. Seeing the gentle look in Song Yang's eyes as he glanced at Lin Xia, Chungwon was speechless. Are you serious? I admit I wasn't good enough to the children before and didn't treat them like my own, but at least I'm honest about it. As she spoke, Chungwon reached into the basket Lin Xia had brought and broke open a dark lump. Realizing what Chungwon was about to do, Lin Xia panicked. But it was too late. The grayish clay inside was already revealed before Song Yang's eyes. See? She's pretending to be kind to the children, but what she's feeding them could actually harm them. Song Yang's cold voice carried disbelief. I know Lin Xia better than you do, he said in a low tone. And I also know how you've treated the children. Yes, Brother Song, I never meant any harm, Lin Xia said quickly, gaining confidence now that Song Yang seemed to be on her side. Her voice grew louder. I just mixed things up by mistake. The ones with clay were meant for me. She had to make sure to stay on good terms with him. She had heard that when Song Yang was born, he wore a jade pendant on his wrist, something far too valuable for a family from their small village. When they were young, she had wanted to see what it looked like, but his parents had hidden it carefully, and no one had ever seen it. Later, during the famine, his parents starved to death, and he was taken away by the authorities to work. After that, no one knew what happened to the jade pendant. If she could find out where it was and secretly take it, her life would be much easier. At this point, Chungwan could only sigh helplessly. Just by looking at Lin Xia's nervous expression, afraid of being exposed, it was clear she had done this before. Before she could explain further, Song Yang didn't even glance at her. Lin Xia, you've worked hard all these years. When I recover and start working, I'll repay you. Brother Song, do we really need to talk about repayment between us? Lin Xia said shyly, trying to lean closer to him. Are you blind? Can't you see she's pretending to be innocent? Chungwan snapped angrily. She didn't have feelings for this husband of hers, but they were still married in name. Couldn't he at least show her some respect? Father, mother is angry, little Yao Yao said softly, tugging at Song Yang's sleeve when she saw Chungwan clenching her fists. Song Yang came back to his senses and noticed Lin Xia's inappropriate behavior. He took a step back. He knew Lin Xia's sudden kindness had hidden motives. He couldn't alert her yet, so he decided to play along and watch what she was planning. Lin Xia, I need to deal with some family matters. You should go back first, Song Yang said calmly. Then he turned and gave Chungwan a sharp look. Sensing something was wrong, Lin Xia quickly agreed and left. The two adults and two children were left staring at each other. Come here, Song Yang said, pulling Chungwan into the inner room. The door closed with a loud bang. You have no right to talk about Lin Xia. Do you think I don't know how you've treated the children all these years? His tone carried a clear warning. Chungwan was momentarily speechless. Fine, she would have to take the blame for what the original Chungwan had done. After a pause, Song Yang's face darkened. Don't think I won't divorce you. Hearing that, Chungwan's smile faded. She wasn't interested in this good-looking husband, but she couldn't leave before her stepson changed his opinion of her. If she left now, and Song Mu later held a grudge for what the original Chungwan had done, she might end up in real trouble. Crossing her arms, Chungwan glared back at Song Yang. Go ahead and divorce me if you want. But with your current health, you might not even be able to take care of yourself, let alone two children. You. Song Yang was at a loss for words. Indeed, in his current condition, even walking was difficult. No one knew how long it would take for his injuries to heal. I'm willing to take care of you all now only, because I want to make up for my past mistakes. I admit I wasn't good to the children before, Chungwan said in a calmer tone. When you recover and can take care of them yourself, I'll leave on my own. You don't need to send me away. As she spoke, Chungwan glanced at Song Yang from head to toe. I'm not Lin Xia. I'm not interested in you. Song Yang frowned even more. This woman was completely different from the one he remembered. Without looking back, Chungwan walked out and headed straight to the back mountain to study her secret space. She didn't notice that the two children, after hearing their argument, looked completely downcast. Once inside the space, all her worries disappeared. Seeing the little chicks growing bigger made her smile with joy. At this rate, she thought, she could soon make some chicken soup. The crops in the field were thriving as well. Chungwan picked some fresh vegetables from the edge of the field and planted a few tomato and eggplant seedlings. She couldn't go without her favorite vegetables. When she came out of the space, her basket was already full. The fresh green bok choy and cabbage looked delightful. Hey, sister-in-law, where did you get those vegetables? Halfway down the path, Chungwan was stopped by her sister-in-law, Zhao Rujin. Chungwan quickly pressed the vegetables down in the basket, making sure the wild greens on top covered the fresh ones. If you want some, go pick them yourself, Chungwan said, and kept walking. But Zhao Rujin grabbed her arm, refusing to let her go. Today, her difficult mother-in-law, Wang Yun, had sent her out to gather wild vegetables. Their family hadn't had a proper meal in days. If they didn't find something soon, they'd have nothing left to eat. Oh, don't be so stingy. Your basket's full, just give me a little, Zhao Rujin said, reaching out to take some. Chengwan's heart skipped a beat. She quickly stepped back. If those fresh greens that looked nothing like local wild vegetables were seen, it could cause real trouble. I already said I have nothing to do with the Chung family anymore. If you keep this up, don't blame me for being rude. Chengwan raised her voice and pushed Zhao Rujin hard, pretending to be fierce. Zhao Rujin stumbled back, finally stopping, but she still shouted angrily from where she stood. Oh, what a shame. How could my mother-in-law have such an ungrateful daughter? She made her own mother sick with anger, and now she won't even visit or bring a single vegetable. Just then, the village women were returning from picking wild greens outside. Hearing the commotion, they all gathered around to gossip. It's that daughter-in-law from the Song family again, causing trouble. Look at what she's done to her sister-in-law. Didn't you hear? She even hit her own mother with a broom the other day. So cruel. Why hasn't the Song family divorced her yet? If they did, she'd get what she deserves. Hearing everyone blindly follow Zhao Rujin's lead and criticize her, Chengwan was speechless. And to think she had been planning to share her good vegetable seeds with everyone, hoping no one in the village would go hungry. These people who believe every rumor, they can starve for all she cared. Chengwan pushed through the crowd, ready to leave. But in the chaos, her basket was knocked over, revealing the fresh green vegetables underneath. Someone with sharp eyes noticed right away. Look, she's got good vegetables in her basket. Chengwan's heart sank. She looked down. The wilted wild greens made the tender vegetables underneath stand out even more, clearly visible to everyone. These don't look like the kind we have around here, one of the women muttered, pointing at the greens. That's right, Zhao Rujin said eagerly. How selfish of you. You found a place with good vegetables and didn't tell anyone. The crowd's expressions changed, each person thinking their own thoughts. Then someone suddenly reached out, grabbed a handful of vegetables, and stuffed them into her own basket. Once one person started, the rest rushed forward, dividing up the vegetables on the ground. Chengwan frowned and shouted coldly, "Stop right now." These were the vegetables she had worked so hard to grow, meant for her children. Why should she let these ungrateful people take them? And now they were even stealing them. These women were known in the village for being unreasonable. Now that they saw a chance to take something, they wouldn't hold back. Seeing them ignore her words made Chengwan's hands itch with anger. She rolled up her sleeves, grabbed one woman by the collar, and threw her half a meter away. She kicked one and slapped another. Chengwan, how dare you hit me? Zhao Rujin, who had just been slapped, stared at her with wide, furious eyes. How dare you try to take my things? You're lucky, I'm only giving you a warning. Hand them over. Chengwan's face turned cold as she reached out her hand. How could she let something that was already in her hands slip away? Zhao Rujin exchanged glances with the other village women and said angrily, that Chengwan is so selfish. She won't even tell us where she found those vegetables, and now she dares to hit us? We have to teach her a lesson today. The women rolled up their sleeves and moved toward Chengwan threateningly. Chengwan gave a short laugh and stretched her arms. Perfect timing. I was just thinking I needed some practice. Let's see how you handle my punches. Back in college, she had been a member of a martial arts club. The few women, who only relied on brute strength, were quickly knocked to the ground by her swift moves. Ow! My arm! Help! She's hurting me! Zhao Rujin cried dramatically from the ground. Chengwan calmly picked up her basket and began gathering the scattered vegetables. Before leaving, she gave Zhao Rujin a light kick. You're fine. When you really get hurt, I'll be the first to visit you. Feeling pleased, Chengwan hummed a cheerful tune as she carried the vegetables home. Watching her walk away, Zhao Rujin's eyes filled with anger. Chengwan, just wait. I won't let this go. Chengwan didn't take her words seriously. Once home, she filled a basin with water and began washing the vegetables carefully. Hearing movement at the door, Song Yang came out and frowned when he saw her messy hair. What trouble did you get into this time? Are you hurt? Her clothes were dirty, and her usually neat hair was a tangled mess. It was obvious she'd been in a quarrel. Chungwon glanced at him, realizing she did look a bit disheveled. After drying her hands and tying her hair again, she continued cooking as if nothing had happened. It's nothing. Someone tried to take the wild vegetables I picked, but I stopped them. Good thing I'm quick, or you wouldn't be eating such fresh greens tonight. She smiled teasingly and lifted the basket to show him the tender vegetables. They were indeed rare and fresh. Song Yang's expression softened. Chungwon moved efficiently in the kitchen. Soon, the meal was ready. The rice was perfectly cooked, each grain shiny and separate, and the vegetables were simply seasoned but full of natural flavor. The delicious smell filled the air, making the children's mouths water as they stared at the plate of vegetables. Was that really just vegetables? Why did it smell like meat? Come on, it's time to eat, Chungwon said with a smile, serving rice for the children and placing the dishes on the table. Even though they were drooling, the children were still a little shy. When Songyang nodded to them, they quickly began eating, finishing the vegetables in no time. Watching them eat so eagerly, Chungwon felt deeply moved. Children in this time were truly pitiful, but it was all right. Now that she was here, she would make sure they had enough to eat and lived better lives. Songmu, however, kept watching Chungwon carefully. He still didn't believe a person could change so much, so suddenly. That night, just before bedtime, Chungwon knocked on the door and came in. "What are you doing here?" Songmu asked warily, shielding Song Yao behind him. Although she had been kind lately, people's hearts were hard to read. "Here, eat this before you sleep. You're still growing," Chungwon said, taking a few warm eggs from her pocket. The children had been malnourished before, and their growth could easily fall behind. They needed more protein. She didn't dare bring out too much food at once, afraid others might get suspicious. Songmu took the eggs and sniffed them carefully, worried they might be poisoned. "I found these wild eggs while picking greens today. They're safe. Go ahead and eat," Chungwon said, amused by his caution. Songmu blushed when she saw through him, but said nothing more. He carefully peeled an egg and handed it to Song Yao. Song Yao rarely got to eat eggs. She took tiny bites, savoring each one, her eyes narrowing in delight. She looked adorable. "Thank you, mother," Song Yao said, tugging at Chungwon's sleeve, her big eyes shining as she smiled sweetly. Chungwon's heart melted. She gently patted Song Yao's soft hair. "Finish it and go to sleep soon. That's how you'll grow taller, all right?" She wasn't just speaking to Song Yao. Her eyes also turned to Songmu. When both children nodded, Chungwon closed the door softly, then took the remaining 2 eggs and went to Song Yang's room. "Why are you here?" Song Yang asked, clearly not pleased. Chungwon peeled the eggs for him, then took out some herbs and motioned for him to lie down. "You eat first. I've already fed the little ones. Let me put some medicine on your wounds." His injuries were quite serious, and he would need time to recover. She thought she should make sure he got enough nutrition. Songyang looked at the soft white egg in the bowl, thinking about how much she had changed lately. He couldn't quite figure out what was on her mind or what she was planning. Songyang took off his shirt, revealing his tanned, well-toned body. His strong build made Chungwon's eyes widen in surprise. Chungwon coughed lightly to hide her flustered expression and began to grind the herbs carefully. She had taken the herbs from the storage room. Once crushed and applied to the wound, they could stop bleeding and ease the pain. Both of them were lost in their own thoughts and didn't notice how close they had gotten. When Chungwon realized it, she was almost leaning against him. She froze, and Songyang turned around, meeting her gaze. Their eyes locked for a moment. His chest was right in front of her, and Chungwon blinked, unable to stop herself from glancing a few more times. Her warm breath brushed against his skin, making Song Yang's throat tighten slightly. He felt uncomfortable with the sudden closeness. He frowned and said in a low, rough voice, "Have you seen enough?" Chungwon quickly sat up straight and helped him put his shirt back on, her ears turning bright red. Remember to eat your egg. Call me if you need anything." She hurried out of the room. Heavens, she had never even been in a relationship before. How could she handle being around someone like him? Song Young watched her leave, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The next morning, Chungwon was woken by loud shouting. When she opened the door, she saw Zhao Rujin standing there with bruises on her face, yelling angrily. Chungwon, that wicked woman. She not only hit one of the village aunties, but also her own sister-in-law. Is there no justice? Chungwon, come out. Don't hide inside if you dare to do such things. Chungwon stood at the doorway, arms crossed, watching calmly. Well, sister-in-law, did you fall into the pigsty? Your mouth smells terrible. Zhao Rujin's face turned red with anger. She stormed forward, grabbing Chungwon's arm.
Come on.
We're going to the magistrate's office. Zhao Rujin grabbed Chungwon's arm and tried to drag her outside. Chungwon was startled. Are you crazy? Why are we going to the magistrate's office? Seeing Chungwon resist, Zhao Rujin became even more certain she was guilty and tightened her grip. Chungwon stumbled and almost fell, but Song Mu rushed over just in time to catch her. What are you doing? Song Mu, though small, spoke fiercely. Zhao Rujin wasn't polite either and raised her voice. Yesterday, Chungwon hit someone. Many people saw it. I'm going to report it to the magistrate and ask for justice. She must pay me money, or at least give me some grain. Hearing this, Chungwon understood Zhao Rujin's real intention. So that's what she wanted, those fresh vegetables from her garden. Everyone could see through her plan. Fine, Chungwon thought. She would go, but Zhao Rujin would regret it later. Mother. Song Yaya woke up from the noise and clung to Chungwon timidly. Knowing the child was still young and easily frightened, Chungwon asked Song Mu to take care of her. Seeing that Song Mu wanted to say something, Chungwon gently patted his shoulder. It's all right. I'll be back soon. Take care of the house, okay? Song Yaya sniffled, holding Song Mu's hand as they watched Chungwon leave. It's okay, Song Mu said, kneeling down to wipe her tears. She'll be back soon. The little girl nodded and quietly clenched her fists. Her mother was strong. Nothing bad would happen to her. Seeing Chungwon go along so calmly, Zhao Rujin hesitated for a moment, but after exchanging glances with a few other women nearby, she straightened her back. She was the one who got hit. Asking for compensation was only fair. Thinking this way, Zhao Rujin's expression grew even harsher. This time, she was determined to get all those fresh vegetables from Chungwon's garden. The magistrate's office wasn't far, and they arrived after a short walk. Facing the official seated above, Zhao Rujin knelt down and began to cry loudly. Honorable magistrate, please stand up for us. Look at these bruises. She's the one who hit me. The other village women quickly joined in. Yes, sir. She's so rude and unreasonable. Look what she did to us. That's right. If she doesn't give us a few bags of grain, we won't let this go. Chungwon looked at their smug faces and couldn't help rolling her eyes. The magistrate, annoyed by the noise, struck the wooden block on his desk. Chungwon, is what they said true? Do you admit your guilt? It's true, but I am not guilty, Chungwon replied loudly. I didn't attack them on purpose. I was defending myself. Defending yourself? The magistrate stroked his beard and looked at her with doubt. Chungwon nodded, stepped forward, and pulled Zhao Rujin to the front. Raising her eyebrows, she said, Zhao Rujin, tell everyone, why did I hit you? Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Rujin stammered and couldn't say a word. She looked nothing like the arrogant woman she had been earlier. The magistrate lost his patience. Zhao Rujin, speak the truth. After hesitating for a while, Zhao Rujin thought the magistrate wouldn't punish her over a few vegetables, so she grew bolder. Your Honor, Zhao Rujin said confidently, I only took a few of her vegetable leaves, and she beat us like this. As she spoke, Zhao Rujin rolled up her sleeve, showing her arm covered in marks. The wounds looked frightening. But the next moment, Chungwon grabbed her arm, spat lightly on her hand, and rubbed the marks hard. In an instant, the arm became clean and uninjured. See? There's no wound at all. Zhao Rujin went to great lengths to frame me. The magistrate's face darkened. You all, wipe your wounds too. Let me see. The other village women wiped their supposed injuries away. Chungwon took the chance to say, Zhao Rujin fought over wild vegetables and even tried to slander me. Everyone should be careful from now on. Watch your things, or she might take them too. Times were hard, and everyone knew how painful hunger could be. They understood why Chungwon had fought to protect her vegetables. If it had been them, they might have hit even harder. The magistrate's face turned stern. Stealing is bad enough, but lying to frame someone is worse. Take her out and give her 10 strikes. Zhao Rujin was stunned. Before she could beg for mercy, the guards dragged her away, and her cries could be heard from far down the road. Chungwon didn't feel sorry for them. If they didn't learn their lesson this time, they would dare to steal again. After finishing at the courthouse, Chungwon had just returned home when she heard Wang Yun shouting angrily from afar. Her heart skipped a beat. She hurried back and saw Wang Yun and Chung Jiang sitting in the yard, ordering the 2 children around. As soon as she came back, Wang Yun put her hands on her hips and stormed over, reaching out to grab her arm. Chungwon quickly dodged, glaring at her with displeasure. Do you still want to get hit? Every time Wang Yun came, it was never for anything good. You troublemaker. Always going against your family. Are you trying to hit your elder again today? Wang Yun shouted angrily for a while, then grabbed Chungwon's arm with her thin, claw-like hand, speaking in a threatening tone. You foolish girl. How dare you let the county officer punish your sister-in-law? Now she has to do hard labor for 3 days. You'd better go beg for mercy, or you'll regret it. In your dreams. Chungwon snorted coldly. She stole from me, and even tried to frame me. Whether it's Zhao Rujin or you, I'll fight back all the same. Seeing Chungwon defy her again, Wang Yun trembled with anger, lost her breath, and fainted. Chung Jiang was startled. Without arguing further, he slammed the table in frustration, then hurriedly carried Wang Yun home. The loud noise frightened Song Yaoyao and Song Mu inside the house. When they came out and saw Chungwon unharmed, the little one almost burst into tears. She had heard everything earlier and knew Chungwon had suffered all this just to find food for them. Sniffling, Song Yaoyao whispered, Mother, I'll eat less from now on. Hearing that, Chungwon couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, realizing the child had misunderstood. Don't be afraid. Those people are bad. If anyone bullies you again, you must stand up for yourself, understand? The little girl's eyes were red as she nodded, half understanding. After comforting the children, Chungwon went to the kitchen to cook. She hadn't finished all the vegetables from yesterday. Thinking the 2 little ones needed nutrition, she mashed the vegetables, mixed them with flour, and made fried balls. She also boiled a few eggs, making a simple but healthy breakfast. After eating, Chungwon thought she should plant some vegetables. Even though it was a time of famine, there must still be something that could grow. She carefully turned the soil in the garden, built a few fences to keep animals from stepping on the seeds, and worked with great energy. Seeing her so enthusiastic, Song Yu couldn't help but dampen her spirits. They won't grow. Everyone in the village has tried. Nothing survives. He just didn't want to see her waste her effort. Chungwon rolled her eyes at him and ignored his words, continuing her planting with determination. Song Yaoyao was also very excited, helping to scoop water and pour it over the seeds. Mother, you can do it. The little one was always so thoughtful that warmth filled Chungwon's heart. She gently patted her daughter's head.
Song Yang Siged.
Whether the seeds would grow or not was another matter, but he didn't see the point of wasting time building a fence. These days, not to mention poultry, even wild birds were almost gone. But unexpectedly, a thief came sooner than anyone thought. In the middle of the night, there was a noise in the vegetable garden. Chungwon quickly got up, grabbed a pitchfork, and rushed angrily toward the garden. The 2 children followed closely behind. Song Yang trailed after them and saw, under the dim moonlight, a dark figure moving among the plants. Someone dared to steal their vegetables? Chungwon let out a cold laugh, took a deep breath, and threw the pitchfork. It hit the shadows squarely, and a cry of pain rang out. Who hit me? It was a woman's voice. They exchanged glances, quickly pinned the struggling figure down, and tied her hands behind her back. When Chungwon saw the thief's face, she frowned. "It's you." The midnight thief was Lin Xia. Earlier that day, Lin Xia had seen Chungwon planting vegetables and decided to sneak in at night to take some. But after digging for a while, all she found were hard lumps of soil. When she squeezed one, juice came out. She had never seen anything like it and thought she'd take it home to check later. She hadn't expected to be caught red-handed. Chungwon picked up the pitchfork and looked at the mess in her garden. The potatoes she had worked so hard to plant were now scattered and crushed. She gave a cold smile, her anger rising. Well, Song Yang, your beloved Lin Xia came to steal potatoes. How do you plan to handle this? She still hadn't forgotten what happened last time. Her words clearly meant that Song Yang shouldn't protect Lin Xia again. With a thud, Lin Xia fell to her knees, the potatoes spilling from her arms. Tears streamed down her face as she clutched Song Yang's pant leg, her voice trembling pitifully. "Brother Song, you know me. I had no choice. I was starving. If you want to hand me over to the authorities, I won't complain." Now that was what you'd call skillful acting. She lied without hesitation, her face calm and her heart steady, even managing to throw a flirtatious glance at Song Yang while pretending to be pitiful. "Song Yang, if you defend her again this time, I'll really lose all respect for you." Chungwon was furious, but still handed the decision to Song Yang. Deep down, she hoped he wouldn't make another foolish choice. After all, the evidence was clear. The next moment, Song Yang bent down and helped Lin Xia up. "If your family is struggling, why didn't you tell me? Last time you even brought food for the children. Take these things back with you." Has Song Yang completely lost his mind? No way. Chungwon's face turned cold as she snapped. "I grew all this food myself. It has nothing to do with you. You're my husband, and you still want to give our food to another woman? What are you thinking?" Little Yao Yao stood up for her mother. "Father, Mother works so hard in the fields. How could Father argue with Mother because of another woman when Mother had always been so kind to them?" Beside her, Song Mu clenched his small fists. "Father, you shouldn't do that." He didn't like Chungwon much, but at least she gave him and his sister food. That other woman, though, had stolen from their home. It was a year of famine. If their food was stolen, what would they eat? Their concern touched Chungwon deeply. She straightened her back, refusing to give in. Seeing a chance, Lin Xia began to cry softly. "Brother Song, it's all right. If Sister Chung doesn't agree, don't argue with her because of me." Her weak, tearful look made her seem so pitiful that any man might feel sorry for her. Such a perfect act. If Chungwon weren't the one being wronged, she might have applauded her performance. When Lin Xia stepped closer, Song Yang frowned slightly but quickly forced down his irritation. "It's fine. We still have some eggs at home. I'll get you a few." Soon, he returned with several eggs and handed them to her. Lin Xia quickly took them, afraid he might change his mind, and said sweetly, "Thank you, Brother Song. You're so kind." As she left, she shot Chungwon a challenging look and swayed away into the night. Chungwon was so angry, she could hardly breathe. She picked up the scattered potatoes one by one, and as she passed Song Yang, she stomped her foot hard beside him. Through gritted teeth, she muttered, "You're completely blinded by love. One day she'll ruin you." Song Yang winced in pain, his face showing discomfort, just as he was about to scold Chungwon when a small, angry voice interrupted him. "Daddy, you're the worst. Mommy is so nice, but you gave the eggs to Aunt Lin. I'm never talking to you again." Aunt Lin was always mean to the siblings whenever she came, and yet their father still helped her. It was truly upsetting. The little one ran into the house on short legs. Song Mu glanced at Song Yang, opened his mouth as if to speak, but said nothing. Feeling rejected by his whole family, Song Yang was close to tears. If Lin Xia weren't still useful to him, he wouldn't have kept pretending to get along with her. But soon, Lin Xia would probably take action. The sun rose in the east, and warm golden light spread across the land. Chungwon had been so angry the night before that she couldn't sleep. With dark circles under her eyes, she took a mother rabbit from her secret space and went up the mountain with her 2 children. To solve their food problem, they couldn't keep secretly taking vegetables and eggs. So she planned to release the rabbit on the mountain when people were around, then catch it in front of everyone. That way, they could have some meat to eat. There were many people on the mountain digging for wild vegetables. Some had even stripped bark from the trees. Finding a thick patch of grass, Chungwon released the rabbit and shouted to Songmu, "Good boy, there's a rabbit. Catch it quickly." Her voice drew everyone's attention. Songmu, still embarrassed by the words "good boy," looked up and saw the plump rabbit. Without thinking, he leapt forward and pinned the rabbit under him. Brother caught a rabbit. Brother is amazing. Yao Yao's eyes sparkled as she clapped and cheered. "My good boy, you're wonderful. I'm so proud of you," Chungwon said with a thumbs up, making Songmu blush. When the others realized Songmu had caught a rabbit, they were full of regret. How could Chungwon be so lucky? They came to the mountain every day and hadn't even seen a bird, yet she managed to catch a rabbit. Everyone started searching the grass. "Hurry, look around. Rabbits live in groups. There might be more." The patch of grass was small and soon trampled flat by the villagers. Chungwon told Songmu to hold his sister and wait nearby while she went to dig for wild vegetables. Finding a spot near some rocks, she quietly took fresh greens from her space, placed them in her basket, and covered them with a few yellowed leaves from the ground. Thinking about it, since Songyang gave the eggs to Bai Li and Hua to eat, the children probably won't get enough nutrition today. There's nothing she can do. She must make sure the two children eat well. So, Chungwon took out some small eggs from her space and placed them on the grass leaves. "Yao Yao, look what I found." A nest of wild chicken eggs. Yao Yao happily ran over, pointing at the eggs with her soft, white little finger, her dark, shiny eyes sparkling. "Wow, mother is so clever. We can have eggs for dinner tonight." The mother and son went up the mountain, catching chickens and rabbits and gathering some wild vegetables. They returned home full of their harvest. After walking just a few steps, Chungwon heard a very familiar voice. "Just wait a bit longer. He's not that easy to fool. If I don't act pitiful and obedient, he won't give me money. Keep waiting. I'm about to starve. Please, sister, hurry up and get the money from him." Two figures appeared, dressed seductively and alluringly. It was Lin Xia.
Are they
Having a secret outdoor meeting? In broad daylight, pulling and tugging. Are they lovers or something else? "Mother, what are you looking at? Are there little rabbits?" Yao Yao asked innocently, then pushed aside the grass to look inside. Chungwon quickly covered Yao Yao's big, round eyes and warned, "Don't look, little one. Be careful of getting pricked by thorns." The two in the bushes were also startled by the noise. The man hurriedly slipped into the bushes and disappeared. Lin Xia, meanwhile, twisted her waist like a snake, walking calmly out of the path and giving Chungwon a side eye. "What did you see just now?" Yao Yao pushed Chungwon's hand away, blinking her big, watery eyes, and honestly replied, "I saw Entlin going into the small woods with a man, and they were pulling and tugging." Lin Xia's face twisted in anger. "You little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? If this little girl went back and told Songyang, her plan would be ruined." Yao Yao was startled, and tears welled up in her eyes. She timidly hid behind Chungwon. Chungwon gently patted Yao Yao's head. "Don't be afraid, Yao Yao. Mother is here. No dog dares to bite you." "Chungwon, who are you calling a dog?" Lin Xia suddenly exploded in rage. "I am talking about you. Spring hasn't arrived yet, and you're already acting wild in the fields. You're not a dog, so who is? You." Lin Xia's chest heaved with anger. She didn't expect Chungwon to be so sharp-tongued. In the past, she had underestimated her. In an instant, a sneer appeared on Lin Xia's jealous face. "No matter how you curse, Brother Song only likes me. You should leave home early so you don't embarrass yourself. See what a shameless person you are. Have you really convinced yourself that Songyang would want someone like you?" Chungwon sneered. "Moreover, I see you're used by many people. If Songyang saw that, do you think he would be happy?" When it comes to sarcasm, Chungwon has never lost since college. Sure enough, when she heard Chungwon threaten to tell on her, Lin Xia looked panicked. "Try telling him and see what happens." Seeing her so angry she was about to lose control, Chungwon was satisfied. Feeling unexpectedly happy, she took Yao Yao's small hand and called out to Songmu, "Kids, let's go home and cook." Lin Xia watched the family of three walk away, her face twisted with anger. She clawed her hand against her back, nails digging into her flesh, her eyes like sharp blades filled with venom. "Chungwon, don't be so proud. I won't let you get your way." At home, Chungwon saw it was still early, so she took the two children to plant potatoes in the field. "Yao Yao, you and your brother just watch from the side, okay?" Chungwon didn't want the little ones to work too hard, so she didn't plan to let them go into the field. Songmu said nothing and had already picked up A to dig. Yao Yao held a few potato pieces, carefully placing them into the mud. "I want to help Mom," she said happily. The little girl struggled to throw the potatoes into the holes, making funny movements that made Chungwon laugh out loud. Kids are really fun. Suddenly, an inappropriate voice interrupted her laughter. Song Yang raised both hands, pulling Yao Yao out of the field, and brushed the dirt off her. "Is this how you promise to treat the children? Under the blazing sun, you make them work in the fields." Chungwon knew he must have misunderstood. She pointed to the small shed nearby. "I just told the kids to rest there." Yao Yao couldn't stay still, so she went to play. As for Songmu, enough! Song Yang was very angry. "I don't want to hear your explanation. I only saw you mistreating my child. Father, it was really me and my brother who volunteered to go to the fields. Mother didn't want us to go." Yao Yao pouted and explained to Song Yang with displeasure. Songmu also nodded. "My sister is right." Song Yang was surprised. Could he have really misunderstood Chungwon? Before he could think further, he threw it into his hand. Chungwon crossed her arms and said loudly, angrily, "Since you're worried I might mistreat the children, then you can help me dig the land." Knowing he had misunderstood Chungwon, Song Yang felt embarrassed and could only carry the and walk into the field. "Just dig." After an hour, Chungwon finally finished planting the potatoes. The family of four returned home. Yao Yao ran quickly to the rabbit hutch, making excited sounds. "Wow, the mother rabbit has given birth to little rabbits." Chungwon also went over to take a look. The mother rabbit had 12 babies, and the hutch was full of white fluff. It looks like she can make spicy rabbit head dishes very soon. At night, Chungwon made egg and vegetable soup, along with some bok choy. The two children, hungry all day, ate everything in no time. While the children were sleeping, Chungwon entered her space. Seeing the mature vegetable seedlings inside, she harvested them and immediately replanted, then tidied up the chicken and duck farm. Chungwon took 10 eggs from her space, which were almost hatching, and placed them in the chicken coop in the yard. Tomorrow, the eggs would hatch into chicks, and she could openly enjoy eating chicken meat. But, with the current famine, I need to give the seeds to the villagers to plant. After thinking for a while and feeling unsure, she decided to continue harvesting crops from her space. After finishing everything, Chungwon stretched lazily and prepared to go back to her room to sleep. Suddenly, she heard sounds coming from inside the room. It was probably Song Yang applying medicine. Feeling helpless, Chungwon pushed open the door and went in. Seeing Chungwon come in, Song Yang slightly frowned. Chungwon took the lead, snatching the ointment from his hand and carefully applying it to his wound. During the day, I saw Lin Xia pulling and tugging with a man on the mountain. They probably had an improper relationship. After thinking for a moment, she decided it was better to tell Song Yang about this. "Song Yang, Lin Xia's woman really has issues. Don't be fooled by her. This kid just won't listen." Song Yang calmly adjusts his clothes, walks to the door, and gestures for someone to come in. "Our matters are none of your business. Please leave." Chungwon is furious, almost bursting with anger, wishing she could open Song Yang's head to see what's inside. Fine, I won't interfere. But don't come crying for help if you get sold someday. Let the world end if it wants to." She doesn't care anymore. Chungwon stomps back to her room angrily. Meanwhile, Song Yang stands tall at the door. The moonlight shines down on him, and a faint, mysterious smile appears on his face. Chungwon thought all night and went into the mountains early the next morning. After wandering around for a while, she finally found a shady, wind-protected spot with a large flat area. This place is great, but too dry. If it rained, it would be perfect. Chungwon takes out vegetable seeds from her space and scatters them on the ground. These seeds are specially treated with a layer of nutrient-rich soil from her space, giving her a boost. In just an hour, tiny seedlings sprout. But the nutrient soil only works for an hour outside the space. After that, the crops grow normally. Seeing the fresh, tender seedlings, Chungwon smiles happily. She pats the dirt off her hands and runs to the other side of the mountain. After searching for a long time, she finally finds the village chief halfway up the mountain. Uncle Village Chief. I found a big patch of seedlings over there. The village chief is checking the water sources with others from the village. They were all worried, but when they hear Chungwon, they get excited. Are you serious? Chungwon nods and points to the shady side of the mountain. Right over there. Uncle Village Chief, come with me. There are many people on the mountain digging wild vegetables. When they hear the noise, they all come over to see. Zhao Rujin laughs mockingly. This mountain is almost trampled by everyone, and no one has found any seedlings. Chungwon, you're just trying to get attention. Exactly. You didn't say where you picked those greens before, and now suddenly there are seedlings? It's probably fake. A few village women voiced their doubts. Seeing that Li Zheng was having a hard time, Chungwon snorted. If there are really vegetable seedlings, none of you are allowed to plant them. Uncle Li Zheng, it's not far anyway. Come with me. Since it was just a short trip, there was no harm in going. If there really were vegetable seedlings, everyone in the village could enjoy a good meal. If not, he could just scold Chungwon a few words. Li Zhang went along, and of course, the villagers also wanted to see what was happening, so they all followed. When they arrived, everyone saw only dry, yellow bushes nearby, no green vegetables in sight. Zhao Rujin started sarcastically. Oh, where are the vegetable seedlings? I knew you were. They're vegetable seedlings, they are. Before Zhao Rujin finished speaking, a villager pointed in the distance and exclaimed in surprise. Behind the bushes, a large patch of bright green seedlings was swaying in the wind. Although it looked out of place among the surroundings, it was definitely real vegetable seedlings. With so many seedlings, shall we dig them up and eat? A village woman just finished speaking and was about to pull up a seedling. Chungwon grabbed her arm. No. Even though there are many seedlings, if everyone eats them, they'll be gone after just a few meals. I suggest dividing the seedlings according to the number of people so everyone can take some home to plant. Zhao Rujin greedily looked at the lush seedlings, still mocking Chungwon. Chungwon, are you blind? Now people can't even get water to drink, and you're talking about planting vegetables? Where would the water come from to irrigate the fields? Exactly. Chungwon must be crazy. Everyone thought Chungwon was crazy. It's been so dry. Not a drop of rain has fallen, and there's no water on the mountain. Why plant crops? Chungwon took a deep breath and began to give a moral lesson to Zhao Rujin. If there's no water, why not go dig a well? If one well doesn't work, dig another. Eventually, you'll find water. If everyone just sits at home and waits to die, what's the point? Hearing this, the village women all shut their mouths. Zhao Rujin still wouldn't give up. You talk big. If you have the ability, go find a well yourself.
Fine. Chungwon snorted coldly.
Talking is useless. Why don't we make a bet? Zhao Rujin looked at Tang Wan's half-smile, feeling a chill down her spine, as if there was some conspiracy. But she was already on the spot and couldn't back down or leave the scene. What do you want to bet on? Chungwon smiled strangely and said, well, we'll see when the time comes. Anyway, once I find the water well, you have to promise me one thing. What if you don't find it? Zhao Rujin looked at her fiercely. Then it's up to you to handle it. Chungwon spread her hands, pretending to be relaxed. All right, I'll do as you say. Zhao Rujin's eyes showed excitement. Chungwon was sure to lose, and soon she would have to hand over all the rice and flour from the Song family. Chungwon had already taken a detector from her space. The detector is a high-tech device from the 21st century, used to find water sources. After getting the village chief's approval, Chungwon took out the detector and spun it around the entire mountain. Finally, she found a spot in a low area at the foot of the mountain. After roughly marking the location, She called out to the village men, "Dig within this area." The villagers looked at the spot and hesitated. "Village chief, should we dig here? How could there be water here? When water was plentiful before, this land was dry. Now they wanted to dig a well here?" The village chief stroked his beard and asked Chungwan, Song family's daughter-in-law, "Are you sure there's water here?" Chungwan raised her hand and swore, "I swear to the heavens, there is definitely water here. Last night, an old divine being appeared in my dream and pointed out this spot. Village chief, you have to believe me." Hearing the words, "old divine being," the village chief waved his hand and pointed at the ground. "Dig." Song Yang stood in the yard, his gaze deep and fixed on the foot of the mountain. Watching Chungwan lead the villagers around, as if she had found some vegetable seedlings, he looked on silently. "Brother Song." A coquettish, greasy voice came from the doorway. Song Yang didn't need to turn around to know it was Lin Xia. Today, Lin Xia was dressed very revealingly. After entering, she pulled down her shoulder clothes and then started acting sweet and pitiful. "Brother Song, I really have no food at home, so A trace of disgust flashed in Song Yang's eyes, but he quickly masked it. "I'll find you something to eat." He turned and went into the kitchen. Lin Xia watched him rummage through the kitchen, her eyes rolling. She raised her voice and called out, "Brother Song, I feel dizzy. I'll go inside and sit for a while." As she spoke, Lin Xia headed into the house. But instead of sitting at the dining table, she looked around and then walked straight into Song Yang's room. "Where exactly is it?" Lin Xia quickly searched through the items in the room. There weren't many things inside, but they were neatly arranged. Frustrated, Lin Xia rummaged through them twice, turning everything into a messy pile. Song Yang, where could the thing be hidden? She searched almost everywhere in the room, but still couldn't find what she was looking for. Angrily, she lifted the blanket, intending to throw the quilt away, when a bright green jade pendant suddenly caught her eye. The pendant was entirely green, shaped like a nix, with 2 blood-red marks in the middle. "Good luck." Lin Xia's eyes lit up. She reached out to grab the pendant. A cold voice came from behind. "What are you doing here?" "Brother Song, I came to your house last time and accidentally lost something. I remember I left it here, so I thought I'd come look for it." When Lin Xia heard Song Yang's voice, she shivered with fear at first, then quickly forced a hesitant smile and turned to him, her voice sweet and soft, almost dripping with charm. "It's nothing important, just suddenly remembered to look for it. If I lost it, so be it. It's at Brother Song's house anyway." She had already seen the jade pendant earlier. "Brother Song." Her voice was so gentle it seemed to drip with water. She slumped her shoulders, swayed her hips, and approached Song Yang, slightly lifting her chin and speaking softly. "Look at me, Brother Song. I've been worried about you during these days you've been away. I was worried you weren't doing well outside. Brother Song, please be gentle with me." As she spoke, Lin Xia gently tugged at her clothes, revealing a piece of her fair skin. Song Yang frowned sharply, his gaze falling on a dark cloth on the table. He casually tore it, and the entire cloth was flung onto her. His voice was deep. "Please show some respect." Lin Xia was startled by his sudden action. Realizing she was still covered with a foul-smelling, black cloth, which was dripping with greasy, stinky oil stains. The oil stains rubbed against her skin, making her look horrified, and she let out a sharp scream.
"Ah!"
"It's so stinky." Her scream drew the attention of those nearby, and they quickly came in. "Aunt Lin? What are you doing here?" Lin Xia was about to curse Song Yang but suddenly heard someone calling her from behind. When she turned around and saw who it was, her face immediately darkened. She quickly put on the clothes she had just taken off, covering herself completely. "I was just feeling hot and took off my clothes to cool down," she explained. Song Yang moved his lips and then seriously said, "She took off her clothes herself. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't approach her. I only threw her a cloth." He pointed at the cloth on the ground to prove his innocence. Lin Xia raised her chin slightly, trying to hide her panic and nervousness. Why was Brother Song giving her such a look? Did he mean something? Thinking for a moment, she forced herself to look proud. "Brother Song promised that once your crops are ready, he will share some with me. From now on, We are all family, and we'll eat together. As soon as Lin Xia finished speaking, villagers returning home with Chungwan started talking among themselves. Wow, so she was just trying to the man by taking off her clothes. Only this widow is so shameless. Now she even dares to ask the Song family's daughter-in-law for food. A thin, dark woman stepped forward to speak. She hated women like Lin Xia, who relied on selling their bodies to survive. She sold herself everywhere, even in front of her husband and children. During hard times, she still wanted food. Who knew if her face was thicker than bricks? Who knows what you're talking about? I am innocent with Brother Song. I haven't done anything wrong. Lin Xia didn't take these clever words seriously. These women were just jealous because she looked young, beautiful, and liked by men. As for Chungwan, what's the use of her being better now? She still had to save some food to give to her. Thinking that Song Yang had just embarrassed her but still favored her deep inside, Lin Xia felt more proud. Just a scoundrel trying to flirt. Chungwan couldn't stand Lin Xia's bad behavior. It was one thing to flirt with men, but now she was doing it to her. Trying to someone else's husband? You should be proud. If you really had the skills, go be someone's main wife. Do you know which bed or pillow you'll wake up on tomorrow? Chungwan glared at Lin Xia. One slap doesn't make a sound, and she disliked Lin Xia and her feelings for Song Yang. If you have the guts, ask Brother Song to sleep with you. You're just a rooster that can't lay eggs. Lin Xia saw that many people were talking about her, some with angry faces and ready to hit her. In the outside world, people value good judgment. When they see that someone is not on their side, Lin Xia quickly grabbed her collar and ran away. Old Song's family, you should talk to your husband properly. These days, food is very precious, and your family has 2 children. You must not waste all the grain on such a lowly girl. That thin, dark woman named Wang was glaring at Lin Xia with disgust and holding Chungwan's hand to advise her. Uncle Wang, don't worry. I understand everything. Let's not bother about her. Let's go see the rabbits. Chungwan didn't want her mood to be affected by Lin Xia, even though she was already upset. She led the villagers into the yard and told them to look at the 12 little rabbits. She promised them that the rabbits, once a month old, could be given to them for free to raise. The work of digging a well on the mountain was hard labor, and Chungwan couldn't help much. So she only brought a few good friends from the village to her house to share the little rabbits. All right, then we'll each take 2, just as you said. They said the rabbits can have babies in 3 months, right? Wang Auntie looked at the little rabbits with shining eyes. Oh my, these rabbits are not only good for meat, but their skins can also be saved and sold. And they are very likely to have babies, making it a profitable business. 1 male and 1 female. I'll tell you the details on how to raise them later. Chungwan still had many rabbits in her laboratory. A rabbit matures in 3 to 6 months. Considering her space speed is 20 times the normal, she could have a new litter in at most 10 days. Rabbits breed rabbits, and their fur breeds fur. Chungwan was not worried about not having enough meat to eat, but about how to sell the rabbit meat openly. After agreeing with the villagers on the time to take the rabbits and choosing the rabbits they liked, Chungwan went inside the house and opened the door to find Song Yang for some trouble. Song Yang was lying on the bed resting. His wound had not fully healed, so he needed to rest and avoid exertion. Thinking about how he told her yesterday during medicine application that he was fine and shouldn't get out of bed, he had promised her well. But today, he was in the room with Lin Xia, indulging in intimacy during the day, which made Chungwan feel a surge of anger inside. You have no sense of shame, acting so impatient in broad daylight. If you really want a woman, why don't you go to her house? What are you talking about? Seeing Chungwan's face darken with anger as soon as she entered, Song Yang turned his head and looked at her with sharp, knife-like eyes. You have injuries on your body, not on your ears. Can't you understand what I say? The children are sleeping in this room. If you don't find them disgusting, then you find us disgusting. Thinking back to Lin Xia rushing out of the house with her half-exposed fragrant shoulder, Chungwan felt extremely nauseated. I have nothing to do with her. Don't cause trouble for no reason. Song Yang didn't expect Chungwan to be angry with him because of Lin Xia. Forget about the fact that he and Lin Xia have no real relationship. Even if they did, Chungwan wouldn't care. What trouble are you talking about? Yao Yao and Songmu had just carried firewood into the yard and hadn't put it down when Yao Yao heard her father shouting loudly from inside. She quickly skipped forward and pushed open the door. Seeing Chungwon with a furious face and Song Yang looking indifferent, she immediately understood everything. Yao Yao opened her thin shoulders and small body to protect Chungwon in front of her, her big round eyes full of disapproval for Song Yang. "Dad, how can you bully Mom at home? Your father didn't bully her. She's the one bullying you and Amu at home. You're so small and haven't grown up yet. How can she keep giving you chores? Sending you up the mountain to chop firewood." Song Yang caught sight of the firewood at the door and the torn clothes on Songmu's arm. The more he looked at Chungwon, the angrier he felt. He thought she had changed for the better these days, but it turned out she was still bullying the two children. Songmu, who is 7 years old, can help with farm work, but how can he be allowed to take his sister up the mountain to chop firewood? "It's not Mom who told us to go." Although Songmu didn't like Chungwon either, today he took the initiative to go up the mountain with Yao Yao to gather firewood. He carefully moved to Chungwon's front. He didn't want to defend her. He still remembered how she had mistreated him and his sister before. But recently, Chungwon had indeed been treating them better. Songmu could feel her change and, of course, he didn't want her to argue with their father at home and turn back into the old way. He looked at Song Yang's face, which was flushed red.
"We went there ourselves.
Mom has become a good person now and no longer treats others badly like before. Do you really believe that?" Seeing the two children looking at him with some anger, Song Yang couldn't understand why they were now defending Chungwon. Chungwon was too lazy to keep looking at Song Yang's love-struck mind. Who he liked didn't matter. The problem was he kept thinking about Lin Xia, that innocent girl. "Amu and Yao Yao, let's go outside to wash our hands and get ready to eat. Mom is going to steam some buns for you." Chungwon held each child's hand gently, her voice soft and warm. Yao Yao spoke up for her, which she expected. But it surprised Chungwon that Songmu was willing to step forward and speak up too. Thinking that older children are more sensitive, Chungwon tightened her grip on Songmu's hand and looked at him from the side. She said, "Mom will treat you better in the future so you won't go hungry anymore. But I want to see what you do. Not just listen to what you say." When Songmu heard Chungwon's words, he paused, but he didn't lift his small head. From an angle Chungwon couldn't see, Songmu slightly curled his lips into a faint smile. That night, Chungwon deliberately steamed extra buns for Yao Yao and Songmu to have as breakfast the next morning. She woke up early the next day and went up the mountain. The vegetable seedlings she planted yesterday had already been taken by the villagers. Thinking that these vegetables could help ease their food pressure, Chungwon felt very happy. She hummed a song as she cheerfully headed to the well. She guessed that the well was probably finished by now. Thinking that they wouldn't have to worry about water anymore, a smile couldn't help but spread across her face. But just as she reached the well, a few villagers came over, pointing at her and scolding her. Being scolded was one thing, but what surprised her was that Lin Xia and Song Yang were also there. Still claiming this is a place chosen by the gods? "We dug all day yesterday and didn't hit water. The ground is full of rocks." Uncle Lin at the village had rolled up his sleeves and came forward, shouting at Chungwon. He had dug all day yesterday and ended up with several blisters on his hands, but he hadn't seen a single drop of water. "Are you deliberately lying to us? Treating us like fools and playing tricks? Just to watch us work in vain. That's right. If digging a well were easy, we wouldn't have been suffering from drought for so long," Lin Xia said, standing next to Song Yang. She slumped her shoulders and showed a charming smile, speaking in a sweet voice. "Brother Song, your wife isn't really joking with us, is she? Is that so?" "Maybe she's not as clever as you," Song Yang said with a meaningful look. Lin Xia didn't catch the hidden meaning in his words and thought he was praising her. Her face, covered in thick makeup, looked even more proud. Lin Xia stirred up the villagers' anger. All around her were villagers who had been working all day, now scolding Chungwon one after another. If she weren't a weak woman who couldn't take much punishment, Uncle Lin would have already raised his fist to hit her. Chungwon wasn't angry about being scolded by everyone. She didn't care much about Lin Xia, who was just a troublemaker. The instrument was reliable, the water must be underground. The problem was that they hadn't dug deep enough or hadn't worked hard enough. What's wrong? There are rocks below. Can't you all just admit it? Lin Xia quickly argued back at Chengwan. But Chengwan didn't listen to her. She walked to the well, tied the rope around herself, and prepared to go down into the well. Are you sure you want to go down? Daughter-in-law of the Song family? The village chief sat by the well, tapping his pipe and seriously asked Chengwan. It's very dangerous down there. If you're not careful, you might lose your life. I believe what the old master said. If he says there's water below, then there is water. Don't worry, I will find the water source, Chengwan replied confidently, trusting the instrument and her own judgment. Just as she tied the rope around her waist, big hands grabbed her rope. Song Yang tied another rope around his waist. It's unsafe down there. I'll go with you, Song Yang said. It's unsafe. Chengwan hesitated, not expecting Song Yang to want to go with her. She was worried about his health and instinctively refused. You're safer with me there, Song Yang said without wasting words. He was the first to go down into the well to check the situation inside. Chengwan didn't expect him to act so quickly. She bit her lip and followed closely behind. The well was full of loose rocks, and the soil didn't look moist. It seemed like there was no water at all. She moved to the front using the instrument in the space, with Song Yang and Chengwan just one step apart. Did you find any problems? The loose stones under Song Yang's feet crunched loudly. He didn't doubt Chengwan's claim that there was water here. But what he saw made him question his own thoughts. I found some clues, but I'm not sure yet. Chengwan quietly took out her instrument at the front to check. After confirming the situation inside the well, she understood why the villagers couldn't find water. Yesterday, Chengwan used her geological instrument to scan the area and roughly identified where the water was. When she went down to check herself, she found that due to ground movements, the water flow had changed and the underground river had shifted. So, they needed to dig in the opposite direction to find the water source. We've found the problem. Everyone, dig in this direction. The tired villagers had already lost patience with Chengwan's instructions. But after a whole day of effort with no results, they felt it was unfair not to see some progress. So, they followed her directions, swinging their and shovels. After about 2 hours of work, they finally saw a steady flow of water. We found water. We're saved. Everyone is saved. This is water. It really is water, ha ha ha. The villagers digging the well were so excited that they scooped up some water with their hands and drank it. The water, mixed with dirt, didn't taste good, but they looked happy as if they had just tasted sweet rain. Having water meant they could grow crops, and growing food meant survival. The villagers finally saw hope for their lives, and everyone was extremely excited. In Chengwan's space, there was also water. Although she couldn't share their joy directly, seeing so many people hopeful because of her made her smile brightly. As for Song Yang, his usual serious face finally showed a rare smile. A rope tied around her waist and Song Yang's, and after all the villagers went up, the well water continued to rise. Once the pressure inside and outside balanced, about 3 inches below the well opening, the water stopped rising. The village chief and other villagers who hadn't gone down into the well saw the water and couldn't help but smile widely. Song family's daughter-in-law, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know if our village could survive another day. The village had now truly changed his opinion of Chengwan. He didn't expect that a young woman like Chengwan would know how to dig a well. She is not afraid of hard work and has a brave spirit, which makes her more decisive than many ordinary men. The village had looked up to Chengwan a bit more, and other villagers also expressed their thanks to her. Madam Chen even slapped herself twice to apologize to Chengwan. I was wrong to accuse the Song family's daughter-in-law. You are very capable. You are like a kind-hearted hero saving people in trouble. It's not that exaggerated. I just went down to check the place. The real credit should go to Uncle Lin and the others. Most of the credit for digging the well probably belongs to herself, but Chengwan is satisfied with getting about 60% of the praise. Moreover, what's more important now isn't everyone's thanks, but the bet Chengwan made with Zhao Rujin. Chengwan smiled as she walked up to Zhao Rujin. Seeing her awkward expression, she told her that she could work without any pressure. You promised that I would dig the well water, and you would work at my house for 3 days. This is a bet everyone is watching. Free labor, and Zhao Rujin, who's a bit stubborn, Chungwon doesn't mind taking advantage. You're just a lucky cat stumbling onto a rare find. The water was dug out because the old fairy was kind to our village. The real effort was from Uncle Lin and the others. It has nothing to do with you. Zhao Rujin was angry and reluctant to work for Chungwon. She immediately tried to back out. But Chungwon hadn't spoken yet, and the village had got angry first. If you make a promise, you have to keep it. The old fairy is watching from above. Are you really going to go against her? Uncle, I wouldn't dare. Zhao Rujin's bravado was instantly crushed by the village head. She reluctantly told Chungwon, "Fine, I'll go. I'll start early tomorrow." Zhao Rujin really didn't expect Chungwon to be so capable. She wanted to back out, but now everyone's eyes were on her. She didn't dare say a word, let alone slack off. "Then I'll be waiting for you." Chungwon chuckled. All the work in her field was enough for Zhao Rujin to have a good drink. One day, Chungwon went up the mountain and heard people talking. "Such a pity, what should we do now? It looks like she's about to pass away." "That's right. Granny Sue has no children or relatives and lives alone. She's old and has no one to care for her. She only eats wild vegetables. Now, she's almost gone." Chungwon took a few steps forward and saw Granny Sue's face pale and white, lying on the ground weakly. People around were talking quietly. "Let me check." Chungwon helped Granny Sue to her side and examined her breath. She didn't dare give her other medicine because she had none, but her space had some glucose syrup. Granny Sue had fainted from hunger and low blood sugar. Drinking glucose would give her energy, and she should wake up soon. Chungwon used her wide sleeve to hide her movements, mixed water with the glucose in her space, then pretended to take a water-filled bamboo tube from her basket. "Young lady from the Song family, what are you doing? You can't just feed Granny Sue anything." Standing nearby, Aunt Chen, who was watching eagerly, quickly stepped forward and grabbed Chungwon's hand, looking disapproving. "You're not a doctor. A sip of water won't cure her." "That's right, Miss Song. If she doesn't get better, it just causes trouble for herself. Granny Sue lives alone, and if she dies, it doesn't matter to us." Other women on the mountain advised Chungwon not to interfere. But Chungwon's upbringing didn't allow her to stand by and do nothing in the face of death. "It's just plain water. Granny Sue is very hungry. Giving her some water to fill her stomach won't harm her." Ignoring what others said, Chungwon fed the glucose mixture to Granny Sue, then supported her and moved her to a shady spot to lie down. Young people just love to interfere. If she doesn't wake up, she might cause herself trouble. People around whispered, but Chungwon paid no attention. She used her sleeve to fan Granny Sue, who was feeling faint and hearing voices in her mind. Her mouth was dry, and her body was as withered and dead as decayed wood. Just when she thought she couldn't hold on any longer, a sweet taste suddenly spread in her mouth. Cool water quickly refreshed her parched body, and her heavy eyelids, which were about to close, finally moved. "Grandma Sue?" Chungwon called nervously. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I'm fine." Grandma Sue coughed twice. She struggled to open her eyes and looked at Chungwon, her eyes full of gratitude. Thank you for saving me." Grandma Sue held Chungwon's wrist, tears of emotion streaming from her cloudy eyes. "We are all from the same village. Helping each other is what we should do." The villagers around, seeing Grandma Sue wake up, were very surprised. They didn't expect that this daughter-in-law of the Song family had some skill and could really save Grandma Sue from death. That Song family daughter-in-law is truly like a living Buddha. Just giving her some water was enough to save Grandma Sue. That's right. She's really kind-hearted. If she hadn't met her, Grandma Sue's life would have been lost today. She helped Grandma Sue to her home, bandaged her injured ankle, then gave her some food and seedlings, telling her to eat some now and plant some later. Only then did she continue with her own work. Although Grandma Sue was pitiful, Chungwon could only do so much for her. Now, everyone was busy planting crops to survive. The food Chungwon left for her would last about 10 days or half a month. In half a month, a new batch of seedlings would grow. If Grandma Sue worked hard, she could have new food. In the laboratory space, crops matured every 2 days. Chungwon harvested the ripe crops and packed them. 1/3 was kept for herself, and 2/3 were saved for planting. Just as she was filling the corners with potatoes and thinking about whether to make potato rice tonight, a notification sounded in the space. Beep. New species discovered. Money word. As Chungwon stepped out of the laboratory space, she heard a sound. She instinctively looked around, then relaxed when she realized the sound was just in her mind. Chungwon looked down at the grass at her feet and started to dig through it. She is a professor of agriculture and has studied medicinal herbs, so she recognizes basic herbs like sanchi. She pulled out a piece of Jin Qian Chao, money grass, from the weeds, but as soon as she pinched it in her palm, it disappeared. Suddenly, a milky white screen appeared in front of her, showing 70% complete Jin Qian Chao, exchangeable for 100 coins. After the screen disappeared, Chungwon noticed a display screen in her space that read, "Balance, 100 coins." With a thought, all 100 coins appeared to her hand, but some slipped and fell to the ground. She then used her mind to gather the coins back, and the balance on the display screen changed from 0 back to 100. This time, Chungwon was sure that her laboratory space had changed. The ability to exchange herbs for money was like advanced technology to her. Thinking of her very poor family, this was probably her only savings. Chungwon was slowly heading home, lost in thought, when she suddenly stumbled and almost fell. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a mouse hole in front of her. Throw potatoes into the mouse hole. It's a new kind of food. Maybe everyone will have enough to eat now. Chungwon had collected several 100 pounds of potatoes. If her family ate them all, they probably wouldn't finish for half a year. But if she took some out to plant as seeds for the village, everyone would survive this disaster. Since Chungwon's laboratory base could harvest every 2 days, she would soon have more potatoes to eat. Thinking quickly, Chungwon made sure no one was around, and then threw the potatoes into the mouse hole. After tossing dozens of them, she hurried to find the village chief, telling him she had discovered new food. Village chief, I found a mouse hole over there with a lot of yellow chunks inside. The mice have stored food, and I think we can eat it too. Chungwon went to find the village chief by the well. He was busy digging a water channel with the villagers to bring water to the fields below. Digging the water channel was much harder than digging a well. The village chief and the strong villagers were sweating heavily, gasping for breath with every move. Are you sure about this? The village chief heard that Chungwon had found a mouse hole with food inside. He immediately put down his very excited. Mrs. Song, you didn't trick us, did you? How could I trick Uncle and Auntie? Chungwon pointed to the place she had just come from. Right over there, Uncle Lee Jung. Come with me. By the well, besides the people digging the water channel, many others were fetching water. When they saw Chungwon find something new to eat, they didn't care if their water buckets were full. They all dropped their buckets and shoulder poles and hurried up the mountain with Chungwon. Half the village was out together. It was impossible that they didn't make a big show. Chungwon and Uncle Lee Jung led the way. When they reached the mouse hole, Uncle Lee Jung asked the villagers to dig it open. Inside, they saw a bunch of yellow ball-shaped things. Wow, it's really potatoes. At first, I thought I was seeing things, but it's definitely them. Seeing the potatoes, Chungwon was so excited she ran forward and picked one up, then handed it to Uncle Lee Jung. A few years ago, I saw this on the mountain. It's drought-resistant, water-friendly, and easy to grow. The most important thing is, 1 acre can produce 300 or 400 jin. With this, our village won't go hungry anymore. 300 or 400 jin. Uncle Lee Jung almost thought he was hearing wrong. He raised his voice, trembling with his hands, staring in disbelief at the small, yellow thing in his hand. Could it really grow that much? Mrs. Song, even the best grain crops we've grown before didn't produce that much. Are you sure you didn't mistake the amount? Now, Wang Andy and the others didn't doubt Chungwon was lying. The villagers had gained so many benefits these past days, so they believed Chungwon wouldn't lie about this. But such an incredible yield. Could they really believe it? This was also told to me in a dream by the old immortal. He can't stand us suffering, So he specially sent us such good things. Chungwon skillfully brought up the old immortal to support her story. Last time I planted a small amount at home, and I harvested about 10 jin. We don't have other grains around now, so let's try planting this first. I guarantee it's safe to eat, and it tastes really good. This is potatoes. In Chungwon's previous world, they were very popular all over the country. 8 out of 10 people cannot resist the delicious taste of potatoes. As for the remaining 1 or 2, it's either an allergy or they haven't discovered new ways to enjoy potatoes yet. Thinking of this, Chungwon immediately decided to go home and fry some French fries for her 2 children tonight. Let's try it. The daughter-in-law from the Song family is right. Anyway, besides vegetable seedlings, we don't have much else to eat now. The village chief looked at Chungwon's clear and firm eyes, with no hint of joking, so he believed her. Since the village had gained so many benefits from Chungwon twice before, it was unlikely she would deceive them this time. Everyone is from the same village. Offending the elders and children here would mean the Song family wouldn't get any benefits either. Alright, I'll teach everyone how to plant them. After taking out the potatoes, cut them into small pieces and plant them in the soil, with a cut side up. Just sprinkle a little soil on top and soon they will sprout. Usually potatoes take about 2 to 3 months to grow. But the potatoes Chungwon threw into the mouse hole are a new lab-grown variety, which can mature in about a month. Okay, everyone divide these potatoes. After returning home, plant them as the Song daughter-in-law said. The village chief distributed the potatoes according to each household's number of people. Chungwon had already estimated the villagers' needs in her mind, so each household received about 5 or 6 potatoes. Zhao Rujin was the last to receive hers. Her family has few people and children, so her 5 potatoes were a bit small. When she saw that she got the smallest ones, Zhao Rujin's face immediately changed. She put the potatoes into her cloth bag and sarcastically said to Chungwon, "Are these really as delicious as you said? You only told everyone how to plant them, but didn't tell us how to eat them. Are we supposed to eat them raw?" The potatoes did have a grainy aroma. When Zhao Rujin took them, she kept swallowing saliva. But she was unhappy that her family received so few, and she was annoyed that Chungwon found this food and made a fuss about it. Raw eating isn't impossible. If we each take a bite of these big potatoes, we can fill our stomachs and not go hungry. Exactly. We've eaten bark and gourds before. Now, just eating these raw shouldn't be a problem for you. The villagers were now defending Chungwon. The potatoes they received were large and looked appealing. They couldn't wait to go back and plant them. Who cared about the taste? During hard times and bad harvests, just being able to eat enough is enough. They don't ask for anything else. Zhao Rujin didn't expect the villagers to stop talking to her. Not even the village chief was giving her strange looks. But she thought she must not show weakness in front of Chungwon, so she straightened her back and continued to mock Chungwon. "We can't eat guanyin soil or tree bark, but now that we have good grain, why keep suffering? You said you've tried it before, so why not teach everyone how to make this food now? That way, no one will have to bother you at home later." That makes some sense. I don't care anymore. My family just eats it raw. If that's not enough, we can boil it in water. It won't taste much worse. Uncle Lin scratched his head. His family didn't care much about fancy ways. What's wrong with just rinsing things before eating? He insisted on trying all sorts of strange ways, wasting oil and salt. Alright, I'll demonstrate how to do it first, just so everyone can see. Big sister-in-law, make sure you watch carefully. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, don't blame me for your trouble. Chungwon refused to accept Zhao Rujin's silent blame. She just wanted everyone to see that Zhao Rujin was deliberately causing trouble for her. Sure enough, as soon as Chungwon finished speaking, the village women looked at Zhao Rujin with even stranger eyes. That Chung family's daughter-in-law is a bit too scheming. She doesn't trust her own little sister-in-law. Exactly. She used to go to the Song family's daughter-in-law to ask for food. Now that someone kindly gave her some grain to plant, she's not happy about it. The villagers kept talking, and soon Zhao Rujin's face was red with embarrassment. Chungwon asked a few nearby villagers to help carry firewood. She found an open space and started a fire. Once the fire was burning well, she threw in some small pieces of potatoes to roast. The crackling of the charcoal fire burst in front of Chungwon. She used a stick to poke the potatoes, watching their skins turn gray and shriveled. Only after they flattened and wrinkled did she take them out of the fire. The freshly roasted potatoes were hot. Chungwon quickly split them open and handed them to the nearby villagers. "Eat while it's hot. It smells so good. If I put it in my mouth now, I might swallow my tongue." Uncle Lin cheerfully took a potato and quickly put it in his mouth. Although his tongue was burned and numb, making it hard to taste anything, the soft, sticky texture still made his eyes light up. "Smells so good. This food really smells amazing." A woman he didn't recognize, Auntie Chungwon, was wiping potato crumbs from her mouth and closing her eyes to enjoy the flavor. "I've lived so many years, but this is the first time I've eaten such delicious food. I had some porridge this morning, and I was so hungry I felt like my chest was pressed against my back. But now, I feel much better. Is it really that effective? It fills you up."
Exactly.
The auntie wiped the crumbs from her mouth and looked at the potatoes in her hand with bright eyes. "Your husband's family, you just said how you plant these potatoes? Later, I'll take everyone to plant some together. That way, you won't have trouble judging the size or getting a good harvest when you go back." Chungwon thought their words were a bit exaggerated, but she remembered that everyone hadn't eaten well in a long time. It was normal for them to be so captivated by the potatoes. Of course, Zhao Rujin also got a piece of roasted potato. She hurriedly put it in her mouth. Though she couldn't taste much, she knew it was good food. She looked at Chungwon, wanting to say more, but then she remembered she had farming to do. She shrank back behind the villagers and stayed silent. Chungwon knew Zhao Rujin was someone who was afraid of trouble and liked to bully the weak. Since she had other things to do, she didn't bother with her now. She watched the villagers finish eating the roasted potatoes, then dug some dirt to put out the fire. After making sure there were no remaining sparks, she collected some ashes into a cloth bag and headed down the mountain to the fields with the villagers. Chungwon was an expert at farming. When she reached her own land, she picked up A and said, "Everyone here knows how to farm. I won't show off in front of you." Before planting the potatoes, the land needed to be prepared. The original owner was lazy and didn't take good care of the fields, but she often made Song Mu do farm work. So, the land Chungwon was working on was fairly flat. Although the soil wasn't very fertile, her potatoes were good quality, so she wasn't worried about them not growing. "After the pine trees are healthy, we will plant the chopped potatoes everyone hands width apart. Of course, we should sprinkle a layer of ash on their surface to help the potatoes grow better. A thin layer of soil is enough. They don't need to be fully covered." Zhao Ruji only planted a few potatoes. She hasn't forgotten that at home, these fields need to be cared for 3 days. Having free labor means she doesn't need to trouble herself too much. She looks for work to do. It's very simple. It doesn't seem to take much effort. Soon I will be able to plant all my land. Just watering the crops is a bit troublesome. We don't know when the water channel will be properly dug. The villagers, after learning, start talking about watering the fields, worried again. "Uncle Lijing, our water channel won't be ready for a while. If everyone in the village has to carry water, there's a pile of rocks in front of the well, which could cause accidents or people to fall. Only Aunt Zhao and her son live at her home. Her husband died after falling while looking for food in the mountains during a famine. Without a worker at home, her only son is still young and can't do heavy work. Before, just digging wild vegetables was okay. Aunt Zhao managed to support her son. But now, carrying water 3 times a day, with heavy and difficult routes, her body is starting to give out. I know it's easy to fall, so I was thinking that if the water channel is fixed, the village's fields can all be watered, and everyone will save effort." Li Jing is also worried about this matter. He just solved a small problem, and now a big one has appeared. He can't think of a solution for everything at once. Just as their basic needs are being met, water has become a big problem. In the laboratory, there is water, and the household has enough for daily use. But if everyone has trouble getting water and has to carry it, she would stand out if she doesn't join in. Song Yang is too weak from illness to do any work, and her 2 children are still young and can't do heavy labor. Wouldn't she be the one to suffer if she doesn't help? Thinking about carrying 2 buckets of water a day, Chungwon's shoulders already start to ache. Uncle Lijeng, maybe we shouldn't dig the water channel for now. Behind the well, there's a dead bamboo forest. The bamboo in the middle is hollow. Why don't we use bamboo to carry water to the fields? That way, everyone won't have to work so hard or strain their shoulders. The water wheel is finally ready to be used again. Chungwon doesn't know if water wheels exist in this time and place. She didn't want to bring it out before because she was worried about making strange things that might cause suspicion. After all, she had already discovered vegetables and potatoes, which were now very noticeable in the village. But if she stays silent, she will have to spend a lot of effort every day carrying water. Today, they are working hard to dig a water channel. But after every household has potatoes, everyone is busy planting and fetching water. There's no extra energy left for digging water channels. It's possible that this task will be delayed. Bamboo slices. The village chief didn't expect that the clever daughter-in-law of the Song family would be so quick-witted. Bamboo is hollow, that's true, but how do you connect them? Can you also send water down to the foot of the mountain? The old immortal also told me about a new thing. If we can make it, not only can we use bamboo to carry water, but in the future, villagers won't have to worry about water when planting crops. But it's just a drawing. I still need to draw it out. Chungwon looked like she believed the old immortal's dream had solved everything. The village chief could only try to make do with what he had, taking Chungwon to his house to find paper and ink so she could draw the design. His house is known as the most luxurious in the village. Chungwon followed him inside and heard the sound of chickens pecking in the yard. She didn't ask about it and quietly finished drawing the water wheel design, then handed it to the village chief. When the village chief looked at the drawing and understood what was depicted, he was immediately stunned, his mouth falling open. He couldn't hide his excitement and quickly stepped forward, grabbing Chungwon's hands tightly, eyes nearly popping out. Did the old immortal really tell you this? Of course, the old immortal told me. Otherwise, how would I know such amazing things? Uncle Village Chief, you really think highly of me, always attributing everything to the old immortal, Chungwon earnestly explained to him. When the old immortal first told me, I didn't remember it. He drew it in my dreams 3 or 4 times, explaining each detail until I remembered. I thought I was a bit slow, and it caused a lot of trouble for the old doctor. Chungwon shared all this because she hopes the villagers will have a better life, and she can eat plain rice and meat without standing out. But she didn't want to attract much attention, so she slightly downplayed herself in front of the village chief. You're lucky. The old fairy is watching over us. The village chief looked away from the drawing and continued to examine it. He was quite emotional as he looked at the water wheel, with a faint glimmer of tears in his eyes. I saw this thing in a southern village before. It's a wonderful device. Here, we haven't even heard of a water wheel, and the villagers probably don't know the word at all. Sister Song, you've made a great contribution. The village chief had already decided to send the drawing to the county magistrate. Now, with disasters happening everywhere, it wasn't just their village suffering. If other places wanted to dig wells or bring water from far away closer, this water wheel could be very useful. Presenting this invention would not only bring benefits to their village, but also earn them great merit. Sister Song. The village chief had made up his mind, but since the item belonged to Chungwon, he still wanted to ask her opinion. I'll take the item to the county magistrate early tomorrow. You've done a great service for the people of the whole county, and everyone will thank you. It's kind of you to keep my words in mind, but whether this is something I discovered or a dream from the old fairy, you know I am just a woman. It wouldn't be good to make my reputation too obvious outside. During hard times, different regions had their own chaos and lawlessness. Chungwon didn't want to cause herself trouble or affect her good life with Meow Meow and Xiaomu.
All right.
You are a clever woman, but I will still share the benefits with you. Chungwon didn't care about fame, but that meant the village chief would take all the credit. He understood her concerns and appreciated her giving up such a big benefit. Then thank you, uncle. After leaving the village chief's house, Chungwon carried her basket back home. When she was somewhere quiet, She put a few more eggs into the basket, covered them with a thick layer of greens, and placed a few potatoes on the side. She planned to make delicious food for the children. A plate of stir-fried greens, a bowl of egg drop soup with 5 eggs, and a big bowl of fried potato strips with steamed buns made from white flour. That was their family's dinner.
Wow.
It smells so good. Mother, what is this? Mau Mau blinked her big eyes eagerly, staring at the basket of fries. They were yellow and golden, made with a lot of oil. Mau Mau could already smell the delicious oily scent. These are fries, made from the potatoes we ate a few days ago. You and Amu should try some and see how they taste. And this egg soup, everyone should have a bowl to help strengthen their body. People in the village had started planting potatoes, so Chungwon could slowly start eating them. She looked at the chickens at home, which laid many eggs every day. Now they could enjoy fresh eggs, and maybe they could save some to exchange for money at the county. Okay, Mother will eat first. Mau Mau carefully picked up a fry and fed it to Chungwon. Her eyes were smiling, full of love for her. Song-mu watched Chungwon closely. Chungwon wasn't sure if the child still doubted her or was suspicious of her intentions. But Mau Mau's concern made her happy. After finishing the fries, she gently rubbed Mau Mau's small head and spoke softly to her. All these are yours and your brother's. You need to finish eating, okay? Mau Mau happily agreed and started nibbling on her bread. Chungwon handed the egg soup to him, smiling softly. I just finished a bowl. I know you've gotten better. Song-mu awkwardly took the egg soup, gripping the edge of the bowl and avoiding eye contact with Chungwon. I will drink it. Drink it while it's hot. I'll go deliver some food to your father. It's normal for children to be a little stubborn. Chungwon was happy that Song-mu was finally starting to trust her and no longer looked at her with strange eyes. For the original owner's 2 children, Chungwon saw them as both a responsibility she needed to take on and a comfort in this strange world. As for Song-young, who was seen when she opened the door, Chungwon's face was no longer smiling. But as soon as she pushed the door open, Song-young hurriedly hid something under his pillow. Although having secrets between them was normal, after so long, this was the first time Chungwon saw him act like that. Dinner is over. When you're done, let me know so I can collect the things. Song-young looked at her sharply. You went out again today. I didn't go out to find food. With everything going on, do you think the children and you, lying in bed, should go hungry too? Chungwon spoke to scold Song-young without feeling guilty. There are still chores at home to take care of. I am busy with many things every day. After saying that, Chungwon pushed the door open and left. Now, when she saw Song-young eating eggs, she would think of him giving the hard-earned eggs she saved to Lin Xia. Eat some chili. You're so angry. Song-young was stunned by the loud door slam, then looked at the food and was even more dazed. How could he not know that Chungwon's cooking skills had already reached this level? After dinner, Chungwon went to wash the dishes. She told the 2 children to wash up and then put them to bed. Tomorrow, she planned to pretend to fetch water with a wooden bucket to bathe the children. She could quietly bathe herself in the space, but the 2 children already had a sour smell on them. Before sleeping, Chungwon tidied up the land in the laboratory, harvested the mature grains, and then planted new seeds to replace them. The next day, Chungwon woke up very early. After getting up, she went straight to the Chung family to find Zhao Rujin and asked her to plow the fields on her own land. Zhao Rujin didn't dare let the Chung family know she had lost a bet, so when Chungwon called her, she looked grim and slipped out quietly. Yesterday, I saw you secretly pick the potatoes I planted in the field. Today, you should loosen all this land and plant new ones. Yesterday, while teaching the villagers to farm, Zhao Rujin secretly picked the potatoes Chungwon had just planted. Because everyone was worried about water, Chungwon noticed Zhao Rujin's small actions but didn't bother to argue with her at the time. But now, she wanted her to confess everything she had stolen. Sister-in-law, I am your sister-in-law. We are family. Can you help me do some work too? Zhao Rujin knew she couldn't avoid today's chores. Cutting and planting so many potatoes and now loosening the soil was almost too much for her. In the family, men usually do farm work, but this was the first time Zhao Rujin had gone to the fields outside of harvest time. If it weren't for Chungwon, she wouldn't be doing such dirty, tiring work. In her heart, she had already cursed Chungwan's ancestors dozens of times. Because we are a family, the eldest sister-in-law should take good care of my family's fields. Otherwise, I might tell Uncle Li Zheng that she doesn't listen to his advice, which wouldn't be good for her either. Chungwan kicked the bucket in front of her, which was full of rabbit and chicken droppings. This stuff is the best for fertilizing the land, though it smells a bit bad. But since she wasn't going to handle it with her own hands, it didn't matter. All right, Chungwan said through gritted teeth. Zhao Rujin saw the animal manure in the bucket and smelled the disgusting odor. Her face almost twisted in disgust. Her hands trembled as she reached into the bucket to grab some, but she couldn't hold back her nausea and ed back into it. The smell was too strong for her. Chungwan let out a sigh and looked away, unable to watch. Big sister-in-law, you work hard here. I'm going to fetch water now. If I come back and see you haven't been working seriously, I will go talk to Uncle Li Zheng about it. Zhao Rujin was used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. The Song family wouldn't dare offend Uncle Li Zheng in this village. Now, even if she didn't want to do such dirty work, she could only grit her teeth and endure it. Can I still slack off? Her eyes still held resentment towards Chungwan. If she found a chance, she would definitely teach this little troublemaker a lesson. But Chungwan never paid her any mind. She picked up an empty bucket to fetch water from the well. Just as she took a few steps, Uncle Li Zheng hurried over to find her, holding the drawings Chungwan had given him yesterday. Song family daughter-in-law, I found you. There are some parts of this water wheel drawing that Gua the carpenter didn't understand. Do you have time now? Let's go to Gua's house and discuss this properly. Uncle Li Zheng was sweating profusely from his urgency. He had wanted to go to the county early this morning after getting the drawings yesterday. But last night, his wife asked how the bamboo and water wheel were supposed to connect, and he couldn't explain it clearly. This drawing was good, but if the person who brought it didn't understand it well, the county officials wouldn't know what it was for. It might even cause trouble for him. So early in the morning, Uncle Li Zheng went to find the village carpenter, Gua, but he also didn't understand how bamboo and the water wheel related. There was no choice but to come back to Chungwan. Nothing much, just need to fetch 2 buckets of water. Chungwan was confused as she was pulled by the village head to Gua the carpenter's house. She was carrying 2 empty buckets and felt it was a waste of time. She casually asked a passing villager to help carry water. The village head's words made everyone in the village agree without hesitation. Chungwan followed behind, repeatedly thanking them. She thought the village chief was asking about how to build the water wheel. But when they arrived at Gua the carpenter's house, she saw that Gua had already built a simple water wheel using wooden blocks. Nearby, there were also many hollowed bamboo sticks, but they were laid out separately and not assembled together. Seeing this, Chungwan understood that the main reason the village chief came to see her was about this project. Mrs. Song, tell me, what are these bamboo and the water wheel mainly for? Gua the carpenter had been building according to the notes on the blueprint all morning. He had only managed to make a simple model of the water wheel. Some parts of the structure he didn't understand why they were inserted that way, but overall, he was impressed by Chungwan's clever ideas. He was also a farmer's son, so he knew how much benefit a real water wheel could bring to farmers once built. You can think of it as a pipe, used to transport water. Before Chungwan could admire Gua's quick action, he looked at her eagerly and blurted out everything she knew. Yes, the bamboo is cut in the middle and inserted into the water well. We make a device to press the water, so water can be drawn from the well through the bamboo and released into a pre-dug pond. The water wheel then pushes the water from the pond into channels, irrigating all the fields. Worried that Gua might not understand her words, Chungwan took out a bamboo tube and explained the principle of the water-pressing device to him step by step. The bamboo tube doesn't need to be very tall. Make a small hole about 2/3 up and find a smaller bamboo tube to connect. Insert them together, with a movable opening at the lower part. Then, make one end of a bamboo into a leather strap and bend the other end over fire into a small hook. Attach the piston to this hook. Chungwan roughly made a small model for Gua, but since it was just a quick sketch, it was not very detailed or functional. Can this really draw water directly from the well? Gua the carpenter seemed to open a new door in his woodworking skills. If this thing can really be made and put to use, then he will truly become famous in the area. Combining these two ideas, irrigation and reducing the burden of fetching water, would be very helpful and popular everywhere. Technically, it should be possible, but the details will need careful study by the carpenter. Chungwon knew that water pumps had existed in ancient times, mostly using leather straps and iron tools. She wasn't sure if the carpenter could make a water pump without iron. But the wisdom of hardworking people is great, and Chungwon trusted him completely. Brilliant! Song's daughter-in-law, you're so clever. I already have some ideas after seeing this. Give me a few days, gather more bamboo, and I believe I can make this. The carpenter felt energized by her words and was eager to start working right away. A simple drawing and some scattered parts. What could we make with that? Songyang appeared behind them without warning. He leaned against the door, looking cold as he poured cold water. You trust her so much. What if she's just fooling you? Even if I can't make it myself, the village chief can send it to the government office, and someone more skilled can do it. Song's son, don't look down on your wife. She's much more capable than you think. Chungwon was now the carpenter's idol, and she couldn't stand anyone speaking badly of her. Yes, Song's son, your wife has done a lot for the village these days. If you're not feeling well, you should stay home and take care of the family. Why are you here saying such unpleasant things? Although the village chief didn't understand what Gua and Chungwon had just said, their expressions showed that this idea had potential. Uncle Village Chief, my husband means that this needs to be made by Gua the carpenter. Talking too much now is just empty talk. Only if Gua the carpenter makes it well will it count. Chungwon rolled her eyes at Songyang secretly. Did he really have to pour cold water on her? Songyang ignored her dramatic gestures and kept his cold, calm face. All right, take your time with your research. I'll go back now. Chungwon needed to check on the vegetables and fruits in her space. Songyang followed her with a limp, watching Chungwon's somewhat fragile back. For the first time, Songyang doubted whether he had misunderstood Chungwon. In her previous life, she was not only a foolish woman but also a cruel woman who mistreated her two children. Now, not only was she clever, but she also led the villagers to grow vegetables. Could it be that he had mistaken her for her past self? But as soon as he thought this, a faint pain struck his chest. He raised his hand to touch the scar on his chest, recalling the pain from being crushed by ore in his past life and the tragic end of his children. Looking at Chungwon's back, his resentment grew. It must be that this woman is just pretending. He wanted to see how long this wicked woman could keep up her act. Songyang hobbled behind her, while Chungwon moved quickly. She pushed open the door, wanting to see how the passing villagers had helped her fetch water. But before she saw the shadow of the water jar, she found the house in chaos. As soon as she stepped into the yard, she heard Yi Yao's heart-wrenching crying. The wild vegetables she had laid out on the shelf before leaving were thrown all over the ground. Song Mu was comforting the crying Yi Yao, who was holding a rabbit and wiping tears, while Wang Yun stood with her hands on her hips, cursing and insulting. You two little brats, your grandmother took your rabbits and you still know how to guard your food. How did Chungwon teach you? Not a single rule. Wang Yun became more and more proud as she spoke. When she saw Chungwon enter, her face changed. Wanner, I want to know if these are your rabbits. You're willing to share them with strangers in the village. Why don't you take them back home to honor your mother and brother? She completely forgot about the previous fight and shamelessly came to pick a quarrel again. Did the sister-in-law not take them? She's always the most eager when the village distributes things, Chungwon snorted coldly. Her gaze suddenly fell on the two slap marks on Songmu's face and Yi Yao's red, tearful eyes. Her heart clenched, filled with anger. Just because you come to steal things from my house doesn't mean you can hit my children. Are you trying to force me to also beat your grandson? Chungwon doesn't hit children, but seeing her two precious children hurt and crying made her heart ache deeply. How can these wild children compare to your nephew? Wang Yun screamed, her voice suddenly rising a notch. Your nephew is your real kin, the only blood relative. As for those two wild children, if they die, it's fine. But do you really want to cause trouble with me, your mother? While pulling Chungwon's arm, Wang Yun greedily looked at the mother rabbit in Yao Yao's arms. This was a good thing. Just look at the rabbit's full belly. It's obviously pregnant. When the babies are born, we can cook a couple of them. Then everyone at home will see some meat. How dare you call my child a wild child? Chungwon sneered and pushed Wang Yun's hand away. Her fingers clenched tightly, bones creaking. And you want me to give you all the food we have at home? That's only right. Wang Yun hadn't realized danger was near. She clapped her hands and praised Chungwon's reaction. We're family. What do these two children matter? Family, huh? Well then. Today, you should leave and go back to your parents' house. Song Yang hobbled into the room, his face dark as a pot. He hugged the two children, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. His hostile gaze fixed on Wang Yun, making her break out in cold sweat even in broad daylight. Her son-in-law, big build and dark skin, now stared at her fiercely, like a fierce mountain tiger ready to bite. Son-in-law, look at what you're saying. We're family too. Fearing, Wang Yun shrank back and whispered to Song Yang, why can't we share some food? What's wrong with that? You always say you want to treat the two children well, but I think you're just pretending in front of me. Song Yang shot Chungwon a cold glance, threw a sarcastic remark, then took Yao Yao, who was crying, and Song Mu, who kept silent with his head down, into the house. Chungwon watched Yao Yao wipe tears with her hand, feeling her heart tighten. Seeing Song Yang mock her again made her anger flare up. She was too tired to listen to Wang Yun anymore. She grabbed her hand and dragged her out the door toward Cheng's house. I'm your mother. Do you want to cause a big fuss? Wang Yun was tightly held by Chungwon, with no chance to break free. She looked up at Chungwon and, for the first time, saw her obedient daughter looking terrifying and hateful. If you want me to cause a fuss, I will do it for you. Chungwon dragged Wang Yun home, passing through the village. The villagers who saw mother and daughter together were a bit surprised. The daughter looked fierce in front, while the mother behind was both pleading and scolding. One held on tightly, the other desperately tried to break free. It was really strange. Interesting. When they reached Cheng's house, Chungwon suddenly let go of Wang Yun's hand, shook her head, and spat out all the dirty words she had heard along the way. Chungwon, why are you grabbing our mother? Are you trying to rebel? As soon as she finished speaking, Chungwon kicked over the dried vegetables drying outside the house and ran into the kitchen to count and take the eggs Wang Yun had just hidden away. She had forgotten to cause trouble for Wang Yun earlier. Not only did she go to her house to steal the rabbit, but she also casually boiled a dozen eggs to bring to her grandson. Trying to take advantage of her? Not a chance. Chungwon went to get her things from Cheng's house. Seeing her serious, Chungjiang immediately jumped up from his chair and tried to stop her. Are you crazy? Are you here to steal things from us? Mother just came to my house and smashed and took things. I'm just returning the favor. Chungwon forcefully pried open Chungjiang's hands that were holding her. The original body was weak and unable to take care of herself. Chungjiang, as a man, stayed at home enjoying his wife and mother, and his health wasn't much better. I learned all this from my mother. There's no such thing as taking advantage of others for free. Many villagers had gathered at the door of the Chung house, watching the scene unfold. Wang Yun knew she wouldn't get anything good from Chungwon today. She sat on the ground and started to make a scene. Oh my heavens! I raised my daughter with so much effort, and this is how she repays me as her mother. God, open your eyes and see. Raising a daughter like this is my sin. Wang Yun cried with tears and snot, looking so pitiful that a few villagers even spoke up for her. What's going on with the Song family's daughter-in-law? She's so kind to outsiders, but her mother doesn't seem to be her real mother. It's just gossip. Let's watch the fun. The Song family's daughter-in-law is a kind person, so there might be some hidden story behind this. The villagers still love to watch the excitement, but everyone remembers the benefits they gained from Chungwon. No one completely takes sides, and some even defend Wang Yun. However, they mostly just whisper among themselves. They notice that Song family's daughter-in-law is getting more temperamental and seems harder to handle than before, and she's become quite foolish. If it's truly a sin, then you should return everything you took from me before. You raised me, but it was really hard to support me. You also know well that I was just working at home. Chungwon is not the original owner. She used to give them some face, mainly because she still cared about the faint family bond between her and them. But no matter how much she cared, she couldn't keep up with Wang Yun's constant wear and tear. Holding her eggs tightly, Chungwon glanced at her young nephew who had just run out, listening to his crying and looking at his face, which was almost a mirror image of Chungjiang. She sneered coldly and turned to go home. At their house, Song Yang had just comforted Yao Yao and applied medicine to Song Mu's injured face. Yao Yao was frightened and her eyes were swollen and red from crying, but she still worried about Chungwon. Father. Why hasn't mother come back yet? Sniff, sniff. Yao Yao is so worried about mother. Father, can you go to Grandma's house and see if she's okay? Yao Yao was still holding her rabbit. She stroked its fur and pouted her little mouth, looking so sad that even though Song Yang usually acted stern in front of the children, he still felt distressed and hugged Yao Yao to comfort her. If she doesn't come back, then so be it. Song Yang wiped Yao Yao's tears and then said to Song Mu, she used to hit and scold you, even teamed up with that hateful grandma to mistreat you. Yet you still spoke up for her. Really? Is that how you usually talk about me, your daughter, in front of the children? When Chungwon pushed open the door and entered the house, she heard Song Yang talking badly about her. She ignored Song Yang's awkward expression and went over to pull Song Mu to her side. What medicine did you put on him? The wound medicine I kept at home in the cabinet. Song Yang, holding Yao Yao, looked at Chungwon with a worried expression when he saw her concern for Song Mu. He handed her the medicine he just used on Song Mu. This is what I used for his injuries at home. The medicine is fine, but you haven't been back for so long. Aren't you worried that the medicine's effect has worn off? Wouldn't that be bad for the child's face? Chungwon scraped a bit of ointment from Song Mu's face with her fingernail and smelled it. Then she used her sleeve to wipe all the medicine off his face. Mother. Song Mu met Chungwon's worried eyes, his lips trembling slightly.
I'm fine.
I know whether you're fine or not, Chungwon said softly. This medicine will stop the pain soon. About what happened today. As she gently applied the ointment to his face, Chungwon couldn't help but think of Wang Yun's visit. She hadn't expected it, and no matter what, both children had been hurt. Mother, it was Grandma's fault. It has nothing to do with you. Yao Yao and I both know that. Song Mu could feel the tenderness in her touch. At that moment, he truly understood how much his mother loved him. He hadn't cried when he was hit, but now his eyes slowly filled with tears. I don't blame you. I went to the Chung family and took back everything she took. I even threw their vegetables all over the ground. I stood up for you. Seeing Song Mu's tears made Chungwon's heart ache. He was the kind of child who hid his feelings, and when someone like him finally showed a bit of weakness, it meant he was truly hurting inside. Chungwon pulled him into her arms and gently comforted him, patting his shoulder. Soon, she felt her own shoulder grow damp. You went to the Chung family to make trouble? What are you trying to do? Join forces with your family to put on a show and plot something. Plot what? Can't I just want to live a good life and take care of my children? Before Song Yang could finish his accusation, Chungwon shot him a cold look. Not everyone does things with hidden motives like you. You always think the worst of others. I hope I'm wrong, Song Yang muttered, silenced by her icy tone. Chungwon didn't know his true identity. To her, this husband who had disappeared for so long and returned covered in wounds was more of a burden than a help. But could a person really change so much? The Chungwon in Song Yang's memory had never been this capable, clear-headed, and decisive. He fell silent. Chungwon ignored him, took the two children, and went to heat water for a bath. She took out some disinfectant soap from her supplies and washed Yao Yao and Song Mu until they were completely clean. Only then did she go to the kitchen to cook. Two children were frightened and needed comfort. Chungwon specially chose a big, fat hen from her space to make soup for them. At first, Chungwon was angry and didn't want to give Song Yang any of the good food, but he was lying in bed and couldn't move, which was a burden for her. Also, the children were still young, and she didn't want them to think their parents' relationship was bad. So, Chungwon coldly placed the chicken soup on Song Yang's bedside table without saying a word. After lunch, Yao Yao and Song Mu learned that there was a new well in the village and were excited to go see what it looked like. Chungwon also thought it was not good for the children to stay at home all the time. She packed some bread for them as snacks and took them to the well. There were many villagers coming and going, drawing water, and lots of children playing together. Chungwon felt it was safe to let Yao Yao and Songmu play there, so she gave them 2 pieces of bread to make friends. Since she couldn't do the water fetching herself, she said she was going up the mountain to find wild vegetables and went into a small forest, thinking about planting in her space. But as soon as she entered her space, she heard someone shouting loudly, "Song family's daughter, your eldest son has had an accident." Chungwon quickly came out of her space. She casually grabbed some wild vegetables from the roadside, pretending she was just picking vegetables in the small forest. What's wrong with Amu? She had just told him to take his sister to play, and with so many people around, there shouldn't be any danger. A thin, dark-skinned woman, Aunt Wong, hurried over, worried and grabbing Chungwon's arm, pulling her toward the water well. When Chungwon saw many people gathered around the well, she realized something was wrong. The villagers had stopped fetching water, and Songmu was surrounded by many people. Chungwon pushed away those blocking her outside, and her eyes immediately fell on Songmu, who was holding a sickle and looked pale, and Yao Yao, hiding behind him, covering her mouth and crying. Big tears rolled down Yao Yao's face, falling onto her arms. At first, Chungwon thought she was covering her mouth with her hand, but when she looked closer, she saw Yao Yao biting her fingers fiercely, blood spilling out and slowly dripping down her wrist, which had only recently gained a little weight. The blood was bright red and a bit shocking. Chungwon suddenly felt a surge of energy and rushed forward to hug Yao Yao, protecting Songmu in her arms. What happened? Chungwon looked around and immediately focused on Lin Cheng, who was sitting on the ground, hugging his legs and crying loudly. He was a chubby man with big ears, and even his large pants stretched tightly over his thick legs. Right now, his leg was cut by Songmu's sickle. Blood was pouring out heavily, and he was in so much pain that he quickly wrapped his leg with cloth, his face twisted in anger as he demanded an explanation from Chungwon. "How can you ask what happened? How did you raise your son? He just came rushing over like crazy trying to cut my leg with a sickle. My leg can't move now. Your family has to pay for this." Lin Cheng twisted on the ground like a maggot, his fat body trembling, and just looking at him made Chungwon feel sick. "Pay? My son Amu is usually very well behaved. If you hadn't done something to hurt him, why would he have tried to cut you? And there are so many people here. Did Amu really do this? You can't just lie and accuse him." Chungwon held Yao Yao in her arms to comfort her. She gently pulled away Yao Yao's bleeding hand, her heart tight with worry and pain. "I'll hold her." Song Yang appeared by the well without anyone noticing. His face was very grim, with a cold frost on his expression. His gaze swept over Lin Cheng, and the sharp look made Lin Cheng shrink back in fear. "Mrs. Song, even though you and your son are here, we saw Amu use his sickle to hurt Lin Cheng. It was your child who started this. As parents, you can't just cover for him." The villagers around, seeing Song Yang also arrived, couldn't help but speak. "Your child is usually obedient at home, but outside he's so cruel. You better teach him well, or what will happen when he grows up?" An uncle kept saying that Song Mu was cruel. Chungwon protected her child behind her, glaring fiercely at the uncle like a mother hen guarding her chicks. "I know my son's character. I will ask him what really happened. Even if he did cut Lin Cheng, there must be a reason." Chungwon was not the type to believe every rumor. Despite the strange looks from the villagers, she pulled Song Mu in front of her. Seeing his eyes bloodshot and looking like he wanted to kill, she squatted down and tightly held his hand, then took the sickle from him. This is the main villain from the original story. If not guided properly, the plot might develop as in the original, leading to unavoidable acts of violence and chaos. Therefore, she must stop Song Mu's villainous tendencies from growing. "Mu, tell Mom why you hit him. It's my sister." When Chungwon gently asked about the reason, Song Mu's tense nerves suddenly snapped. Hatred flickered in his eyes, and his face looked very dark. I saw him try to pull my sister's pants down and saw him put his hand inside her shirt. Song Mu's quiet words turned into a loud cry. He bullied Yao Yao. He bullied Yao Yao. Right now, Song Mu only had one thought. Anyone who hurts his sister deserves to be punished. Song Yang, standing close, heard every word clearly. His face turned pale, and then very ugly. Almost at the same time as Chungwan, he pulled up Yao Yao's shirt to look. They surrounded Yao Yao tightly. Others couldn't see clearly, but the 2 marks on her waist made Chungwan lose her calm. She never expected. Just leaving for a little while, and Yao Yao had already experienced something terrible? Guilt filled her eyes as she looked at Yao Yao's face. Yao Yao's big, round eyes were empty, tears falling one by one. There was fresh blood at the corner of her mouth from biting her finger earlier. Clearly she was so scared she froze. I will kill you. Song Yang hugged Yao Yao and kicked Lin Cheng, who was still lying on the ground, over. That wasn't enough. With gritted teeth, Song Yang pressed his foot on Lin Cheng's injured leg. Lin Cheng cried out in pain, but Song Yang still wasn't satisfied and kicked him several more times. Big brother Song. Lien Xia suddenly appeared from somewhere. Seeing Song Yang about to kick Lien Xia's face, Chungwan quickly stepped forward, hugged him, and shouted, "Calm down. Are you really going to kill my brother?" Everyone in the village was shocked by Song Yang's sudden action. But some sharp-eyed villagers noticed something was wrong with Yao Yao and observed the actions of the couple. They didn't speak but stepped back a few paces, pulling other villagers with them. Sure, here is the improved and translated version. Song Yang, clearly a strong man used to working in the mines, kicked so hard that Lin Cheng almost couldn't breathe. Lin Xia was terrified. Seeing her brother like this, if she had arrived a little later, Lin Cheng might have been killed by Song Yang. Tears of real fear started to flow down her face. Big brother Song. What is happening? How can you treat my brother like this? Lin Xia whispered, covering her mouth and nose, tears in her eyes. Song Mu hurt my brother, but he hasn't even argued with him yet. Lin Cheng, you are guilty of grabbing my daughter. Deserve to die. Song Yang's eyes were icy cold as he looked at Lin Xia. His voice was sharp, like ice shards. I trusted you so much, treated you like a sister, but I never expected that your only concern was your brother, and you completely ignored me. I am really disappointed in you. His last words were spoken very heavily, and Lin Xia saw he was serious, her face turning pale. Big brother Song, always giggling like a hen. Do you think you're a mother hen? Chungwan's eyes and heart were filled with the pain of being bullied. She hated Lin Cheng and now looked at Lin Xia with no kindness. Seeing Chungwan's face change, Song Yang held Yao Yao silently, only staring at Lin Xia with disappointment in his eyes. The villagers around also fell silent. They had seen Chungwan's fierce side in the Chung family, so they knew she had changed her temper now. A grown woman, unable to control herself. I think you might as well give up. Chungwan moved quickly, even more fiercely than Song Yang. As soon as she finished speaking, she kicked Lin Cheng in his private parts. Chungwan was ruthless, kicking several times in a row, afraid her first attempt wouldn't be enough. She hated that she wasn't wearing modern high heels today, or she would have kicked Lin Cheng's groin until it was broken, just to vent her anger. The most vulnerable and deadly part of a man was struck repeatedly. Lin Cheng immediately clutched his groin, twisting in pain. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, making him look greasy and unkempt. He was wearing light-colored pants. Besides the blood from his leg earlier, his groin area was now stained with yellowish and white substances, looking disgusting and making people want to. Chungwan, you wicked woman, I will kill you. Lin Cheng can no longer feel the presence of his descendants. The pain in his groin is more tormenting than his leg injury or the wound from the cut. He stares at Chungwan, his eyes filled with unspoken hatred. He grits his teeth and jumps up from the ground, clenched fists ready to strike Chungwan. I'm not dead yet. What are you shouting about? Chungwan moves quickly and fiercely. When Song Yang sees Lin Cheng's miserable state, he can't help but feel a chill down his spine. The villagers also gasp, and the men step back 2 steps, afraid to get close to Chungwan. This young girl is very fierce. Even Song Yang thinks highly of her. Your wife.
She
Ruined me. Lin Chung grimaces in pain, his lips pale. He fears Song Yang and doesn't dare attack Chungwon, but he glares coldly at Song Mu and Chungwon, saying, I will make you pay for today. Let's see if you have the ability. Song Yang, tall and strong, stands in front of Lin Chung. His eyebrows are sharp, his features cold and firm. Sweat drips from his face to his neck, showing strength and determination. Go back first. I want to see how he will go crazy. Chungwon remains silent. She holds Yao Yao with one arm and pulls Song Mu with the other, heading home. Unquestionably, at the moment Song Yang stood in front of her, she was moved. But Song Yang's protection isn't just for him. It's for his children too. With Yao Yao and Song Mu, Chungwon quickly reaches home. She gently takes Yao Yao into her room and carefully checks her clothes. Only after confirming that her waist and thighs have been lightly pinched does she feel relieved. Yao Yao, Chungwon softly and kindly soothes her. Tell me what happened today. I was just playing with my brother and the bread Mom gave us. Yao Yao blinks her delicate eyes. She looks frightened and hollow-eyed. That uncle suddenly appeared. He held me and said he wanted to give me something tasty. Mom said I shouldn't talk to strangers or eat things from others' hands, so I didn't agree. Yao Yao starts to sob again, her small face full of grievance. I didn't want to, but he suddenly came over and hugged me and kept rubbing my waist like Mom does when applying medicine to Dad. Yao Yao mimicked Lin Cheng's movements, her small hands constantly rubbing her waist, but even so, she couldn't cover the bruises Lin Chung had left on her. At this moment, Chungwon wished she had kicked Lin Chung in the face and used a sickle to cut off his pig-like feet. Yao Yao was so young that she didn't even know the thing called harassment. She only knew to listen to her parents and not eat others' things. When faced with danger, her mind couldn't react quickly, and her body only made simple resistance. Thinking about Yao Yao's pain at that time, Chungwon's eyes turned red. She hugged her tightly and kept patting her back. This will never happen again. Mom will protect you well. It's okay, Mom. I'll be fine soon. It doesn't hurt at all. Yao Yao touched Chungwon's tears with her small hand, anxiously wiping them with her tiny sleeve, speaking in a sweet, innocent voice. Big brother protected me, and Dad and Mom also protected me. I'm not sad anymore. That's good. Sleep well, and when you wake up, Mom will make you something delicious. Chungwon forced a smile and gently coaxed Yao Yao to sleep. In the yard, Song Mu had just washed the blood off his body with water. He sat on a bench under a big tree, staring intently at the house, his ears upright, trying hard to listen to what his mother and sister were saying inside. But from such a distance, he couldn't hear a single word. When Chungwon came out, she saw Song Mu looking dejected. She took a piece of candy from her pocket and handed it to him. Mu, today's things aren't your fault. Don't be too yourself. Your mother is right. The one to blame is Lin Chung. It has nothing to do with you and your sister. Song Yang came back from outside. He threw the sickle that had just injured Lin Cheng's leg onto the ground and went over to hug Song Mu, comforting him. As a brother, protecting your sister makes you very brave. You're a little man now. Is my sister okay? Song Mu still kept his head down, nervously fiddling with his clothes. She didn't talk to me just now. Yao Yao said she's happy that her big brother protected her. Chungwon put the candy into Song Mu's mouth and also coaxed him to rest. Don't think too much. Go inside and rest with Yao Yao. Remember, the person who is never wrong is the one who picks up a weapon to protect themselves. In dangerous times, being able to protect yourself makes you the strongest warrior. Once, tough environments shaped Song Mu's will, making him different from other children. This can be seen as a small reward from a hard life. Song Mu obediently went to accompany Yao Yao, leaving only Song Yang and Chungwon in the yard. Next time, don't let the kids go out to play with them. They're better off at home. Song Yang sat down where Song Mu had been earlier. He knew today's incident was sudden, and Chungwon wasn't neglectful of the children. They can't stay at home forever, right? Besides, it's not just those kids who are at fault. Yao Yao and Mu need friends. Chungwon didn't listen to Song Yang's extreme words. She had her own plans for raising the children. She picked up a sickle from the ground and took a basket from the kitchen door. She had been busy all day and hadn't yet gone up the mountain to find herbs to exchange for money. But before leaving, Chungwon turned back to talk to Songyang. Thanks for today. I'm their father, and you're their mother. There's no need to thank each other. Chungwon's trip to find herbs up the mountain went very smoothly. The villagers didn't recognize herbs and thought they were just weeds. So, the edible wild vegetables on the mountain had been completely dug up, leaving only unknown medicinal plants. Chungwon followed her memory and gathered a lot of plant and herbs. These plants are very adaptable. Even in a bad year, they didn't wither. Large patches grew near the dug-up wild vegetables. Chungwon harvested and took them all. The system valued them based on the year and size, paying between 5 and 10 coins each. In no time, Chungwon earned over 200 copper coins. Wife of the Song family, all the wild vegetables on this mountain are gone. Why are you still coming up here? On the way, she met some villagers and greeted them with a smile. Aunt Chen, I'm here to gather some wild herbs. My husband used to work in a mine. He said people in the county don't see much, and they like these wild herbs. They sell for 2 coins each. Chungwon had a faint impression of Aunt Chen, who was a kind and easygoing person in the village. She was exhausted from digging herbs alone, and only earned a little over 200 coins. It might be better to gather with everyone and sell the herbs than transfer them to the space to earn the difference directly. 2 coins? With this little thing in your hand? Sister Chen was shocked and opened her mouth wide. She had lived for many years but had never heard of anyone liking grass. However, since there are wealthy people in the town, it's possible someone has such a strange hobby. So Sister Chen quickly said, "Can we pick it? After we pick it, we'll bring it to you. Your husband can find a way to exchange it in town." Songyang works at the mine, which is more impressive than what they see in the market, so Sister Chen didn't doubt anything. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can dig it now and come to my house to exchange for money. Currently, Chungwon has over 400 coins, so she can still afford to exchange.
All right.
Give us a sample and we'll go find it now. If they can find herbs to exchange for money, it's much better than picking wild vegetables. Each plant is worth 2 coins. Finding a little each day is more profitable than their men carrying loads at the dock. After sending Sister Chen and the others away, Chungwon went to dig another type of herb. The plant called drooping pouch grass has the effect of clearing heat and detoxifying, but it's less common than plantain and also much cheaper. Chungwon dug for a long time, but only got a little over 100 coins. The laboratory was quite picky. At first, Chungwon dug herbs with damaged roots, but the lab only paid 10 coins, giving her 5 or 6. Later, when the roots were incomplete, the lab refused to buy them at all. Chungwon's efforts to bring home damaged herbs were wasted, so she decided to process them herself. She put away packed the herbs into her basket, and planned to go home and cook. Sister Song's daughter, quickly see if this is what you wanted? Sister Chen waved from afar, happily holding up the plantain she found. Yes, this is it. But these few plants have damaged roots, so I can't use them. I only want the good ones. Chungwon counted the plantains, slipped her hand into her pocket to pretend, and took out 20 copper coins to give to Sister Chen. She also showed her what the drooping pouch grass looked like. I want this too, but the price should be a little cheaper, 1 coin each. The drooping pouch grass only fetches about 5 coins, much less than plantain. Even considering labor costs, Chungwon didn't want to lose too much. All right, I'll gather my family and get all the wild herbs you want. Chun Dai-saw did not know what these 2 wild herbs were. She only knew that they could help her earn money and reduce stress at home. After returning home, Chungwon quickly entered her space. She originally just wanted to pick some vegetables from the space to cook, but suddenly remembered she had a breeding base that could be unlocked. Chungwon walked to the end of the experimental field, reached out and pressed her hand against the wall to look outside. Although blurry, it was definitely the breeding base. The breeding base can be unlocked, requiring 1,000 silver coins. Really, you should just go and steal it. Chungwon looked at the 1,000 silver coins needed, then glanced at her account panel, which clearly showed she had only 786 copper coins. It was really painful to see that the measurement unit was even in coins, which were copper pieces. After a little grumbling about her greed for space, Chungwon went back to the experimental field and harvested all the rice and wheat she had planted. Recently, she needed a large amount of potatoes, so she didn't plant much rice. Plus, white rice was precious, and white flour could be mixed with other ingredients to hide it. But rice was different. Chungwon was thinking about finding a chance to buy rice in town, so she didn't dare to give rice to the children yet. She planted a new batch of crops. Since her stock of rice was enough, this time she mainly planted wheat and potatoes. She also planted some vegetables in the corners because the children were growing and needed vitamins. Wild vegetables were also good. However, after boiling, most of them still tasted bitter, which Chungwon found hard to swallow. The eggs placed in the incubator hatched into chicks in just a few days. Since the breeding base was not unlocked, Chungwon let the chickens roam freely in the experimental field. The chickens in the space looked a bit dull and didn't dig up seeds to eat. Chungwon took a hen out to kill. Her movements were clean and quick, which surprised Songyang, who was walking in the yard. He frowned and asked, "When did you learn to kill chickens? With 2 children at home and most of the time you're not here, do I need to spend time learning this? It's not like I have a choice. Life forced me to learn." Chungwon used a kitchen knife to cut the chicken's neck, then quickly put the chicken into boiling hot water. After steaming for a while, she removed all the feathers. Once soaked in hot water, plucking the feathers was as easy as taking off its clothes. Songyang watched Chungwon kill the chicken without blinking. Her movements were clean and quick when plucking feathers. It was hard to believe that the person in front of her was the same Chungwon from her memory. In the past, Chungwon wasn't afraid of these poultry animals, but she always thought chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs were dirty. She refused to raise them at home. At first, Songyang kept these animals in the backyard. She cleaned the animal waste 3 times a day, making sure Chungwon wouldn't smell any bad odors.
But now,
in just a short time, she had changed so much. Chungwon thought she couldn't understand the complicated look in Songyang's eyes. She cut the cooked chicken into pieces, boiled it in cold water with slices to remove the smell, skimmed off the foam, and washed the chicken for later use. In the pot, she added oil and caramelized sugar to make a caramel color. Then she stir-fried the chicken until it was colored. After adding water, she put in potatoes and greens, sprinkled salt, stirred everything, and let it simmer until the sauce thickened. The smell of yellow braised chicken drifted into the house, waking Meow Meow and Songmu, who were still sleeping. 1 chicken leg for Meow Meow and 1 for Amu. Chungwon left the chicken legs uncut, placing the 2 large legs in the children's bowls, covering the rice. Every spoonful of rice Meow Meow scooped was soaked in the braised chicken sauce. It helped her shake off her sleepy haze and realize how delicious it was, making her instantly alert. "Mom's chicken is so tasty. I want to learn to cook with you in the future," Songmu eagerly nodded. He scooped a big spoonful of rice and fed himself. "It's even better than the roast chicken Dad bought at the market during New Year. If you like it, just tell me." "No need to learn." Chungwon gently patted Meow Meow's head and took a piece of chicken to feed Songmu. "You protected your sister today. You're a very good brother." "Yes, brother is the best brother in the world." Meow Meow chewed on a piece of chicken, her eyes smiling like crescent moons. "I'm not as good as Mom." Songmu shyly lowered his head. Seeing his shy look, Chungwon remembered how he used to protect Meow Meow from behind, and she felt a strong contrast. Being a brother and protecting your sister is a natural thing. But next time, if such a situation happens again, remember to come back and find Mom and Dad. With a sincere heart, you shouldn't let yourself suffer. Songyang was eating his meal while talking to Songmu. He spoke slowly and calmly, not rushing his food. "I know, I will find my father someday." The family was happily together. When Chungwon and Songyang looked at each other, their expressions were no longer complicated like before. Big Brother Song. Lin Xia suddenly appeared, with a pale face. A small part of her arm was exposed and covered with bruises, and there were 2 red handprints on her face. Her hair was messy, as if she had just been beaten. As soon as she entered, Lin Xia rushed toward Songyang. She cried loudly, grabbing his pant leg. Her voice was very sad. My brother is badly hurt. We don't have enough money to treat him, but he is the only son in our family. We can't let your wife. Lin Xia bit her lip and shot a hateful look at Chungwan, but when her eyes fell on Song Yang, they filled with pity. Big brother Song. Mrs. Lin, did you ask my husband for money without asking me, his wife? Chungwan snorted coldly. You don't know what your brother has done? Now you still have the nerve to ask us for money. I didn't send him to the authorities, so I've already shown some kindness as a fellow villager. Lin Chung did such terrible things, and now he wants to borrow money for treatment. The only son? Even if he had children, they would just be passing through life. Why do you have to be so ruthless? Besides, I'm asking Big Brother Song for money. Lin Xia suddenly stood up like an angry beast. She shouted loudly in disbelief. Your daughter just had a scare, and my brother has. Father, Yao Yao's arm hurts so much. Yao Yao reached out and tugged at Song Yang's silent arm. She looked sad as she showed her bruised arm. It started hurting again.
Daddy will on it for you.
Song Yang didn't even glance at Lin Xia. He carried Yao Yao into the house, while Song Mu kept eating without lifting his head. Big brother Song. Lin Xia still called after him, but Song Yang closed the door directly, blocking out all outside sounds. If you really care about your brother, you should go ask your friends and relatives for money. Are you here to complain, or what? You know it in your heart. While serving food to Song Mu, Chungwan didn't look up and said to Lin Xia, still not leaving. You really have a big face. Do you want me to chase you out with a broom? You're just a crazy person. Lin Xia stared fiercely at Chungwan, her eyes full of deep hatred. After dinner, Chungwan boiled some water to take a bath. She was very tired today and sweaty all over, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Song Yang was comforting the child in the room. After locking the door, Chungwan relaxed and soaked comfortably in the bathtub. In the corner of the laboratory, she found a few roses, probably left over from some experiment. She planted 1 or 2 near the testing field and used the rest for her bath. If she had time, she planned to extract rose essential oil to enter the ancient beauty market. Her long black hair floated on the water surface. Chungwan closed her eyes, feeling the steam rise. At that moment, she felt completely soothed and relaxed. Suddenly, a familiar yet strange sound made her sit up. She peeked out of the bathtub and saw a scene that made her eyes nearly pop out. 2 mice had somehow appeared and were gnawing on the remaining rose stems by her bathtub. The mice drooled over the remaining petals, licking their lips and staring intently at the water droplets on the flower center. Chungwan trembled with fear. She grabbed the edge of the bathtub, trying to stand up and run out, but she was too scared. Her foot slipped on the soap in the tub, and she fell into the water. She was submerged, flailing her arms and legs, water filling her nose and mouth. Just as she felt she was about to suffocate, a pair of large hands suddenly pulled her out of the water. Are you okay? Chungwan finally recovered from her panic and looked up to see Song Yang's worried face. Once her mind cleared, a classic question popped into her head. If you were taking a bath without clothes and see your ex-boyfriend, should you cover your face, your chest, or your lower body? I didn't see anything. Song Yang looked at Chungwan's blushing face. He awkwardly cleared his throat, handed her her clothes hanging on the hanger, and turned away. Although Song Yang and Chungwan had been married for some time, their relationship had always been tense. Additionally, since there are 2 children to take care of, Song Yang went to the mine early in the morning. They rarely had close contact. This was the first time Song Yang saw Chungwan in such a completely exposed state. I must say, Chungwan is very beautiful, not just her face.
Did you
accidentally fall? I saw 2 mice. A rustling sound of someone dressing came from behind. Song Yang couldn't help but imagine how Chungwan looked while putting on clothes. His throat moved up and down, and he clenched his fists. It wasn't until he heard "It's okay" from behind that he relaxed his hands. I saw 2 mice nibbling on the flowers earlier, and I couldn't stand steadily, but there might be mouse holes in this house. Please look around tomorrow and seal the holes, Song Yang responded softly. Now, Only some torn rose stems and a few rose petals that had fallen from Chungwon's clothes remained on the ground. Chungwon lowered her head in frustration and followed Songyang outside. Compared to earlier when she was not wearing clothes, the more embarrassing thing was that she had twisted her ankle in the bathtub and couldn't walk properly. "Help me up," walking from one room to another. Unless Chungwon crawled, with her current leg, it would take her an hour to hop over. "I'll carry you." Without waiting for Chungwon's response, Songyang scooped her up horizontally. They were very close, and Songyang could even smell the scent of roses on her. Chungwon was small and soft. In his arms, she felt like a little animal he once raised. Her fur was soft, and she seemed so delicate that a gentle squeeze might hurt her. Chungwon rested her hands on Songyang's shoulders and her head on his chest. Thump, thump, thump. Chungwon could hear the strong, steady heartbeat from Songyang's chest. "There's some leftover medicine from last time. I'll help you massage the bruised area to reduce the swelling, or your ankle might swell up the next day." Chungwon wasn't a delicate person. She had many things to do tomorrow, and if her leg was swollen or hurt, it would be inconvenient for her to do many tasks. She took off her SS and socks, then extended her foot toward Songyang. Chungwon was of average height, so her calves were long. The half-visible leg was beautifully shaped, with smooth skin. Her ankle was slender, and her foot's arch was slightly raised. Although the swollen ankle ruined the appearance, it still made Songyang feel a little dazed. He used his finger to apply medicine on Chungwon's ankle. It was the first time she had such close contact with a man, and she felt a bit uncomfortable, shrinking her leg away. But as soon as she moved, Songyang quickly grabbed her leg. "Don't move. As for Lin Xia's matter, you are not allowed to secretly give money from the family to her. Right now, the two children are growing, and it's a hard year. As a father, you should think about how to help them grow strong, instead of always taking money from the family to give to others." Chungwon changed the subject to avoid focusing on her leg. Thinking about Lin Xia just now, she felt a sense of danger towards Songyang. He was willing to give others good things like eggs, so he might also be willing to give money. "Don't worry about her. I have my own way of knowing what's more important, my children or women." Lin Xia was just a troublemaker. Songyang kept her around only to test his own ideas. "That's fine. As long as you know what's right." After applying the medicine, Chungwon, supported by Songyang, went back to her room to rest. Last night, Songyang had used a special technique to massage Chungwon's ankle, so the next day her ankle only felt a little sore, but it didn't affect her walking. Early in the morning, Songyang was nowhere to be seen. Chungwon finished breakfast with Yao Yao and Songyang, then took them to the fields to fertilize the potatoes. Zhao Rujin was worried Chungwon might complain to the village chief, so she still worked carefully. The fertilizer in the field was well composted, and in a few days, the potatoes sprouted. "Amu, you sit here with your sister. Mother will go fertilize the field, then we'll go up the mountain to find some fruit to eat." A few wild fruits Chungwon brought back a couple days ago tasted pretty good, and both children liked them. Song Mu sat with Yao Yao on the edge of the field, keeping a close eye on his sister. He looked around at the villagers passing by, making sure nothing happened to Lin Chung again. "Song auntie, your son's eyes are really scary. I just said something, and he stared at me so hard I got goosebumps all over." Luomei was with her sister, selling wild herbs to Chungwon. Her basket was full of bitter greens and plantain. "Can I trade for these? They look pretty similar to plantain. Bitter greens trade price, 8 to 16 cents. Of course, but the roots need to be intact or I can't accept them. A broken system is not accepted." Even if herbal medicines can be prepared and sold later, Chungwon doesn't want to deal with the trouble. "All right, we all understand. We wouldn't dare give you anything really bad." Luomei happily accepts the 50 copper coins from Chungwon, almost smiling with her eyes. "Do you still want other wild herbs? I can take my sister to the mountain this afternoon to gather some. Just these 20 or so wild herbs are worth 50 coins. With 50 coins, you can buy several pounds of grain. Mixing in some coarse grains, it can feed a family for half a month. Take these and look for more. Each plant costs 2 coins. But recently, villagers have been searching for wild herbs, so I might not be able to gather that many for a while. A progress bar appears on the space for plant and herbs. Based on the current progress, after 3 more days of gathering, it will probably be finished. Alright, I'll take my sister to the left hillside where there are fewer people. Luame is focused on earning money for her family, and her mind is quick and clever. Chungwon worked in the fields all day, gathering herbs the whole time. She acts as a middlewoman, earning a small profit each day. Songmu and Yao Yao sit on the edge of the field watching Chungwon do her business. Though they don't understand why their mother suddenly wants these things, they trust Chungwon. Whatever she does is right. The village is busy and lively. Lin Xia quietly sneaks into the Song house with a few eggs. Lin Cheng's condition is worsening. He lies in bed all day, making strange sounds. Although Lin Xia also dislikes her brother, they are family. Her Lin family's lineage must continue, and she can't just watch Lin Cheng become useless. But Song Yang refuses to lend her money for medicine. It's a bad year and their family's savings aren't enough to hire a doctor in Jingjin. Feeling helpless, Lin Xia can only think about the jade pendant under Song Yang's pillow. It's truly the best thing she has ever seen. If she steals and sells it, she could get a few silver coins. Song Yang, you've been unkind to me. Don't blame me for being unjust. Lin Xia pretends to carry eggs, knowing Chungwon and Song Yang aren't home. If something unexpected happens and they come back suddenly, she can say she's here to see the children. She tiptoes into Song Yang's room, making sure no one is around, then grabs the jade pendant and leaves. Her heart pounds loudly, all the way. Song Yang had such good things that she should have sold them earlier to exchange for food for her family. Now that they are cheap, she doesn't feel like she's losing out. Anyway, you like me, and if it doesn't work out, I can pay you to be my wife. You can take this jade pendant as part of the bride price. Lin Xia clenched the NYX jade pendant in her hand, trying to comfort herself that what she was doing wasn't disgusting. But she didn't know that Song Yang had been at home all along, secretly watching her actions from the shadows with a mocking smile on her face. After working in the fields, Chungwon took her 2 children up the mountain to pick fruit. She picked some wild berries for the children to eat while she focused her mind on the space. After exchanging over 400 herbs earlier, the space suddenly upgraded. New high-value herbs appeared on the exchange page. Unlike before, this time there were guiding marks on the herbs. Recycling price for burdock seeds, 20 cents. Recycling price for angelica, 21 cents. Chungwon followed the space's guidance and found the herbs. She dug up all the angelica and burdock seeds within the marked area, exchanging everything with the space, earning half a tael of silver at once. She wandered around the edge of the forest and suddenly saw a big red dot on the guidance map. Looking down, she found it right at her feet. Turns out it was a lingji mushroom. In her 2 lifetimes combined, Chungwon had only seen a few lingji mushrooms. The ones she saw before in the pharmacy were artificially cultivated fake lingji, which had less medicinal effect and lower value than wild ones. But now, she had found a real one. Carefully, Chungwon used a small to dig it out, making sure not to damage the mushroom. After removing a whole lingji, she returned it to the space. When her balance panel showed 104 taels of silver, Chungwon swore she didn't smile broadly or show her teeth. Mother, why are you so happy all of a sudden? Did you find some new fruit? Songmu was leading Yao Yao to find Chungwon. As they sat, their mother suddenly disappeared. Songmu rarely took his sister into the forest. At this moment, they were scared she might leave, and for a moment, they felt a bit panicked. No, I was just tired from digging herbs and sat here for a while. We've eaten most of the fruit, so let's go home and cook. Today, she had made a big profit, so Chungwon decided to reward the children with chicken soup tonight. But she also needed to find a way to go to town to buy some meat for the kids with the money she had. There are only chickens in the space, but rabbits are also good. However, they are kept for breeding, so Chungwon is reluctant to eat them for now. She took her 2 children down the mountain and happened to meet villagers looking to exchange for wild grass. Chungwon sold all of it for 2 coins each and showed them what angelica and burdock look like. These 2 are 5 coins each. We can skip the plant and herbs for now, or I won't be able to sell them if I gather too many. Seeing that the amount of plant and herbs was almost at the maximum, Chungwon didn't want any more. 5 coins? Then tomorrow we'll all look for these too. The price doubled suddenly, and the villagers were very happy. Zhao Rujin came down from the mountain after gathering wild vegetables and heard that Chungwon was collecting wild grass in her field. She followed the villagers to Chungwon's field to join in the fun and saw Chungwon repeatedly exchanging copper coins with villagers. She clenched her clothes, feeling extremely jealous of Chungwon at this moment. She thought everyone was suffering from a bad year and had no money at home. But Chungwon was still so generous and had extra money in her hands. In just a short while, she had already given out more than 100 copper coins. But what use did she have for these wild grasses? These plants grew all over the hillside, and she had never heard before that they were valuable. Zhao Rujin had a plan in her mind and quietly followed Chungwon back home. Come with me. If anything happens, just tell me. Big sister-in-law, Zhao Rujin had no special skills, and her footsteps were loud enough that anyone could tell she was following behind. It's nothing else. I just saw you collecting so much wild grass, and wanted to ask where you sell it. I've been to the town before, but I never heard anyone say they buy these wild grasses. Before the famine, Zhao Rujin often went to the county market. She had wandered around the county many times and never heard of any place that bought such common wild grass. They were sold one by one at different prices. Of course, it's the largest pharmacy in town. They can't buy from ordinary places. Now, many people want it. Such a good way to make money. I'm not greedy. Chungwon understood the hidden meaning in Zhao Rujin's words. She wanted more people to compete for business. Chungwon was not afraid. The biggest pharmacy was her space, and no matter how Zhao Rujin tried, she couldn't get this price in town. I knew my sister-in-law was so kind-hearted. You're going home to cook for the children, right? I won't bother you anymore. Zhao Rujin had already made a plan in her mind. She didn't want to waste any more time. This business was so big that she needed to go back and discuss with her mother-in-law. If she could succeed, it would be a great chance for the whole family to become prosperous. All right, sister-in-law, we will go first, Chungwon said without revealing Zhao Rujin's thoughts, leading Yao Yao and Songmu to leave. When did mother start doing business with the town's pharmacy? Songmu asked with a puzzled look. Recently, their family had stayed at home, and Chungwon hadn't interacted with anyone outside the village. This was a long time ago. When we go to the county town, you, Yao Yao, and I will see how I do business, Chungwon replied. The first spiritual mushroom was sold because Chungwon was short of money, so she sold it to the space. Now, with the map as a guide, she planned to save the rare herbs she found later and buy them at the pharmacy. It would also help her gather herbs in the village secretly. Can we go to the city and eat delicious food? Yao Yao clapped her hands happily, her eyes full of excitement about going out. I want to eat that sweet fruit. The red ones are strung together on a string. Little Tiger's mother used to buy them for him every time she went to the county town, Yao Yao said. She used to envy Little Tiger. Every time his mother came back from the market, she would bring fresh food for him. But back then, her own mother never talked to them, and Yao Yao didn't dare to ask for food. That's called candied hawthorn. When we go to the county town, mother will buy it for you. You can have whatever you want, Chungwon said, seeing Yao Yao and Songmu's longing looks, feeling helpless about the original owner. But it might be a bit expensive, Songmu said, tilting his head. We don't have much money at home. It's okay. As long as you want to eat, mother will buy it for you, Chungwon replied. She had some extra money and was willing to spend it on her children's happiness. Happily, she took the 2 children home. Chungwon had already prepared for the possibility that some villagers might refuse to sell her herbs the next day. But after learning that Zhao Rujin was willing to buy herbs at twice the price, Chungwon couldn't help but feel in her heart that this was a ruthless competition. Zhao Rujin only knew from her own words that the biggest pharmacy in the county wanted to buy these wild herbs. She didn't know how to get there or what specific herbs were involved. She simply increased the price to compete with her. However, this also turned out to be a trap I set for her. To make Zhao Rujin and Wang Yun more convinced, Chungwon deliberately took out makeup and rouge that the original owner no longer used, applied them to herself to look very tired, and then went to the Chung family to cause a scene. I only told you yesterday out of kindness that I have a way to do business. Now you're raising the prices so high that no one can make a profit. What are you really thinking? Chungwon entered the Chung family house with a sullen face. Given how bad her expression was, even passing dogs would be startled by her glare. Everyone makes a living based on their own skills. As for what I'm thinking, I just want to earn money. Zhao Rujin sat leisurely on a chair in the yard, swinging her legs happily and looking very proud. Is this business of making money only for you? We are a family. Why can't you share the earnings with us? Wang Yun carried a big basket of wild vegetables she was going to dry in the sun, and when she saw Chungwon, her face showed disappointment. You are my daughter. Don't you think about how to help the family? Instead, you're only thinking about taking money to your husband's family. The 2 children you raised, where will they find someone as kind as you to treat them well in the future? Those 2 ungrateful kids aren't even related by blood. Only you treat them like treasures. Zhao Rujin spat and completely ignored Chungwon. If her earlier attitude was just pretending to find an excuse, now that they were criticizing the children, Chungwon really got angry. Adults' matters have nothing to do with children. Chungwon's face was cold. Her face was already pale, and now her expression looked even more frightening. How can it have nothing to do with children? Are those 2 from your belly? Our family's obedient girl at least calls you aunt. Zhao Rujin was startled by Chungwon's gaze, but thinking about the big money she could make, she shot Chungwon a defiant look. Chungwon sneered, and what about your 2 cousins from your maternal family? But it doesn't matter. You'll still have to beg me later. To Chungwon, wild grass was wealth. To Zhao Rujin, it was like poison that urged her to die. She took all the family's money to buy the wild grass, and she wanted to see which pharmacy she could find to buy it. After holding in her anger at the Chung family and returning home, no one in the village except Sister Wang was willing to sell herbs to Chungwon. She had some free time and was just taking her 2 children to exercise. Song Mu and Lin Cheng's situation reminded Chungwon that children have weak bodies and little ability to protect themselves. They can't fight back in front of adults, and even with kids their own age, they often get pushed over easily. Yao Yao and Song Mu had been hungry and full irregularly, so their nutrition was poor, making them shorter and weaker than normal children. This is called martial arts fitness exercises. We will do them every morning and evening from now on. Chungwon told Yao Yao and Song Mu to squat in horse stance, holding a bamboo stick and gently tapping Yao Yao's trembling leg. Stand properly, little sister. This is just the first step. Mom. I can stand properly, just like brother. Yao Yao puffed out her cheeks, glancing at Song Mu out of the corner of her eye. She saw that her brother's legs didn't shake at all and looked at him with envy. She clenched her fists tightly, trying hard until her fingertips turned white. Yao Yao also wanted to be as good as her brother. This martial arts fitness exercise didn't seem so hard after all. Mu is so impressive. When you did this martial arts exercise before, it took you 5 or 6 days to learn it. But you already understand the essence so quickly. Chungwon was always generous with praise for her children. Yao Yao was young, lively, and cheerful. She had been protected by Song Mu and hadn't suffered much. But Song Mu, to protect her from the original owner, was cautious and suspicious even at a young age. Although it wasn't his fault, Chungwon still took responsibility for her mistakes, trying to make up for them and giving Song Mu extra love. Mom, you're exaggerating. Song Mu shook his head but didn't respond to the praise. Instead, he squatted more seriously, and after 15 minutes his legs didn't shake and he was not out of breath. Seeing her brother so focused, Yao Yao wanted to act spoiled and rest, but in the end, she persisted and finished the 15 minutes of horse stance. Chungwon took the children up the mountain to practice a set of martial arts fitness exercises, then headed to the water well together. Gua Carpenter had built a water wheel and bamboo pipe. The villagers had been digging water channels day and night, and now it was time to put the water wheel into use. Everyone gathered around the water well, waiting to try Chungwon's water wheel. Can this big thing really bring out water? We've never seen anything like it before. I think it will work. Gua Carpenter is the best carpenter in 10 miles around. He puts so much effort into making it. There's no reason it wouldn't work. The villagers whispered and discussed the water wheel excitedly. The village chief and Song Yang stood at the front, feeling very nervous themselves. If this water wheel really works, he planned to take it to the county tomorrow to present to the county magistrate. Such incredible wealth always seemed to come to their village. Song family daughter-in-law, how do you think this thing works? The village chief called Chungwon over and spoke softly to her. You drew the diagram, so you tell us how to use it. Everyone in the village focused on Chungwon. She showed no fear. She went to the well, opened the valve to the water pump, and used the bamboo handle to create pressure, drawing water from the well. The water flowed steadily through the bamboo pipe into the large pond they had dug earlier. The water wheel spun continuously at the edge of the pond, powered by the wind. The well water was diverted into channels that led to the fields. In just a short time, the channels were full of water. Am I seeing things? We won't have to carry water to water the fields anymore. Uncle Lin rubbed his eyes, hardly believing what he saw. It's so much easier to get water now. We can just go here to fetch water, no need to dip buckets in the well. That Song family daughter-in-law is really amazing. She's probably the smartest person in our village. The villagers were stunned by the power of the water wheel. If before they thought Chungwon was lucky because of the wild vegetables and potatoes, now everyone believed she was truly blessed because the old immortal had given her the plans for the water wheel. Not just smart, she's lucky too. Anshin was so excited she spat as she praised her. She also praised Song Yang. Did you see? Her husband has been gone so long and now he's back. I think the old immortal favors her. Otherwise, why would he only give her the dream and not others in the village? The old immortal respects the Song family daughter-in-law, and he also respects our village. The village chief tried to hide his joy, but his eyes still sparkled with excitement. This water wheel will bring great convenience to our village. Everyone should remember that it's thanks to the Song family daughter-in-law. If anyone in the future talks badly about her, don't blame me for not standing up for her. The village chief also knew about Chungwon collecting wild grass in recent days. She was so clever, and it was normal for her to have connections with the big pharmacy in the county town. Otherwise, why should some money be earned by others? The old fairy gave Chungwon the drawings because they seemed to be connected. Maybe she remembered the drawings so clearly in her dreams, and she could recreate them at a carpenter's house. That shows how clever Chungwon is. The village chief clearly values Chungwon. Song Yang stood nearby, also showing admiration for her. After seeing the water wheel's skill, Chungwon wanted to take her children home. But the space map suddenly showed there were herbs nearby. Not taking the opportunity would be foolish. Chungwon asked Song Yang to take Yao Yao and Song Mu back first. She said she wanted to go up the mountain to pick fruit. Come back early. Song Yang knew Chungwon liked to go to the mountain. He didn't think much and took Yao Yao and Song Mu home first. Can I have some of that sour fruit from last time? Mom, can you bring me some? Yao Yao thought about the sour fruit and kept salivating. She smiled happily, her eyes forming a crescent shape, looking very bright and lively. Of course. Whatever Yao Yao wants, I will bring it. Amu likes the yellow fruit, so I will bring some for him too. The sour and yellow fruits on the mountain tasted good. But now, during a bad year, finding wild vegetables was already a blessing from heaven. The sour fruit was a type of hawthorn from the space, and the yellow fruit was a pear. Chungwon had saved some of the fruits from the corner cabinet to plant seeds. The rest she gave to the children to eat and play with. Thank you, Mom. Song Mu was surprised that Chungwon remembered what he liked to eat. He smiled happily. Chungwon skillfully went up the mountain into the forest, following the map to find new herbs. Shepherd's purse, 7 coins oxalis. 21 coins, she found 2 more new herbs, but before Zhao Ruojin risked her life, she couldn't find more villagers to help harvest. Chungwon dug up all the herbs nearby. After exchanging 147 coins with the space, she planned to go back down the mountain. The herbs were far apart, and by the time she finished digging, the sun had already set. She hung her sickle at her waist and carried a basket with hawthorn and pears, ready to take them home for the children. Today, she earned some money. Chungwon hummed happily as she walked. But she hadn't had time to feel happy before she saw a figure moving in the woods nearby. When she looked closer, she recognized Lin Chung. the man she had injured earlier. Little troublemaker, I finally caught you. Lin Cheng had been hiding on this mountain all day. When he saw Chungwon, he grinned fiercely and rushed toward her. Since Chungwon had turned him into he wanted revenge. He wanted her to be despised and humiliated like himself. You're crazy. Lin Cheng's large body lunged at her. Chungwon quickly dodged and without hesitation grabbed a nearby stone and smashed it to his head. After hearing his cry of pain, Chungwon kept her calm. She picked up the stone again and hit him several more times. She used all her strength each time. Lin Cheng's sudden appearance here was clearly plotting against her. Her life was at risk, so Chungwon wouldn't let him go easily. But men and women are not evenly matched in strength. Lin Cheng, with his head injured, was momentarily stunned. He endured the pain, crawled up from the ground, and raised his hand to slap Chungwon's face. A gust of wind hit her face. Chungwon reflexively closed her eyes, expecting the pain, but instead, she heard Lin Cheng groan in pain. When she opened her eyes, she saw Song Yang had arrived on the mountain. He grabbed Lin Cheng's arm and threw him aside, then kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying more than a meter away. You're hopeless. Do you think hitting you enough will stop you? Song Yang stood in front of Chungwon, clearly angry. You and your wife are bullying people. I won't let this go easily. You, the daughter-in-law of the Song family, just wait. Lin Cheng, clutching his stomach, got up from the ground. He glared back and spat harsh words before running down the mountain. I'll see. Whether I send you to the authorities first or you get another beating. Song Yang stood like a small mountain in front of Chungwon, blocking her completely. Chungwon couldn't see Lin Cheng fleeing in panic, but she didn't hold back her harsh words. The danger was gone. Looking at Song Yang's broad arms, Chungwon felt a strange sense of security, even though she didn't want to admit it. Thank you. Staying out on the mountain so late? People like you should be careful not to attract trouble. Song Yang turned around and sneered at Chungwon, sizing her up. He said, if that slap had really hit your face, I think your head would have been knocked off. If she didn't want to talk, she didn't have to. She wasn't begging him to save her. The little bit of gratitude she felt earlier completely disappeared now. She had overestimated Song Yang and herself. She thought that because she didn't go home at night, Song Yang would worry and come looking for her. Maybe he did have some feelings, but mostly, Chungwon didn't want to think about it. She angrily went ahead of him and returned home. After making dinner, she fed the two children without leaving any for Song Yang. 1 chicken leg each. After eating, we wash up and go to bed. When Chungwon divided the meat for the children, she scraped off the soup and threw 2 steamed buns to Song Yang, which was already a big concession for him. Yao Yao and Song Mu sensed that something was wrong between their parents. Yao Yao looked at Chungwon with big eyes, noticing her face was dark and scary. Song Mu tilted his head to look at Song Yang. The father silently gnawing on his steamed bun was also frightening. The family ate dinner in complete silence. Chungwon was holding back a lot of anger. At this moment, she didn't know that a good show she had written herself was playing out in the county town. Zhao Rujin rented a cow from Uncle Neo, who owned the only cow in the village, and brought it into the county. She took all the medicinal herbs she had gathered over the past 2 days to the biggest pharmacy in town to sell. Each plant was worth 4 copper coins. Thinking that she could become rich overnight after selling these herbs, Zhao Rujin looked proudly at everyone passing by, lifting her chin high. She even spoke to the shop assistant in a haughty tone. Pfft, thinking you can exchange money just by carrying a cart of wild grass. I think your head is really broken. Maybe you should buy some medicine for your brain. The shop assistant was even more arrogant than Zhao Rujin. He directly swept her out with a broom, scattering the wild grass all over the ground. Zhao Rujin was so shocked by the scene that she froze. She kept thinking about Chungwon's last words before leaving home, and her teasing look at that moment. Anyway, the days you ask me for are still ahead. Zhao Rujin's dream of becoming rich overnight was suddenly shattered. The tense nerves broke, and her world seemed to collapse. Chungwon, how dare you lie to me? Zhao Rujin thought about how she had been tricked by Chungwon and used all the family's money to gather these wild grasses. She was furious and decided to immediately go back and confront Chungwon. The wild grasses scattered on the ground were not only her broken dreams, but also the money she had spent in vain. The water will transported water from the well to the village fields. To make it easier for villagers to get water daily, the village had also called on villagers to dig new water channels. Some land was farther away, and sometimes the water in the ponds couldn't meet everyone's needs. The new water channel was next to Chungwon's land, so her family's crops could be watered first. Do rabbits eat these grasses? Yes, but don't pick too many. The rabbits can't eat them all at once. Yao Yao and Song Mu were cutting grass on the ridge, while Chungwon rolled up her sleeves to tend to the young seedlings. She held A and sighed, thinking that once Song Yang was better, all these farm chores would be his. But no matter how tired she was, she still had to go back to her children. I really like this little flower. Brother, help me put it on my head. Yao Yao became lively as soon as she reached the field. She picked flowers and grass, while Song Mu stayed by her side, talking and laughing. The two children could take care of themselves. No matter how hard the work, Chungwon found a way to enjoy it. But just as she was about to dig with her, Zhao Rujin angrily grabbed a lump of mud and threw it at her. From her stance, Chungwon had no doubt that if Zhao Rujin had used a stone, she might have been seriously hurt. You lied to me. Those are clearly wild grasses, and the pharmacy doesn't want these at all. Thinking about how she had been mocked by the pharmacy assistant, Zhao Rujin's eyes nearly popped out with anger. You have to pay me back. Return all my losses. It's really strange. Everyone help me judge this. Zhao Rujin wanted to make a scene, but Chungwon was happy to play along. She pretended to be aggrieved, trying to gain the villagers' sympathy. I gather these wild grasses in the village to help everyone live better. I do have a way to sell them. I didn't ask you to join me in this business, and you even deliberately raised the prices, trying to ruin my business. The pharmacy in the county town refused to buy her herbs, which was unbelievable. Some of these wild plants are edible vegetables, and others are medicinal herbs. But no matter what, they all need to be prepared properly before selling. Moreover, some of the herbs Zhao Rujin has collected for a long time have already lost their vitality. You did this on purpose. The herbal shop people said these are just wild plants. Only fools would buy them. The more Zhao Rujin thought about it, the angrier she became. Seeing Chungwon's fake smile made her even more upset. Oh, look at what you're saying. The daughter-in-law of the Song family is so clever. She has connections to sell wild plants for money. It's her skill. Why are you so jealous and trying to steal her business? Exactly. If you refuse to buy from me, I was planning to sell the wild plants I just dug today to the Song family daughter-in-law. The villagers kept talking, secretly planning to continue doing business with Chungwon. As for Zhao Rujin, she was so angry after hearing this that she almost spat out blood. I don't care. If you don't compensate me, I will just lie outside your door and refuse to leave. She decided to give up and accept her loss. If she couldn't make her money back from these worthless plants, she had no future working at the Song family. I'm not afraid of you acting tough in front of me. If you have the guts, go work as a gatekeeper. I'd be happy. At least I don't have a dog at home. Now that she had the upper hand, Chungwon didn't tolerate Zhao Rujin's attitude. Since we're all family, I can take all the wild plants from you. But I'll pay only 1 cent per plant. If you want to sell, take it. If not, forget it. The space where she stored basic medicinal herbs was almost full. Chungwon had planned to change her stock after this batch. Zhao Rujin, in a way, had helped her a lot. She gained the most benefit at the lowest cost. Family. Wang Yin suddenly appeared from nowhere. She looked at Chungwon with anger, saying, if you really consider us family, you should buy at the original price. You have connections, so don't just watch us suffer and die. Mother, you're twisting my words, Chungwon replied coldly, smiling but with no warmth. I originally bought these plants at 2 coins each for everyone's good. But you insisted on doubling the price, so I can't make any profit myself. It's only 1 cent per plant. If you agree, I'll count and take them now. If not, they'll go into the compost as fertilizer, and the crops in the field might grow better. No matter what, it counts. Wang Yin didn't expect Chungwon to be so firm. She shot a fierce glare at Zhao Rujin. It's all because of that little troublemaker. If she hadn't encouraged the family to do business, the Song family wouldn't have lost all their savings this time. Wang Yun worked hard saving money, and during the tough times, she didn't even want to spend it on food. Now, she's wasting it on these things. Zhao Rujin spent 2 or 3 days gathering wild grass. Over 500 stalks piled on the cart, and it was quite heavy. Chengwon called Song Yang over to help push the cart, and she also carried Yao Yao onto the vehicle to sit. She led Song Mu to the back, and the family looked happy and cheerful, though you could tell Song Yang was reluctant. Of course, Chengwon worked hard for the family. She didn't care if Song Yang was forced to work. But when they passed the village entrance, Chengwon noticed Lin Xia secretly talking with a man behind a house. They were sneaking around, pulling and tugging, talking quietly. From a distance, Chengwon only caught a few words. "Did you get everything?" "I went through a lot to get this." Lin Xia reluctantly handed a small purse to the man, looking regretful. "TSK, that's all you've got? Next time, try to bring more. If you bring the same amount again, don't blame me for being rude." The man kept arguing, acting like he was getting a good deal but pretending to be innocent. "TSK, I thought you had good eyes, but you're just SOSO. I wonder how many other women you've been with, and what number you are now." Seeing Song Yang's unwilling look, Chengwon couldn't help but tease him a little. A grown man with a wife and children, still thinking about another woman outside. And not just thinking, she's a two-faced woman who cheats and plays multiple men. Song Yang had plenty of chances to see Lin Xia's true nature. Why does he seem bewitched, rushing into a fire, even though he knows it's dangerous? None of your business. Song Yang, with clear eyes and ears, saw everything just now. He walked past with a blank face, his emotions completely calm. "I told you not to interfere." "Am I interfering? You know what kind of person she is, yet you still treat her sincerely." "I'm doing this for the sake of the children, so you won't keep getting hurt again and again." Chengwon was so angry that her chest hurt. Lin Xia, who was not very clever, managed to make Song Yang fall for her completely.
How could that be?
"There's no need for you to do this for the sake of the 2 kids, Song Yang said, stopping his cart and speaking to Chengwon. His voice carried a hint of anger. "How clever are you really? You treat these wild grasses like treasures, but the little money you save will be spent by you sooner or later. You're the big fool here, and now you're criticizing others?" Chengwon looked at the wild grasses on the cart and became even more furious. "I can spend my own money however I want. But if you keep taking the family's grain to give to other women, then go live with her. Don't come here to bother me and the kids." The grain Chengwon worked hard to save should never be harmed again by others. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She pushed Song Yang away with a quick move, not wanting him to touch her things. Anything related to love without brains was just bad luck. Song Yang was really a fool. Chengwon was not very strong, but she pushed him so hard that he wasn't prepared and staggered a few steps. He looked at her struggling to pull the cart and at the 2 children turning their heads in confusion. He was starting to understand less and less what Chengwon was thinking. Was she really worried about herself? Afraid that Lin Xia was plotting against her? But Chengwon herself had been scheming against him all along, hadn't she? Thinking about the hardships she endured in her past life because of this woman, and how the children suffered because of her, Song Yang's face flickered with complex emotions. He wasn't sure if his memory was mistaken or if his sudden return had changed something, making Chengwon different from the person he remembered. Chengwon struggled alone to pull the cart home. She was so exhausted that she didn't dare to breathe heavily, afraid that if she paused even for a moment, she wouldn't be able to pull it again. It was also because her body was too weak. The cart and the grass weren't heavy, but she lacked the strength to pull them. She returned all the wild grasses to her space. Although some damaged parts were discarded, the overall quantity was good. In the end, she sold everything for 15 taels of silver. The leftover grass was useless. Chengwon washed it in a basin of water, preparing it as extra food for the rabbits in the evening. After Chengwon returned, she was so tired she felt like a spinning top with no time to rest. After feeding the rabbits, she had to go cook. Just as she was about to peel potatoes from the kitchen, she heard Lin Xia's voice outside. Is that my little sister? Tell Auntie, is your dad at home? Lin Xia took a piece of candy from her pocket and handed it to Yao Yao. Her face, covered with heavy makeup, showed a fake smile. Tell Auntie, this candy is for you. I don't want your candy. Yao Yao hugged her beloved rabbit and took a few steps back. She hid behind Song Mu and said sharply, We don't like you at our house. Children don't understand. Auntie won't argue with you. If you don't like me, your dad might like me. Maybe soon, I will be your new wife. Lin Xia's voice was full of happiness. Chengwan hadn't planned to go out and meet her, but hearing her talk to the child like that made her feel angry inside. New wife. Your husband has been gone for so many years, and you still carry his child? I didn't know Lin Auntie could hide things so well. Chengwan came out with a kitchen knife to protect the child, quietly moving Song Mu behind her. One unlucky thing after another happened today. The people she met were all troublemakers. It seemed she didn't check the almanac before leaving today. Really bad luck. Don't deliberately say things to hurt me. I can hear you clearly. Besides, I didn't scare you. Song Ji's jade pendant is still with me. You're his partner, so you should know how important this is. Lin Xia chuckled softly, but didn't take Chengwan's words to heart. Do you still not understand who Song Go really cares about? Lin Xia took out a nick-shaped jade pendant that Chengwan recognized. It was a token of Song Yang's that had fallen into the common people's hands, proof of his identity. He was willing to show such a private and important item to Lin Xia. It seemed Song Yang was deeply in love and beyond saving. Thinking about having to be married to this fool made Chengwan so angry she didn't know what to do. The NYX jade pendant hurt her eyes. Seeing Chengwan change her expression, like a defeated rooster with drooping head and a broken comb, Lin Xia felt even more proud. Song Ge likes me. You can't compete with me. You can take that useless, bad-eyed man if you want. I won't look at him, even once. You're thinking about trash, but I don't care about him at all. Tong Wanxin was completely speechless with Song Yang, even avoiding giving him a single unnecessary glance. She held a kitchen knife and coldly warned Lin Xia, Are you leaving or not? If not, I won't be polite. Brother Song isn't home, and I have nothing to say to you. If you want to leave, just go. Lin Xia looked a bit intimidating in her determined manner. Seeing that Song Yang was really not at home, she decided there was no point wasting more time. Lin Xia twisted her slim waist and quickly disappeared from Tong Wanxin's sight. Her mood was affected by Lin Xia's appearance, and when Song Yang returned shortly after, Tong Wanxin was clearly not willing to give him even a glance. She was angry inside, and only cooked dinner for the three of them that night. What are you crazy about, seeing that she only had cold porridge to eat? Song Yang felt unhappy. In the past, eating porridge wouldn't matter much, but now, with Tong Wanxin and the two children eating chicken and drinking chicken soup, Song Yang's stomach was growling. You brought your woman into the house. You can go eat elsewhere if you want, so why bother with the few leftovers at home? Tong Wanxin didn't even let Song Yang drink the soup. She ate meat and food heartily, not giving him a single glance. Dad, you made Mom angry. You did something wrong to her. Yao Yao pouted, showing she didn't feel sorry for Song Yang not having food. Mom works so hard every day for the family. Dad doesn't seem to care about Mom, and even has ties with other women. Yao Yao really disliked Lin Xia. Every time she came to the house, her dad and Mom would argue. Dad, I didn't do anything. How could I make you and Mom angry? Song Yang felt like he was innocent, but he knew it was because Tong Wanxin bought wild herbs and got overwhelmed. This has nothing to do with the children. I'm upset because Lin Xia just came with a jade pendant. That thing is very important to you. I wanted to see you, but you just gave it to someone else without a second thought. Tong Wanxin knew that the jade pendant was a symbol of Song Yang's identity. Such an important thing. He just gave it to Lin Xia without hesitation. Don't worry about the jade pendant. That has nothing to do with you. When Song Yang heard Tong Wanxin mention the jade pendant, his face immediately changed. Do you think I care about that jade pendant of yours? Song Yang's suspicious tone made Chengwan even angrier, her fury rising. Lin Xia treats you like a treasure. Do you think everyone is as blind as her? Anyway, she's not really interested in you. You know yourself better than I do. With Songyang acting so foolish now, he still wants to eat steamed buns? I'm afraid Lin Xia might trick him so badly he won't have a single piece of clothing left. I know what's going on in my heart. Songyang knows Lin Xia's purpose, but he's playing a long game to catch a big fish. He can't explain this to Chungwon. He's no longer in the mood to eat. No matter how tasty Chungwon's chicken soup is, Songyang has no appetite now. Chungwon didn't cook for Songyang, so she doesn't care if he's hungry. 2 steamed buns are his limit. If he's really starving and no one is cooking for him, he can just go to Lin Xia's place to find something to eat. For several days, Chungwon didn't care what Songyang ate. She took the kids mountain running every morning and did 2 sets of martial arts exercises. Yao Yao and Songmu were exhausted every day when they returned at noon. They each ate at least 2 bowls of rice, their stomachs round and full before going to sleep. Songyang heard the kids snoring for several days. He didn't realize until he asked that Chungwon was taking the kids up the mountain every day to tire them out. Especially Yao Yao, who came back trembling in her legs. Songyang saw the bruises on her arms, different degrees of bruising, as if she had been hit somewhere. So today at noon, Songyang forcibly pulled the kids off the bed. He opened Yao Yao's sleeve in front of her confused eyes, revealing the bruises to Chungwon. You take the kids up the mountain every day, running all over the place, making them do strange exercises. Don't think I don't know you're hiding something. It's not all for the kids' good. The bruises on Yao Yao's body are proof. Songmu is a bit older, but children's skin is delicate. He probably isn't much better off. I'm just helping them strengthen their bodies. Am I abusing the kids? And you say such things? Chungwon grabbed Yao Yao's hand and showed Songyang clearly. This is from hitting a tree. This was a fall. None of these bruises are from me. The kids willingly follow me to strengthen their bodies. Do you think I take them up the mountain every day for fun? Yi is a 3-year-old child. Chungwon, who practices martial arts and fitness exercises, doesn't expect her to understand everything. However, Songmu has a special talent for martial arts. Plus, because of the choices he made after growing up in his past life, Chungwon is happy to help him now learn martial arts, hoping to leave him with a good impression. Chungwon is thinking carefully for both children. She doesn't mind if Songyang doesn't understand, but she is surprised that he even thinks she is mistreating the kids. Mother hasn't done anything bad to us. Seeing the hatred in Songyang's eyes toward Chungwon, Songmu, despite being so young, pretends to be wise and says seriously, Mother really cares about me and my sister. She even runs with us and does those martial arts exercises. With you guys. Why? Do you think I just bother the children while I enjoy myself on the side? Chungwon snorts softly. I'm not the kind of mother who doesn't care about her children. But you, as a father, seem to care about everything, yet you haven't truly put the children in your heart. He only looks at the wounds on the children without asking why, and when doubts arise, he doesn't bring them up beforehand. Instead, he questions her only after the damage is done. If Chungwon were truly a ruthless person who didn't care about her children at all, her quick reactions like Songyang's would have made the children suffer even more. Father. You've been acting strange lately. Yi didn't quite understand what her brother and mother were talking about, but even at her young age, she could read their expressions. Her father and mother argue loudly every day, and now even her brother is acting like this. Feeling wronged, Yi tugged at Songyang's sleeve. She pouted, her big eyes filled with tears, looking both pitiful and heartbreaking. Daddy, don't argue with Mommy. Daddy isn't arguing with Mommy. I just care about you all. Songyang picked up Yi. He noticed that although she looked tired every day, her body was heavier than before, and her face was rosier in the morning. He also checked Songmu and saw the awkward expression on Chungwon's face, realizing he had wrongly accused her. But it doesn't matter. This kind of intense love obsession doesn't care what he's thinking inside. The 2 children couldn't fall asleep during their nap, so Chungwon took them to the back mountain to pick herbs. Most of the local herbs had been dug up by villagers recently. Chungwon had been using her space map to search for treasures nearby during these days. The price of kudzu root is just 1 silver coin per liang. A small red dot on the map was very noticeable. Chungwon followed the guide and found a kudzu root as thick as a normal person's thigh. Amu, go back and call your father. Today, we have something good to eat again. Kudzu root is a medicinal plant, but kudzu root powder is a delicious food. Chungwon planned to make kudzu cake tonight. She loved eating these sticky foods. Just thinking about it made her drool. Hey, little sister-in-law, are you using all your money to buy wild herbs? Now you can't sell them and are digging up roots to eat. Zhao Rujin and some women who were friendly with her went to the mountain to pick wild vegetables. When they saw Chungwon digging up roots, she immediately mocked her. This was their chance to have some fun at Chungwon's expense. Tree roots and bark are foods only eaten when people are very hungry. Now that conditions are better, Zhao Rujin didn't even look at them. Song family's daughter doesn't have to live so poorly. If you really can't go on, I can share some wild vegetables with you. At night, you can make some vegetable porridge for the children. It's better than roots. The women seemed to care about Chungwon, but their words were full of sarcasm, and each looked more unpleasant than the last. No need, these are good things. They taste much better than wild vegetables. They didn't know about kudzu root or the charm of kudzu root powder. They were truly unlucky. Just after Chungwon finished speaking, Song Yang came up the mountain carrying kudzu root. Earlier that morning, Song Yang had wrongly accused Chungwon. Now he worked very efficiently. He carried a large kudzu root, as thick as a thigh, on his shoulder without even swaying, heading down the mountain. Song family's daughter, do you really not want my wild vegetables? These roots won't fill your stomach. This is called kudzu root. It's different from ordinary roots. When made into kudzu cake, it tastes very good. If you don't believe me, come and see. That night, Chungwon ate kudzu cake. Yao Yao and Song Mu, who drank chicken soup every day, were probably tired of it. The whole family took this opportunity to try something different. Alright, then we'll go see what good things it is. It's different from wild vegetables. Chungwon only cut a small part of the large kudzu root. After washing it clean with water, she cut the kudzu root into small pieces and soaked them in water. Guggen powder needs to settle. The villagers have never seen this method before. Everyone is wide-eyed, unwilling to look away. Do you just soak the stuff in water? Or do you cook it directly in a pot? It looks dull and gray. It probably doesn't taste good. Sister-in-law Song, don't waste your effort on this. You're just wasting firewood and oil. The women chatter among themselves. Chungwon listens quietly, ignoring their noisy words. Guggen powder needs to settle. Tomorrow morning I will make rice cakes. If you're really curious, come back to see then. She covers the guggen powder with a lid and directly tells the women to leave. Zhao Rujin stands at the front, tiptoeing to see what Chungwon is soaking in the basin, but Chungwon blocks her, hiding the basin's edge from view. It's getting late. Sister-in-law, aren't you going back to cook dinner? I'm heading back now. Little sister-in-law, your thing is really mysterious. What's it called? Guggen. Zhao Rujin feels a bit scared when she sees Chungwon's cold face. She awkwardly chuckles and reluctantly leaves the Song household. The women who came with her also follow her out, still chattering behind her. Song Yang carries back the guggen, which is a big help to Chungwon. That evening, she cooks dinner and doesn't let him just eat plain bread. But it seems they are naturally incompatible. Not long after sitting down to eat, Song Yang insists on saying something Chungwon doesn't want to hear. Carrying such a big root back, they really think they can impress you. You shouldn't waste your time on trivial things and make others laugh. Because of what happened that morning, Song Yang feels guilty and helps her carry things. But that was just a root. Even if it tastes good, it wouldn't be much better. What do you mean by wasting time on trivial matters? Do you, with a wife, still think about other women? When you're healthy, you don't go to the fields or take care of the children at home. You just criticize me all day. I think you're the one with too much free time. Since Song Yang made her uncomfortable, Chungwon insists on arguing back. If Song Yang wants to start a fight, Chungwon doesn't mind letting the children see the scene. She wants the children to see clearly what kind of father Song Yang really is. Chungwon eats her dinner expressionlessly. That night, as usual, she goes to the space to check the experimental fields and fertilize the crops and saplings. The fruit trees she planted have already sprouted. With 20 times the normal time flow, Chungwon should be able to see hawthorn and pear trees grow freely soon. However, just after fertilizing the experimental field, she noticed that the land seemed larger than before. Curious, she walked over to the empty space to check. As soon as she stepped onto it, the system sent a reminder. It turned out that because she had collected enough herbs these days, the experimental field automatically upgraded to level 2, and a new area was unlocked for herb planting. The only downside was that, although she could buy herbs through the system, she could only choose from the varieties already available in the system. Chungwon left a patch of land to grow lingji mushrooms, planting the rest with a full crop of Panax nodo ginseng. The 20-fold increase in time flow isn't much for lingji, but for Panax nodo ginseng, it means several harvests a year. If she can make full use of the herb fields, her family's poverty could be lifted very soon. She carefully planted lingji spores. Usually lingji takes 9 to 10 months to grow. With Chungwon's patience, she wouldn't wait 10 or 20 years. Once the lingji matures, she'll dig it up and sell it at the pharmacy. Each mushroom is worth money, and each seed costs 1 or 2 silver coins plus space. This was the first time Chungwon was so cautious about planting something. The ginseng powder had settled overnight, forming a thick layer at the bottom of the basin. Chungwon poured out the water, took out the powder, ground it, and then dried it in the sun. Yesterday, some women kept thinking about the ginseng cake. They came early in the morning to watch Chungwon prepare the ginseng, making her both speechless and helpless. This ginseng powder, after mixing with water, can be poured into the pot and cooked until done. Just add more oil. The stronger the oil flavor, the tastier it is. 5 or 6 women gathered in the small kitchen. Chungwon patiently made the ginseng cake. She was willing to add plenty of oil, controlling the heat perfectly. The ginseng cake was not burnt at all, and it had a rich, full flavor when eaten. This stuff, it's really delicious. Chungwon divided a small piece to each woman. After tasting it, they all stared in amazement, eyes wide with disbelief that such a delicious thing could be made from tree roots. Since I made too much, take some for yourself. But these root cakes should be eaten hot. They lose their flavor when cold. It's best to add some chili and stir-fry them together. When the roots absorb the spicy flavor, the taste becomes even better. Unfortunately, I don't have the right conditions now, and I can't find enough seasonings. After making the root cakes, I shared them with the women. Everyone was very happy with the taste of the roots, and a few groups went up the mountain to dig more roots. After seeing the villagers off, Chungwon remembered Song Yang's comment yesterday about her not focusing on her work. She immediately made some more cakes to give to Song Yang. She wanted to see how he would react after eating such good food, especially since he looked down on the roots as if they were just ordinary tree roots. Are you really sure this was made from the same roots you saw yesterday? Song Yang savored the rich flavor in his mouth, unable to believe it was the same thing as yesterday. Can I really fool you? Chungwon replied patiently. Making good dishes from roots is also a skill. Yao Yao and Amu like to eat them too. Tomorrow, I'll make some more root powder and prepare some fresh food for you. Cooking wasn't originally Chungwon's hobby, but in this foreign world, finding a dish that reminded her of home made her very excited. It's really delicious. I want to eat this cake every day from now on. Yao Yao's mouth was still sticky with root powder. She licked her lips and looked satisfied. Mother, let's go up the mountain to dig more roots. Okay. Since there's nothing much to do at home, it's good to go out and take a walk. The roots they brought back yesterday could last them about 10 to 15 days if they ate them every day. But Yao Yao rarely suggested going out, so Chungwon naturally agreed without hesitation. However, they didn't see any roots when they reached the mountain. As soon as they arrived, Chungwon ran into Li Zheng, who looked worried. Mrs. Song, seeing Chungwon, Li Zheng looked relieved and excited. Please help me take a look. How can we fix the water channel so every household can get water? Just go around this area directly. The water channel can go down from that side. It will take more effort, but there are stones blocking the way here, and it's a bit far from the last few households at the end of the village. The water canal project is a very important matter in the village. The village chief personally supervises every day and does not allow anyone to slack off. That could work. I was also thinking of building a water wheel at the end of the village, so that water could flow there too. The village chief also thinks building another water wheel is troublesome, so he prefers to change the route if possible. That's fine, but Master Gua has gone to the county town, right? Since he's not here, we can't build a water wheel. Chungwon is good at planning but not so skilled in practical work. She can draw plans for a water wheel, but she admits she can't build one herself. I almost forgot he's not here, the village chief said, feeling annoyed. In that case, let's change the route. Sister Song knows about these things. If there's a problem with the canal, she should tell Uncle right away. Right now, the village chief trusts only Master Gua and Chungwon. If others give advice, he might get angry. Uncle, what are you talking about? You work hard for the village every day. I just look around to see if anything's wrong. The water canal is in good shape. There are no problems now. As long as everyone follows the plans carefully, the project will be successful and the water canal will be good. Yesterday, the wild kudzu root found in the excavation site was willing to sell for 5 taels of silver. Chungwon originally planned to sell it to the space, but her curiosity was stronger than her desire for money. She decided to go back up the mountain today to find more kudzu root. Unexpectedly, the villagers also enjoyed the kudzu root. Everyone liked it very much. They thought it was not only big but also filling, perfect for families to store and eat during hard times. Third Aunt Chen, I saw this kudzu root first. If you try to take it from me, don't blame me for being rude. Zhao Rujin, with her hands on her hips, scolded Third Aunt Chen loudly. I dug for half a day, and if you say it's yours, then it's yours. Miss Cheng, you think just because you have a loud voice, I'll be afraid? Let everyone judge. I just dug this kudzu root, and in the blink of an eye, this Miss Cheng claims it's hers. Third Aunt Chen looked unhappy. She knew Zhao Rujin was a troublemaker, and offending her could cause her a lot of trouble. But she didn't expect Zhao Rujin to be so overbearing, daring to take her things in broad daylight.
We didn't see who dug it first.
Oh, Miss Chum was also here just now, digging kudzu root with her. She has so much over there, she doesn't need to fight with Third Aunt Chen. People around who are digging kudzu root discussed the matter loudly. This is hard to say. Sister Chen's is definitely bigger. If you take it home, you could grind 2 more pounds of powder. That makes some sense. She said she was robbed, but she wouldn't let go. Right now, the situation on the mountain was very tense. Chungwon watched from nearby for a long time. She didn't want to get involved in this matter, but seeing Zhao Rujin's smug face made her feel uncomfortable. It's not clear whose ginseng this is. Sister Chen doesn't need to worry. If this really is your ginseng, check if there are any marks left by your. Chungwon took Sister Chen's and compared the marks on the ginseng. Isn't the answer simple? Sister Chen's has a flat blade, while my sister-in-law's has a pointed end. If it was hers, the scratches on the ginseng would be a single point, not like now where the lower part is broken but still attached. That's nonsense. Zhao Rujin knew that whenever she met Chungwon, trouble was sure to follow. The ginseng she was about to get had flown away. Thinking about how her family would miss a meal, Zhao Rujin was almost itching to slap Chungwon. I told you, I can recognize my own digging tools. Sister Chen happily picked up her ginseng and spat at Zhao Rujin. If you want ginseng, go dig it yourself. It's disgusting to be jealous of others' harvest. Yes, everyone believes what Chungwon says. She's just a selfish person. Zhao Rujin, like a rat with its tail stepped on, went crazy at Chungwon. You never help your family, only talk for outsiders. When your husband leaves you, how will you go back to your parents' house? Recently, Zhao Rujin had been taking out her anger on Chungwon. Now she hated her so much, she was almost gnashing her teeth. Selfish? Maybe you're talking about yourself. Chungwon thought Zhao Rujin was just talking nonsense. Anyone could say such disgusting words. If she wasn't trying to set a good example for her 2 children, she wouldn't even need to think before spouting such insults. Chungwon ignored Zhao Rujin and took her 2 children into another part of the forest. The map of the area showed where the ginseng was distributed. That part was already occupied by villagers, and Chungwon didn't want to compete with them. There was a large red dot on the map on the other side of the forest, along with some medicinal herbs around her. This time, they went to find some wild root to exchange for silver. The larger pieces, like Chungwon's, were traded for money, while the smaller ones were taken home to make into root powder. Chungwon spent the whole day on the mountain helping the children learn about different herbs. To her surprise, Yao Yao was very talented at identifying medicinal plants. Maybe someday, Yao Yao could become a doctor. On the way down the mountain, Chungwon kept imagining what the future might hold for her two children. With her as a caring mother always guiding them, the tragedies of their past would not happen again. But what will the future really look like? Young lady from the Song family, we dug up some wild root, but we don't know how to make that root cake you showed us yesterday. Would you be willing to teach us? We'd like to learn secretly. Sister Chun and a few women waited for Chungwon at the foot of the mountain. They looked a little embarrassed, but after digging so much root, they didn't want to waste the effort by not knowing how to prepare it. They hoped Chungwon could help. It was Chungwon who suggested that the root could be eaten. It's a small matter. When it's time to cook, I happen to be making that root cake today. Making friends is always better than making enemies. They all lived in the same village, so Chungwon was happy to help where she could. First, wash the root thoroughly, then cut it into large pieces. Next, chop it into small bits and cover it with water. The root powder will settle at the bottom after soaking for about a night. The next day, pour off the water from the surface, knead the remaining paste into a ball, wrap it in cloth, and let the sun dry out the water. Once dry, the root powder is ready. Chungwon demonstrated the soaking process first, then showed them the prepared root powder she had made earlier. Finally, she taught them how to make the root cake. Just as they started mixing the powder into a paste, an uninvited guest arrived at their home. With so much noise at Song's house, I just had to come see what's going on. Before seeing her, they heard her voice. Chungwon looked up and saw Lin Xia at the door, this green tea girl. Lin Xia's waist moved like a water snake. She held a handkerchief over her mouth, smiling, and casually brushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear. She looked lazily at the women in the village, her gaze lingering especially on Chungwon for a long moment. My sister, this is an invitation for the villagers to come visit, but why didn't you invite me, your older sister? I've been thinking about Song-ge and my sister. The chickens at home just laid 2 eggs, and I couldn't wait to bring them to you. Lin Xia spoke coquettishly. Since Song-yang wasn't here, she kept calling him Song-ge. It said that family secrets shouldn't be shared outside. Although Chungwon didn't really consider Song-yang her husband, Lin Xia openly showing her close relationship with him in front of everyone clearly made the villagers laugh at her. Chungwon felt a bit uncomfortable. She suddenly put down the kitchen knife and stared at Lin Xia. If looks could kill, Lin Xia would be full of holes right now. Only 2 eggs, and you're proud to show them off? Is your brother Song's stomach so small that 2 eggs are enough to fill him? This is my little gift, Lin Xia said with a smile, ignoring Chungwon's hostility. It's polite to give a gift, and the host shouldn't complain about it. Lin Auntie keeps calling him Song-ge. People might think my husband is much older than you, with a higher status. But when Lin Auntie got married, my husband and I just learned what manners and face are. Lin Xia realized Chungwon was implying she was old, so she quickly retorted, You little brat. Lin Auntie, you call me a little brat, which shows you know you're old. What? Can't you get enough of secretly flirting with other men's husbands? Now you're coming to my house to be shameless. Chungwon raised her voice more and more, saying increasingly harsh words. The women, including Auntie Chen, had felt sorry for Chungwon earlier, thinking she couldn't keep her husband. But now that they saw how difficult she was, everyone fell silent, just watching and waiting for the joke. I told you about me and Song-ge, but you wouldn't understand. Anyway, he promised today to help in my field, sister. Lin Xia deliberately emphasized the last 2 words. You should take care of your own land. I don't care about his affairs. If you two really can be together, then don't rely on him for food. Support him yourself. Chungwon saw Song-yang come out of the door and sneered. If you want to help others, go ahead. I think the few acres of land at your place are enough for you to mess around with. Lin Xia's family owns some land, but she is a woman who relies on men and sells her body to get by. How could she possibly grow crops on the land? Her family has some savings, but Lin Chung is over 30 and still hasn't found a wife. They are unwilling to use their money to support his sister, who has been widowed for a long time. Song-young opened the door, without saying a word to Chungwon. Although he gave her a meaningful look before leaving, Chungwon thought that look was a challenge directed at her. Lin Xia affectionately linked her arm with Song-yang's. She looked proud, like a peacock that had just won a victory, even though everyone was already tired of her showy appearance.
Men.
It's common for them to be unable to resist these shameless women. When he comes back, you should talk to him nicely. For the sake of the children, you shouldn't argue. As soon as Song-young left, Lady Yu advised Chungwon to relax and not to argue with him. My husband was also fooled by that fox spirit. I used to argue with him every day, telling him not to get involved with her. But he was like he was bewitched. He wouldn't listen to me. If I hadn't been pregnant with our son at the time and had a miscarriage, who knows what would have happened? Lady Yu's eyes filled with tears as she remembered those days. Sister Chen also sighed. When your man just came back from outside, I thought he would care about you and the sacrifices you've made for the family. But it turns out he only cares about that fox spirit. Anyway, I don't mind. Let him do whatever he wants outside. Chungwon felt a bit upset. She didn't care whether Song-young was unfaithful or not. For now, they were just living together. But seeing Lady Yu cry, Chungwon felt a bit helpless. I'm not even upset, and you're already crying? Don't worry. If he wants to leave her and take the family money and grain to support another woman, I won't bother arguing with him. Song-young could then continue to eat the leftover cornbread he had been saving. Chungwon made up her mind. If Song-young didn't help with the family chores in the future, she wouldn't cook for him. Men who are careless tend to be able to survive outside, without starving. After sending away the villagers who were learning to make kudzu root powder, Chungwon sat on a chair in the yard. She felt a little lonely in her heart. Mother, are you upset because father went away with that bad woman? Yao Yao, holding her beloved little rabbit, asked Chungwon with confusion. She tilted her head, blinking her big, beautiful eyes. Mother doesn't like father, so I won't like him either. Your father is a confused man. He can't see clearly why that woman is close to him. He's so grown up, but he's not as clever as Yao Yao. Chungwon sighed. She hugged Yao Yao and rested her head on her small shoulder, feeling more and more complicated. Right now, she obviously disliked Song-young, but he was still a prince lost outside the palace. If one day his status could be restored, Yao Yao and Song-mu could also rise several social levels and become important people of this time. Plus, the children are still young. She can't let them feel that their family is broken or that their parents don't get along. Chungwon used to think it was enough to live a comfortable life, but after having children, she truly understood why her parents sacrificed so much for their kids. She felt disgusted by Song-young and Lin Xia mixing together, but she had to tolerate it for Yao Yao, Song-mu, and her current situation. When father comes back, I will tell him not to be with that woman anymore. Song-mu, expressionless, came out of the room. He stepped forward and took Chungwon's hand seriously. If mother doesn't like father or doesn't want to be with him, when I grow up, I will protect mother and my sister just like father does. Song-mu held Chungwon tightly. When he grows up, he will become a useful and capable person. You don't have to become a useful and capable person just for mother or sister. As long as you don't regret your choice when you grow up and believe that the path you take is right, mother will be very happy. Chungwon's tired heart was healed by Yao Yao and Song-mu. She hugged the children with her hands, feeling not only satisfied but also a little bit of sadness. Having someone to rely on when feeling sad or upset is really a wonderful feeling. When Chungwon felt better, on the other side, Song-young pushed Lin Xia away from him, who was throwing herself into his arms. He refused her kindly, but firmly. I have a wife and children. I'm not interested in women outside. Song-young took 2 steps back, putting some distance between himself and Lin Xia. You two don't have a good relationship, and those 2 children aren't even your biological kids. Lin Xia felt wronged as she picked up her discarded clothes. She put on a coat and clenched her collar tightly, feeling very upset. Do you think I'm dirty? The men I was with before were just for fun. As a woman trying to survive in this world, it's hard. I know you care about me, but some things aren't entirely my fault. After speaking, Lin Xia covered her nose and started to sniffle. I was willing to have your children. I was willing to do things that Chungwon wouldn't. In the future, if we stay together, I swear I won't have any contact with others. I will only be loyal to you. Why would I need someone else to have children if I already have a wife? Song-young looked at Lin Xia as if she were a fool. Do you really like me, or do you have other plans? Brother Song, how could you think that? I truly like you. Otherwise, I wouldn't keep coming to your house. Even if I am shameless, I don't want to be talked about behind my back all the time. As she spoke, Lin Xia clung to Song-young. Her voice was trembling with tears, but she sounded sweet and gentle. Brother Song, do you care about me? Does my heart beat faster when you touch me? My wounds haven't healed completely. You should take care of your own land. Song-young held back his disgust. He pushed Lin Xia away, his words sharp and sarcastic. If she weren't so important to his plans, he would have made it clear that she was nothing to him, and he wouldn't have any dealings with her. He must be crazy to get involved with such a manipulative woman. When Lin Xia was pushed to the ground, she was still confused. When she finally realized that Song-young truly didn't like her and wanted to leave quickly, her face twisted in anger. Her hatred for Chungwon reached its peak. Chungwon was just an ordinary farm girl, not as pretty as her, and not as popular in the village. How could she make Song-young fall so hard for her? He wouldn't even look at her anymore. Thinking about how she had gone to Chungwon today to show off that Song-young liked her, she felt she looked like a clown. Song-young, since you're not interested in me, don't blame me for not holding on to old feelings. I'll sell that jade pendant. Lin Xia placed her hand on her waist. She had been reluctant to give the jade pendant she received from Song-young to Lin Cheng. She even sold her favorite jewelry to do so. She was focused on the hope that she and Song-young might really be together. Now that it was just a dream, she decided to focus on her own plans when she woke up. While Lin Xia was thinking about her backup plan, Song-young was still worried about Chungwon on his way home. When Lin Xia pressed close to him earlier, his first reaction was dislike. But before, when he was close to Chungwon, he didn't reject her. Over the days they spent together, Chungwon was not unpleasant to him. Song-young didn't hold any grudges or dislike her. Instead, he felt she was different from his memories of her. Maybe deep down, she was a good girl. Song-yang's mind was complicated, and he was deep in thought all the way. However, when he saw the village chief leading villagers home happily, with drums and gongs ahead, his doubts reached their peak. He no longer cared to guess whether Chungwon's recent actions were just acting or real. Village chief, Chungwon heard the sound of drums and gongs outside the yard. She had just put her 2 children to sleep and was about to fall asleep herself when the noise startled her. She went outside to see which family was celebrating, and just as she stepped out, she saw the village chief walking at the front. Could it be some happy event in the village? During these hard and famine years, what happy event could there be? Chungwon had heard that in the past 2 years, there had been no marriages in the area. It's your big happy event. The village chief was so happy when he thought of the reward he received that he almost couldn't close his mouth. I presented the water wheel design to the county magistrate. The magistrate gave our village 50 taels of silver as a reward and also exempted us from taxes and corvée for the next 2 years. That's no small amount. 50 taels of silver was already a huge sum for their small village. To think they could also be exempt from taxes and corvée was amazing. Such a generous reward. Back in the day, the village chief wouldn't even dare to dream of it. That's really wonderful, uncle. Congratulations to you and our village. If it weren't for you thinking of giving the design to the county magistrate, we wouldn't have such good news, right? Chungwon skillfully praised the village chief. Since he was of high status and the leader of the village, maintaining good relations with him was always wise. However, 50 taels of silver meant little to Chungwon. Moreover, the labor duty, the benefits of which also went to Song-young. Ha ha ha. The clever wife of the Song family is different. But since you gave the water wheel plans and got such a good reward, you should come and celebrate with us first. The villagers are very grateful to you, and everyone has decided to split the 50 taels equally. 25 for you. The village chief took out 25 taels wrapped in red silk and happily handed it to Chungwon. She didn't refuse and accepted it. Although she didn't want fame and wasn't very interested in the last event, it was delivered to her door, so refusing would be foolish. Plus, she noticed that the Chung family members in the crowd looked at her with jealous, twisted expressions. Unfortunately, Chungwon already had plans for the 25 tails in her mind. Such a big celebration. Of course, the village would make it lively. The village chief took 5 tails from the remaining 25 and bought plenty of meat in the county. Every household brought out benches and dishes, and everyone held a feast to celebrate their recognition in the area. They also happily avoided taxes for 2 years, making life much easier in the future. Chungwon's table was usually filled with women, but because she played a key role in the water wheel event, she sat with the village chief at the same table. Song Yang sat beside Chungwon, watching her confidently and cheerfully toast with the village chief, without showing any embarrassment.
I'm
not drunk. After the feast ended, Chungwon held her stomach with one hand and covered her mouth with the other, crouching on the ground and dry heaving. Song Yang stood beside her, watching her whimper like a small child, sometimes waving her hand, sometimes laughing loudly, and sometimes pouting and crying. If you're uncomfortable, go inside and sleep. Just get through tonight. Song Yang knew there was something called sobering tea that could help with drunkenness, but he didn't know how to make it. He only knew that if you were drunk, you should sleep it off, and you'd be fine the next morning. I don't want to sleep. Why do you want to make me go to bed? Chungwon snorted. She staggered to her feet, squinting at Song Yang and smiling. Hee, I feel much better now, but I think you're a little confused. But Song Yang, I really dislike you. You are now the most annoying person in this world to me. Chungwon's stomach was so uncomfortable that she couldn't open her eyes fully. She squinted one eye and stared at Song Yang. Once she was sure she was looking at the same face as Song Yang, she sighed heavily, grabbed his sleeve, and kept talking non-stop. I only did it for Song Yang. I told him not to believe what Lin Xia said. Lin Xia is clearly after other things from Song Yang. He really thinks he's so popular. Lin Xia has seen many men, but she's willing to cling to him like this. Chungwon thought about how Lin Xia kept coming to her to cause trouble and boast about how special Song Yang was to her. She felt upset, as if something was blocking her inside. Song Yang, look at me. Chungwon tried hard to open her eyes. She shook her fuzzy head, blushed, and tightly held onto Song Yang's sleeve. Please tell him he's blind, okay? He's not blind. He just has his own plans. Song Yang helplessly pulled Chungwon into his arms, holding her tightly and guiding her into the room. Talking to someone drunk and not fully aware was pointless, and listening to her say these bad things was even more pointless.
Who said that? He's
not blind. Chungwon felt worse as her hands were held tightly. Suddenly, she felt a bit nauseous, as if something was rising in her stomach. Chungwon was never someone who let herself feel bad. When she wanted to, she just did it. So she leaned on Song Yang's chest and edged forcefully. After feeling the wetness on his chest, Song Yang looked down in disbelief. Then his anger exploded outward, radiating from his chest. His voice was filled with rage, startling both Yao Yao and Song Mu, who had already fallen asleep. As Yao Yao grew up, she remembered that her first impression of her father was from that night's angry shout. The next day, Chungwon woke up around noon. Her head was pounding so badly it felt like it would split, and her throat was so dry it almost smoked. She dragged her weak body out of bed and poured a glass of water. After drinking it, she finally felt alive again. But the cold water not only woke her up physically, but also brought back some unpleasant memories from yesterday, making her shiver. Song Yang. Chungwon's memory flooded back. She couldn't believe she had said so many inappropriate things to Song Yang yesterday, and she had even ed on him. How embarrassing. It's just too embarrassing. Sadness mixed with helplessness filled Chungwon. She hugged her head, tears of sorrow almost falling. If she had known drinking would cause trouble, she definitely wouldn't have overindulged or boasted to Uncle Lee. Back in modern times, Chungwon had a bad habit. Once she drank, she would get carried away and talk too much. She also often ate after drinking, especially when she was drunk and bragging to others. Song Yong brought in the breakfast he just made and saw Chungwon sitting in a chair, gulping water desperately. He said sharply, "I thought you would sleep until tomorrow or at least tonight. I shouldn't have done what I did yesterday. I'll compensate you with a new piece of clothing, or I can help you wash it." Facing the victim, Chungwon chose to admit her mistake. Although ing on him was wrong, she didn't regret what she said yesterday. "I don't think I did anything wrong about Lin Xia. Her intentions in approaching you weren't pure. I still don't know exactly what she's after, but someone like her is never simple." As the father of 2 children and someone with a strange, wealthy background, Chungwon hoped that even if she couldn't get a share, Song Yong would have a bright future and not be ruined by a woman. "I understand. Besides, didn't I tell you that this has nothing to do with you?" Song Yong placed the breakfast in front of Chungwon and said, "This is my business. I don't need you to interfere. You think I want to interfere? If it weren't for the fact that we're still married and you're the father of our children, I wouldn't bother saying anything." Thinking of Lin Xia made Chungwon angrier, and she lost her appetite. Have you ever thought about how our children feel? They might think their parents are not getting along, and that their father is a man who does nothing but chase women. Song Yong. Chungwon called him by his full name, her tone surprisingly calm for the first time. "Maybe you really have your own plans, but since you're the father of our children, please think more about them. Is it for them?" Song Yong repeated these 3 words, curling his lips. "It's also for you, so you don't need to worry about the relationship between Lin Xia and me." The plan was almost finished. Lin Xia? Soon, she would just be a silly clown with no importance. Okay. I didn't care about it anyway. Chungwon admitted that she was upset again by what Song Yong said at this moment. Some people are really talented. They can make others angry just with a few words. It's her own fault. She shouldn't have done it. Even when drunk, she still wanted to persuade him. The first thing she thought of when she was sober was to consider him. But he didn't appreciate her efforts at all. All her expressions and words were just a waste. Chungwon lost her appetite and didn't want to bother with Song Yong. She decided to treat herself. With the 25 taels of silver from yesterday, she planned to take the 2 children to the county town for shopping and rest. "Tonight, I and the children won't come back." Chungwon stood up expressionlessly and pushed Song Yong outside. She used all her strength. "Go wherever you want and go out with where you like." Chungwon didn't care about Song Yang's disappointed face behind her. She dressed and went out the door on her own. Yao Yao and Song Mu were eating the food Song Yong had prepared. Although he was a man, Song Yong wasn't someone spoiled and pampered. In the morning, he steamed buns for the 2 children and boiled an egg for each of them. Yao Yao didn't like egg yolk, so Song Mu stuffed his cheeks full of it, looking like a little hamster. "Mom, you're awake." Yao Yao happily clapped her hands. She cheerfully ran up and hugged Chungwon, affectionately rubbing her neck. "Daddy said you were tired yesterday and needed to sleep for a long, long time." Yao Yao didn't dare to wake you up. "Yes, I was a little tired, but now I've rested well." Chungwon patted Yao Yao's fluffy head and looked at Song Mu. She asked, Mu, have you finished eating?" Song Mu wiped the egg yolk from his mouth, showing a bright, innocent smile. His face looked especially pure and harmless. Chungwon found it hard to believe that this adorable, handsome boy would become a villain in the future. "Today we're going to the county town to buy things." "Yao Yao, didn't you want to eat that sweet and sour fruit? Today you can have as much as you want. Mom will treat you." Chungwon waved her hand confidently. She had decided to go out and spend money today. In addition to the 104 taels she had saved before, she now earns a little each day from selling herbs to the space, about 1 or 2 taels daily. Chungwon's total wealth has now exceeded 150 taels of silver. So much money. Aren't they 3 enough to enjoy themselves at the county market?
Yay!
Yao Yao can finally eat delicious food. Yao Yao has envied other children for a long time, and now she finally gets to taste those sweet and sour fruits. Song Mu also longs for the county town. He went there once when he was very young, with Song Yong. Yao Yao wanted to eat the sweet and sour fruit called candied hawthorn, which her father had bought for her before. For Song Mu, the county town is a completely different world from their small village. People there are busy and hurried. They don't care who they are or what they buy. Everyone follows their own path. Chungwon rented a cow cart from Uncle Neo for 20 copper coins for 2 days. She sat alone in the front, while Yao Yao and Song Mu sat in the back. The family of three talked and laughed as they traveled. Even in a year of famine, the county market remained lively. There were many people coming and going. Yao Yao and Song Mu, who had stayed in the village for a long time, saw so many unfamiliar faces walking past for the first time. "Mommy, I want to eat that white cake." Yao Yao smelled the sweet aroma of the cake. She had seen Ergo eat that white cake before. At that time, Yao Yao really wanted to eat it. She kept swallowing her saliva, but Ergo refused to share, calling her a greedy ghost and saying she didn't deserve such good food. Yao Yao didn't know what a greedy ghost was, but she knew Ergo was scolding her. "Okay, whatever Yao Yao wants to eat, she can have. Amu, do you want to try that yellow pea cake?" Chungwon noticed Song Mu staring at the pea cake. She didn't favor one child over the other. Whatever they wanted, she would get for them. Each child received a piece of cake. They held their sweet and sour candied hawthorns, and Chungwon found a stall selling yogurt. She watched over her children while eating and thought about whether she could find a new business at the market. "What should I do?" Chungwon tapped her finger lightly on the table. She quietly watched the people coming and going at the market, gradually imagining her future business. Unaware to Chungwon, Lin Chung and Lin Xia also arrived in the county town today. They are now just a street apart, at the largest pawn shop, Wanwuju. That thing was hidden so carefully a few days ago. Your brother wanted to touch it, but you wouldn't let him. Now you're so willing to bring it out, and even if for me. Lin Chung playfully weighed the Nyx jade pendant in his hand, giving Lin Xia a half-smile and a sidelong glance. His sister was quite unusual. She had been fixated on Song Yang, dreaming of becoming his wife. Now she suddenly changed her mind, willing to give her good item to her brother for money. "I'm family with my brother. Of course I think of you first." Lin Xia curled her lips, her smile not reaching her eyes. "If my brother is well, then I am well. That's my clever sister. That Song family boy is already married, and his wife is a tigress. What future do you have with him? Once I sell this jade pendant and we have money, our family will turn things around. You won't have to worry about finding a man." Lin Chung snorted softly, confidently walking into the pawn shop with the jade pendant. As soon as he entered, he loudly called out, attracting the attention of the sleepy clerk and the shopkeeper. "Is this for or redemption?" "Of course. Look at how valuable this family heirloom is." Lin Chung took the pendant from his pocket and handed it to the shopkeeper, pride evident on his face. "This is something passed down from my ancestors. If my family weren't so poor now, I wouldn't be selling it to you." "Jade pendant," the shopkeeper was surprised. "Let me take a closer look." He initially thought the couple was just casually selling some items for quick cash. Judging by their clothes, even if it was a family heirloom, it probably wasn't anything special. But as soon as the shopkeeper examined the patterns on the pendant, his expression changed dramatically. His face showed no change, but his trembling hands betrayed his excitement. After carefully inspecting the design, the shopkeeper looked up at Lin Chung and studied him for a long time. With his appearance and manner, he wondered if this was the person they had been searching for. 100 taels. Deal. Will you pay immediately? Hearing the words 100 taels, Lin Chung was so happy he couldn't keep his teeth from showing. Joy flooded him from head to toe, making him almost forget everything else. That was 100 taels. A full 100 taels of silver. Money can be paid immediately, but this is a... The shopkeeper took out the contract for Lin Chung to sign. After Lin Chung clearly wrote his name, the shopkeeper was even more surprised. He couldn't read or write, so had he really managed to reach such a level? Chungwon didn't know that Lin Chung had already pawned Song Yang's jade pendant. She took the two children to walk around the entire county town, roughly identifying the busiest streets. If she wanted to do business, Chungwon probably couldn't succeed in the food trade. Her cooking skills were average, but Yao Yao and Song Mu liked what she made because, during this famine, just being able to eat enough was already a big deal. Moreover, the food she brought out was fresh, mostly meat. In this time period, ordinary families only ate such meat during the New Year. Yao Yao and Song Mu, being young, already enjoyed the freedom to eat meat, so they were never dissatisfied. Chungwon already had a quiet plan in her heart. But whether it would succeed depended on whether the space could support it. Yao Yao, Amu, your clothes are also old. Let's go to the nearby clothing shop and buy you 2 new outfits, okay? This time, Chungwon only bought some food for the children, costing just over 100 copper coins. As for things needed at home, she planned to buy them tomorrow when she left, to avoid storage worries.
Clothes are not cheap.
We can buy 2 feet of cloth and make our own clothes at home. Song Mu chewed on malt candy, puffing out his cheeks as he said, "When I was little, my dad made clothes for me and my sister. No need to trouble your dad. Mother has money. Just tell me what you like later. I also want to surprise your dad and buy him a new outfit." Chungwon hadn't planned to be stingy with Song Yen. But since Song Yen returned from the mine, he had been wearing the same clothes every day. After hearing the news of Song Yan's death from the mine, the original owner burned all his clothes and belongings. When Song Yan returned, Chungwon rummaged through the boxes and finally found a few old clothes from some year. "Mother is really good to Dad," Yao Yao giggled. "And she's really good to us too. Parents always worry about their children. As long as you and your brother grow up healthy and happy, your mother will be happy." That's right, Song Yang is good, and Chungwon doesn't mind. The owner of the clothing shop saw Chungwon bring the 2 children inside. She immediately happily approached and started showing Chungwon the best clothes suitable for children. "Our 2 pieces of clothing are embroidered with the sun and moon. The little boy is at the perfect age, rising like the sun. The little girl is lovely and adorable, with a gentle, pure glow like the moon. These 2 outfits are our best sellers right now. Madam, please take a careful look." The shop owner had been observing Chungwon for a while. She noticed that although the lady's clothes weren't very fancy, she carried herself with a noble air. The 2 children were well-behaved and confident, even though they wore simple linen clothes, which didn't make them seem petty. The shop owner thought that these days, during hard times, many wealthy people are more frugal than before. Maybe this lady is very careful with money, but she couldn't be sure. However, parents always want the best for their children. Chungwon was reluctant to spend money on herself, but was willing to spend on her children. "You're very good at talking, shopkeeper. Since that's the case, please prepare 1 set of these clothes in their sizes. Do you have any adult-size versions?" Chungwon suddenly thought of matching parent-child outfits. If these clothes had adult sizes, she would buy 1 for herself and Song Yang. She didn't mind the symbolism of the sun and moon. She was more impressed by how detailed and beautiful the embroidery was. It was hard to look away once you saw it. Chungwon had just touched the fabric. It was soft and comfortable, perfect for children. "Yes, we have all sizes. What size does the master need for a set?" Unexpectedly, it was a big order. Children's clothes cost about 1 silver coin each, and adult clothes about 2 silver coins each. With this order, she earned 6 silver coins, just about the same size as him. "Leave some fabric scraps for me, just in case I need to make adjustments." Chungwon pointed to other customers in the shop. Song Yang's build was similar to his, but he was a little thinner. After buying the clothes, Chungwon wanted the children to change into them immediately. But Yao Yao didn't want to. She insisted on going home to change, worried about getting them dirty outside. Song Mu always cares about his sister. When Yao Yao refuses to wear the clothes, he also changes back into his own. Chungwon couldn't resist the children's wishes and had to go along with them. Seeing that it was getting late, Chungwon planned to take the 2 children to a guest house to rest. But just a few steps after leaving the clothing shop, before turning into the alley ahead, she saw someone she disliked. Isn't that the wife of the Song family? Oh, bringing 2 kids into town to stroll? And buying so many things. Do you have enough money to buy all that? Lin Cheng casually turned out of the alley. He had just received 100 taels of silver at the pawn shop and was feeling happy, ready to enjoy himself. He knew 2 girls from the local brothel, but right now he was feeling weak and would just waste his money if he went. All his happiness vanished the moment he saw Chungwon. Lin Cheng felt a dull pain in his lower body. He was angry at Chungwon for ruining his future, and he almost wanted to go up and slap her to vent his anger. But after looking at her for a while, Lin Chung unexpectedly found her quite likable. Suddenly, a bad feeling rose in him. He stepped forward, trying to grab Chungwon's wrist and pull her into his arms. In public, you're trying to flirt with a woman from my family, aren't you? Fortunately, Chungwon reacted quickly. She turned around and took 2 steps back. Song-moo, with a cold face, stood in front of Chungwon. Though small, he tried to block her from view, protecting his mother and sister. If you come any closer, don't blame me for being rude. Song-moo's clear voice was firm and confident, full of determination. As a child, what can you do to me? Lin Chung sneered. He was determined to challenge Song-moo, step by step approaching the 3 of them. His face showed greed for Chungwon's beauty and indifference towards Song-moo. There's no one around here. Even if I kill all 3 of you, no one will know it was me. Lin Chung licked his lips with his tongue, grinning fiercely. But before I kill, I want to taste what the Song family wife is like. This street leads to the government office, and behind it are many shops. If I call out, someone will know you're here causing trouble. Do you think the county town is like a village where you can do as you please? Chungwon pulled Song-moo aside. She took a hairpin from her hair and looked directly at Lin Chung, with no fear or hesitation in her eyes or words. I'm not afraid of death. If you insist on losing your mind, I will just drag you down with me. Chungwon raised her voice. She didn't mind trouble but hated repeated problems. Lin Chung, a troublemaker, if he doesn't realize she's not easy to deal with now, he might always cling to her like a stubborn patch, impossible to shake off. Little girl, today I won't argue with you. But there's a long way ahead. When we go back to the village, I will deal with you then. Lin Chung clenched his fists, ready to hit Chungwon, but as he moved, he heard the jingling of coins in his pocket. The clear sound snapped him back to reality. Lin Chung turned away, with a fierce look on his face. Chungwon watched him disappear into the distance before finally relaxing. Mother, let's report him to the authorities. Song-moo pulled Yao Yao, feeling extreme dislike for Lin Chung. Mother just said that the government office is only a street away, right? Song-moo disliked Lin Chung and wanted him to be caught and locked up. He knew what the government was and understood that once caught, Lin Chung wouldn't be able to trouble them anymore. I lied to him. I don't know where the government office is. Chungwon looked at Song-moo with complicated eyes. She said, we need evidence to take him to the government office. But someone like him, a troublemaker, mostly argues verbally. If he doesn't attack us, we can't do much. But if he does, we will suffer. I understand now. Song-moo was silent. It turns out the so-called government office isn't always there to protect them. Seeing Song-moo bow his head, Chungwon sighed silently. Today, she must have misread the auspicious days. Otherwise, how could she meet such an unlucky troublemaker like Lin Chung? Her good mood for the day was ruined. Chungwon decided to buy some rice and then rest at the inn. She went out with her 2 children. Although the kids were sensible and wouldn't trouble her, taking care of 2 children is tiring for a grown-up both physically and mentally. But what annoyed her even more was what happened afterward. After escaping from Lin Chung, the shameless man, she ran into the rice shop owner, who looked down on them when buying rice. This rice costs 30 coins per jean. If you don't want to buy it, don't touch it. If you damage the rice, even if you sell all 3 of you, you won't be able to pay for it. The rice shop owner looked proud, holding a wooden stick and waving it at Chungwon. His impatience was obvious in his words. There's black rice over there, 5 coins per jean. I think that's all you can afford. This family of 3 was dressed in rough cloth clothes, probably from a poor, remote area. Now, food is very expensive. How could they, with such low status, afford to waste it? I don't buy black rice, only rice. Chungwon frowned and grabbed a handful of rice. When the owner's stick reached out, she caught it calmly and said to him, I want 10,000 grains. I will buy more if needed, but if it's less, I will report you for fraud to the authorities. In times of famine, official rules clearly state that shops cannot refuse customers or cheat them by giving less rice than paid for. The owner initially thought to himself that he had misjudged her when she said she wanted to buy rice. But when he heard she wanted 10,000 grains, clearly opposing him, his face immediately fell. He was about to chase them out but then heard Chung-won say she would report to the officials. Only then did he realize he had stepped into a tough situation. Madam. Anyway, there's only the owner here today. I won't leave without buying rice. If you're willing, you can keep arguing with me here. Chung-won sat down on 2 small stools she brought out for her children, crossing her arms and looking coldly at the owner. She normally wouldn't get angry about being looked down on, but she had just encountered lynching. Serves this owner right. He just happened to meet her wrath. 10,000 grains of rice weigh at least 8 jin. When Chung-won finally carried away 10 jin of rice, the shop owner's hand was trembling so much he couldn't lift it. He, tearful and helpless, took her money and kept apologizing, trembling as he spoke. Here's your money, shopkeeper. I'll come back next time to buy rice grain by grain. Chung-won personally handed the money to the shopkeeper. Her expression remained emotionless throughout, leaving a deep impression on the shopkeeper of a woman who seemed gentle but actually had a cruel heart. Wow, mother is so brave. The shopkeeper could hardly lift his hand earlier. Yao Yao looked at Chung-won with admiration. She clapped happily and said, Mother is very brave, even more than father. Yao Yao used to think that her father, who worked in the mine, was the strongest person in the family because he was always very strong and could do many things for the family. But now she feels that her mother, who looks gentle and kind, is even more impressive. Although she isn't as strong as her father, she can do many things that her father cannot. That's right, Song-moo nodded in agreement. During this trip to the county town, he noticed that his mother had changed a lot compared to before. In the past, when someone bullied them in the village, his mother would just let them suffer in silence or ignore them. She wouldn't stand up for them like she did today. I am brave, so when you grow up, you must learn to be brave too. We can't always tolerate unfairness, the 2 children answered together. But today's setbacks didn't end there. Chung-won went to a nearby inn to stay, but the owner turned out to be just as snobbish as the grain shop owner, looking down on others and acting superior. Today, it seemed unlucky from the start. She encountered only the worst of people. And this innkeeper was even worse than the grain shop owner. We can't stay here. Our inn only accepts people from the county town. The shed at the back is only for feeding horses. There's no reason to let cows stay here. The innkeeper waved his hand, trying to chase Chung-won and her family out. Look, you still have 2 children with you. Why not stay somewhere else? I think the inn across the street is suitable for you. It costs 100 copper coins a night. As a woman with children, you can find a place to stay and make do, he said. Are you looking down on us villagers? Chung-won was angry at first, but after hearing the innkeeper's words, she couldn't help but laugh bitterly. She had never heard anyone say that bringing children made it necessary to settle for less. And this inn, costing 300 copper coins a night, was now considered too expensive for villagers like them? Do I need to make myself clear? Hurry up and leave. Anyway, our shop doesn't welcome you. The boss insisted on forcing Chung-won and the 2 children, who still didn't understand the situation, to leave. They didn't stay at the inn and instead encountered this strange boss. Chung-won was truly angry from the heart. She picked up a piece of wood by the roadside and, pulling out a hairpin from her hair, crookedly carved words on it. Doghouse. The owner only relies on sneaky dogs. After finishing the carving, Chung-won placed the board at the inn's door. She was upset inside but wanted to annoy the innkeeper a little. It's just a poor dog, and dealing with such shallow, snobbish people is like going the same way. Chung-won originally planned to take the children to stay at the biggest inn in the county town, but halfway there, they unexpectedly met someone. Seeing the person's face clearly, Chung-won couldn't help but think to herself, truly, there's no such thing as the unluckiest person, only luckier or less lucky. Yao Yao saw Song-yang and immediately happily threw herself into his arms. My friend from the mine is in the county town to pick up some things for me. If I had known you were coming too, I should have gone with you. Song-yang picked up Yao Yao. Seeing Chung-won and Song-moo carrying large and small bags, he felt quite surprised. He knew exactly how much money they had before he left. Mining is tiring, but it pays well. Every month, Song-yang's first priority was to send all his earnings home. But he had been missing at the mine for so long, and Chung-won was alone. taking care of 2 children. Recently, she had gone crazy hoarding wild grass. How much money does she have now? Then let's stay together. We can rent a big room for the 4 of us. It's much cheaper than staying separately. Chungwon saw that Songyang still looked angry, but she didn't want to take her frustration out on the children. She decided to endure it for now. Earlier, on the street, she saw Lin Chung and thought about his sister, Lin Xia, which made her mood even more complicated. Since there was a place to stay, Songyang naturally had no objections. He held Yao Yao with one hand and held Songmu's hand with the other. Chungwon carried things behind them. The family looked happy and harmonious, but the feelings between Chungwon and Songyang were truly non-existent. Chungwon took the 2 children around the city for a day. Both Yao Yao and Songmu were sweaty. She ordered the waiter to bring water and gave both children a thorough cleaning. 2 large bathtubs. Yao Yao and Songmu sat back to back inside them. Chungwon was washing her younger sister, and Songyang was washing her older brother. In this time and place, there were fewer rules about boys and girls sharing space. Besides, boys and girls over 7 didn't share beds. Yao Yao was about to turn 3, still a very young child with no worries. Because Songyang was there, Chungwon couldn't take out the antibacterial soap to bathe Yao Yao. Instead, she grabbed some soap beans and rubbed them on Yao Yao, making her giggle. "Mommy, be gentle. It itches here." Yao Yao kept twisting in the tub, splashing water everywhere. Just as she was about to slip out, Chungwon quickly grabbed her arm and said, "Don't move around. If you don't wash well, you'll smell. Sit here for now, I'll add some hot water." Earlier, she accidentally added too much cold water, so the water was only warm now. Chungwon was worried Yao Yao might catch a cold, so she went to Songyang to get hot water. But Yao Yao had been so active that she spilled a lot of water on the floor. Chungwon's skirt dragged on the ground. She lost her balance and fell forward, landing right in Songyang's arms. I think I've got a cramp in my foot." Chungwon held tightly to Songyang's shoulder, afraid to let go. Her legs were stiff and stretched forward. At that moment, she finally believed that the scene from romantic dramas where the main characters fall and end up hugging was real. As she was about to hit the ground, Chungwon just tried to grab anything she could. She didn't care if it was Songyang, whom she had argued with yesterday. "I'll help you massage it." Songyang only felt Chungwon's 10 fingers digging into his shoulders, making him ache. But Chungwon's whole body was soft against him, her bright eyes looking at him. His body stiffened from bottom to top for a moment. When he finally reacted, seeing her pleading look, he couldn't say no. "Wow, Mommy and Daddy are hugging." Yao Yao had somehow climbed out of the tub. She was wearing the new clothes Chungwon had found for her and stood there, happily smiling. "Put your clothes on properly, or you'll catch a cold and get sick." Chungwon's ankles stiffened. She tried to lift her leg, but her thigh, cramping badly, was so tense that she felt only pain and no other sensation. Songyang first put Chungwon on the bed, then washed Yao Yao again in the bath bucket. Songmu is already a little adult. He quietly changed into clean clothes. After Songyang massaged Chungwon's legs, he took Yao Yao obediently to sleep. Chungwon chose a room upstairs, which has 2 suites. Yao Yao and Songmu sleep in one room, while Songyang and Chungwon sleep in the other. Originally, Chungwon wanted the second servant to bring an extra set of bedding, and Songyang would sleep on the floor in the room. But just now, Yao Yao spilled bathwater all over the floor, and it couldn't dry quickly. After Songyang massaged her legs, she honestly couldn't ask him to sleep on the wet ground. Although he is strong and healthy, his body still isn't fully healed. If he catches a cold, it would be bad for him. There are still many heavy chores at home that need doing. "I'll sleep inside. You can use this set of bedding," Chungwon said. Thanks to the experience from the last time Songyang massaged her legs, Chungwon felt like she had hired a skilled technician this time. She didn't have to pay, so she enjoyed Songyang's skill freely, without feeling embarrassed or nervous. Songyang didn't mind where to sleep, but he thought Chungwon would ask him to sleep with the 2 children. To his surprise, he was allowed to share half of her bed. They slept together under one blanket. Chungwon listened to Song Yang's gentle breathing beside her and smelled his faint, manly scent. She felt a bit uncomfortable and moved closer to him. Until her body bumped into the wall, Chungwon quietly said, "Today I met Lin Chung on the street. It seems he made some money and is now dressed quite well." Chungwon remembered that Song Yang had given Lin Xia the jade pendant that proved his identity. She wondered if Lin Xia had given it to Lin Chung for treatment, and if the siblings had pawned the jade. "They are not my concern. I've told you many times. It's none of your business," Song Yang said, turning his back to sleep. Chungwon turned to look at his broad shoulders. Maybe because the room was very quiet, she could only hear their breathing. Alternatively, Chungwon wanted to stay calm tonight. She was not angry at Song Yang's cold attitude but continued softly. "Today, he tried to flirt with me in front of everyone. Luckily, I lied that I had an official matter nearby to fool him. But Lin Chung said he would cause trouble when he returns to the village." Chungwon paused, noticing that Song Yang's body stiffened after hearing her words. She continued, "I know you don't need to worry about me, but I have 2 children. If he loses his temper and hurts them, as a father, you wouldn't want to see that." Dealing with such a troublemaker, Chungwon knew reasoning wouldn't work. The only person she could rely on was Song Yang. "After we go back, I will stay with you." Song Yang's dull voice came from beside her. Hearing this, Chungwon closed her eyes happily. Chungwon didn't sleep well that night. Maybe because there was a stranger next to her, a man. She kept thinking about things all night. When she woke up in the morning, her eyes were swollen with dark circles. She looked in the mirror and quickly found the rouge and powder she bought yesterday, then hurriedly applied it to her face. "This smells so nice. Can I put some on?" Early in the morning, Meow Meow got up very early. While Song Mu was still sleeping, she had already gotten out of bed. Although Meow Meow was energetic, she also knew how to take care of Song Yang and Song Mu's sleep. She quietly found a place to play. Chungwon's rouge and powder smelled very good. Meow Meow liked this pleasant scent and kept sniffing near Chungwon. "Can I put a little on?" "Will you put it on my face, mother? It's normal for a girl to like rouge and powder." Chungwon dabbed some on Meow Meow's face. She was naturally fair-skinned and recently, Chungwon had fed her and her brother many good things. Now Meow Meow's skin was bright and rosy, poreless, and soft like peeled lychee. Chungwon loved pinching her face.
Wow, wow, wow.
"Our Meow Meow is so pretty. She's the prettiest child I've ever seen." Thinking about how she became a mother without pain and now had such a lovely child, Chungwon felt truly satisfied. Could this be her dear Hakimi? Brother is also handsome. He's even more handsome than Meow Meow. Smiling happily, Yao Yao gently held her little face. Her obedient and adorable look made Chungwon feel like her heart was melting. Song Mu, with red lips and white teeth, also had a good-looking face. But he was 7 years old and already a little adult. He often kept a serious face during the day and rarely showed his childish side. Chungwon didn't dare to pinch his cheeks like she did with Yao Yao. Chungwon preferred Yao Yao's soft and gentle look even more. The mother and daughter spent a long time being close in the morning. When Song Yang and Song Mu woke up, the little servant had already brought breakfast. The 2 children were still growing, and Chungwon liked to eat some small snacks herself. So, the 4 of them ordered a big table of dishes. Seeing her spend money so freely, Song Yang's doubts grew stronger. How much money did Chungwon still have left to spend so casually over the past few days? Yesterday, they bought some things. Song Yang roughly looked at them and estimated their prices. It was okay for most things, but the set of clothes Chungwon bought for their family was not affordable for ordinary farmers. Full of questions, Song Yang felt uneasy even while eating breakfast. He had searched through all the memories of Chungwon's past life and found no sign that she had the ability to save or spend money like this. "Later, we'll go see the market stalls. I didn't get a chance to tell you yesterday, but if I find something suitable, I want to run a shop in the county town to do some small business." Chungwon wasn't good at trading food, but her only way to make money was to use her space's recycling system to resell herbs or other mountain products and earn some silver. She remembered that yesterday, when she was shopping at the grain shop, Her space had a set recycling price for the grains sold there. So, could it be that products related to agriculture and planting in this time and space could also be recycled by her space? Do you have enough money? Songyang couldn't help but ask. The money I sent back from working at the mine isn't enough to run a shop in the county. It's from selling herbs over these days, Chungwon replied. When she mentioned having money, 3 pairs of eyes stared at her. She felt very uncomfortable and cleared her throat to ease the awkwardness. Those aren't wild herbs. They're herbs from the pharmacy. My sister-in-law couldn't sell them because she didn't even know what they were. How could the pharmacy be willing to do business with her? Chungwon was completely focused on making up stories. Anyway, she had been to the pharmacy yesterday and stayed there for a long time. Yao Yao and Song Mu were outside with the servant, and no one knew what Chungwon had said to the shopkeeper inside. At this moment, Chungwon was telling her stories without feeling any guilt. I also dug up some valuable herbs and sold them to the pharmacy, earning over 20 silver taels. With the reward from the government, our family is now considered wealthy. Chungwon quietly checked the balance in her space. Even though she had spent a lot yesterday, she still had over 100 taels left. Songyang didn't expect the wild herbs Chungwon sold could really make money. He also didn't realize she had tricked the villagers into thinking those herbs weren't valuable, not mentioning they were medicinal plants. As for the 25 taels from the government, Chungwon earned that with her own skills, so Songyang had nothing to say. Since she had earned money from this and wanted to open a shop again, Songyang saw no reason to refuse. Everything will go as you wish. Since you want to go to the county town, let's find a shop with a yard, preferably one where we can live as a family. Song Mu is getting older, and I've been thinking, should I send him to school or teach him martial arts? Songyang had thought about his child's future for a long time. But he hadn't brought it up because they didn't have enough money. Song Mu was already 7 years old. Compared to other children in the county, he was past the age to start learning. Later, to catch up in reading, he would need to work hard and start early. Let him go to school. Chungwon looked at Song Mu, who didn't yet understand that his future was already planned. He was quietly eating breakfast now, obedient and adorable, making it hard to connect him with the future of a treacherous official. If he goes to school, Amu might suffer a lot. Songyang gently patted his son's head, his eyes full of warmth and kindness. But Amu is smart. Maybe he will surpass others. No matter what, life will be hard. If you don't want to suffer from studying, you will definitely suffer from life later. Chungwon said, let's go see the shop first. When I get back, I'll ask Uncle Li Zheng if there are any private schools nearby. Even if I work in the county town in the future, it's not good to bring the children to study until we're more settled. She's not the type to act impulsively without proper planning. Although Chungwon's grocery store is small, if it develops seriously, she will meet many people each day. Such a noisy environment is not good for Song Mu to study. Moreover, for Yao Yao's future, Chungwon should also consider her. Her child will not be limited by this world, nor will she be forced to learn useless arts like music or painting. Chungwon also plans to send Yao Yao to a private school to study. Even if girls cannot take the imperial exams, studying and understanding reasonings will help them become clear-minded. Chungwon and Songyang spent another day shopping at the market with their 2 children. This time, they found a shop they liked, but it was too far from the county school. Chungwon just learned that if her children want to attend the school, they need a recommendation letter and must pass an exam, preferably as a young scholar. On the way back in the ox cart, Yao Yao and Song Mu leaned on the luggage, feeling sleepy. Chungwon worried and told Songyang, "You also heard what that auntie said. If we want Mu to go to the school, we need to find a teacher to guide him first. Since it's still July, it's early. If he wants to take the exam as a young scholar, there are 2 chances, in October and next March." Chungwon, who had fought her way through the college entrance exams herself, knew how hard studying was. But if Song Mu chooses not to pursue the scholar's path and learns martial arts instead, it will be dangerous on the battlefield. Also, if Songyang can regain his previous status, Song Mu might not have the chance to go to war. Thinking this over, studying seems to be the safest choice for him. Now, during this disaster year, the county exam and the provincial exam have been combined into one. Although there are two chances, if he can succeed in October, he can study peacefully next year without fighting for those few spots with many others. Song Yang understood Chungwon's meaning. After some thought, he said, although the disaster has eased in many places, 3 months is still not enough for ordinary people to recover. If Amu can seize this chance, October's exam will be much easier than March's. Song Yang reflected on the situation of the young scholar exams over the past year. He remembered that only 3 people would be accepted. Because there weren't many applicants and due to the impact of the disaster, they didn't recruit enough candidates and only managed to admit 2. If his memory is correct, Song Mu has a good chance of finding a hidden opportunity this year. I still need to ask Uncle Lee Jung. I remember his son was studying at the academy 2 years ago and has been staying at home this year. If we can invite him to teach Amu. Chungwon is thinking carefully for Song Mu. She turns her head to look at Song Mu sleeping peacefully, feeling both nervous and worried. As a mother, she only wants the best for Song Mu. She knows he is a proud person, but she hasn't had a chance to discuss studying with him properly. She wonders if her decision to help him study will make him focus on his lessons. The ox cart shakes gently, and Song Yang is also feeling uneasy. Last night, Chungwon said she met Lin Chung and noticed he looked more prosperous than before. Compared to them, the Lin siblings had already sold their jade pendant. Based on the timing, the people searching for Lin Chung secretly should have already taken action against him. Song Yang doesn't know if Lin Chung, as a scapegoat, can confuse those people's attention. On the ox cart, Chungwon and Song Yang are deep in thought, their faces serious. Zhao Rujin, after digging wild vegetables from the mountain, originally planned to go home and make wild vegetable pancakes. Today, she was lucky and found some wild eggs, which could add a new taste to her family's meals. Zhao Rujin thought she was lucky to find such good things. But as soon as she came down from the mountain to the village entrance, she saw Chungwon and Song Yang unloading big and small bags from the ox cart. The 2 children following them each held a string of candied hawthorn, looking very happy. From afar, Zhao Rujin could smell the sweet scent of the candied hawthorn. Oh, little sister-in-law, you didn't say a word before going to the county. I was just talking about how we need to buy some things there, because some are missing at home. But I haven't found the right time yet. Zhao Rujin quickly ran over to Chungwon. She happily stretched her neck to look at what Chungwon had bought. Although everything was tightly wrapped in cloth bags, Zhao Rujin's sharp eyes immediately spotted the stamp of a grain shop on one of the bags. Her eyes lit up, and she reached out to see how much grain Chungwon had bought. My cart hasn't even returned to Uncle Neo's house yet. If sister-in-law wants some, 10 copper coins a day. I can rent it to Uncle Neo for you. Chungwon quietly took a step back to block the grain in front of her. She had a blank expression and spoke coldly, but my sister-in-law just spent all her money a few days ago. She probably can't afford to rent a cart from Uncle Neo now. Look at what my little sister-in-law is saying. We're all family. If you bought something, why not share a little with me? Have you really forgotten who you are and which family you belong to? Seeing that she couldn't get the grain, Zhao Rujin immediately changed her expression. She gritted her teeth and sneered at Chungwon. You're taking care of 2 cheap boys for the old Song family. Do you really think they'll be grateful? And your husband, he's out there fooling around. Your sister-in-law is just trying to help you because she feels sorry for your bad luck. Why don't you see it? If my sister-in-law really thinks I have bad luck, why is she so interested in my grain? If she wants my things, she's probably the one with worse luck than me. Chungwon was tired of arguing with Zhao Rujin. She pushed her aside and, with a cold smile, said, If you don't step back, my hungry ox might kick you. I'll be the first to kick you. Chungwon, you're blind if you can't see that the old Song family isn't good. If you end up suffering losses, don't come crying to our Chung family for help. When you come knocking on our door, I won't be so easy to talk to. Thinking about not getting any grain and Chungwon still having money to buy fine rice in the county, Zhao Rujin's face instantly twisted with jealousy and hatred. It's not certain yet. Who knows what will happen? Chungwon rolled her eyes in frustration. She had originally wanted to help Uncle Neo tie his ox cart at the village entrance so he could go up the mountain to cut grass for feeding the ox. There was only this one ox in the village, and no one dared to steal it. But right now, she was too tired of looking at Zhao Rujin's face. She grabbed her belongings and loaded them onto the cart, heading to Uncle Nio's house. Zhao Rujin watched Chungwon get back on the cart. She couldn't even get a single grain of rice from her fingers, and her anger grew. She turned around to go home and call Wang Yun. Today, she had to get something out of Chungwon. She still had some spare money to buy candied hawthorns for her 2 children, which showed how much valuable stuff she bought in the county this time. Pfft, what a wasteful woman. If I had those 25 taels of silver, I wouldn't spend it all at once. I'd save it carefully, unlike you, who spends everything as soon as you get it. Zhao Rujin felt even more jealous when she thought about Chungwon using the 25 taels given to her by the village chief. The remaining silver was divided among each family into only a few hundred copper coins. During this hard year, everyone was suffering, and a few hundred copper coins couldn't even buy a bag of rice. Your sister-in-law has asked you for things more than once. After arriving home, Song Yang moved everything into the yard. He was so tired he poured himself a cup of tea and sat down to drink. Then, he started talking about Zhao Rujin. In the past, you were eager to move your whole family to your mother's house. Now, why are you so stingy with rice? Song Yang's tone was sarcastic. Could it be that you think these are not enough? Do you want to save more and take it all to your mother's place? You're right. My family doesn't look down on these small things. It's better to take all the leftover money from home there so I can show filial piety to my parents. Just after getting rid of Zhao Rujin, who was quite difficult, Song Yang started mocking her again. Chungwon felt like she couldn't bear to roll her eyes anymore. She wished she could just give him everything at once. Moving the whole family there? Honestly, the house they lived in now was already considered poor in the village. If it weren't for the recent disaster, no one would see them as poor or rich. Their 2-room house was cold in winter, hot in summer, and even a little rain could threaten the roof to collapse. How dare Song Yang mock her? Although the main family of her biological relatives was quite difficult, their house was much better than the Song family's. You're getting better at talking, she said. Song Yang's words were cut off by Chungwon, who made him choke on his own. He awkwardly cleared his throat twice and asked when Chungwon planned to go to the village chief's house to invite the teacher for Songmu. We bought a lot of things this time. It's perfect to go now and invite the teacher for Songmu. Chungwon bought a lot of meat, including 2 large pig's trotters. She planned to take one to the village chief's house, along with a jar of popular fruit wine from the county, to give as a gift for the teacher. Why so hurry? I still want to see what the village chief thinks. Also, we haven't officially asked him about Songmu's schooling. Whether he wants to follow this path or not, he should decide for himself. Chungwon was increasingly speechless with Song Yang. Did he really think inviting a teacher was that simple? Is it enough to casually bring some things to the teacher's house for them to accept you as a student? If Chungwon remembers correctly, Uncle Li Zheng's son was very good at studying before. If he hadn't voluntarily left the academy to help with the family business after a disaster, Chungwon and the others wouldn't have had the chance to ask him to be their teacher. Being able to read, what would he not want? Song Yang frowned. He didn't see the helpless look on Chungwon's face after hearing this. Instead, he called Songmu over and asked, Your mother and I plan to send you to study. We've found a teacher for you in the village. Song Yang seemed to be directly informing the child, not asking for his opinion. Seeing this, Chungwon held back her impatience with Song Yang. She patiently and gently explained to the confused Songmu, This morning, during breakfast, I talked with your father. We plan to send you to the academy to study, but that requires passing the scholar's exam. If Uncle Li Zheng's eldest son is willing to take you as an apprentice, you can study with him before becoming a scholar. Chungwon explained the whole situation to Songmu. After he nodded in understanding, she added, Your sister will go with you. Our children all need to study. I will work hard to study and pass the exams. I won't let my mother and father down. When Songmu learned earlier that he might have the chance to study, he was very happy. Now, hearing that Chungwon found a teacher from Uncle Li Zheng's family, the smartest person in the village, he felt even more willing. Besides, Songmu knew that only studying could help him become an official. Mother, Songmu looked up and grabbed Chungwon's sleeve. With her gentle yet slightly puzzled look, He confidently said, "I want to be an official in the future, to protect my mother, father, and sister." In the future, as an official, he could have a lot of money. He could spend endless money on his mother, just like the county magistrate, because of his mother's intelligence.
Good.
After dinner, I will go to Uncle Li Zheng's house to see if his son is willing. If he agrees, we will go to pay respects to the teacher early tomorrow. Chungwon didn't doubt Song Mu's firm resolve at this moment. A person who might stir up the political world in the future. How could he not pass the small scholar's exam? Song Mu is undoubtedly clever. Otherwise, how could he gradually become a treacherous and flattering official? Thinking about his own son's past fate, Chungwon couldn't help but feel ashamed. Yao Yao had been lying in bed since she returned, sleeping. She was young and easily tired, so Chungwon didn't deliberately wake her. She waited until dinner was ready in the evening to call her. Since they had bought meat especially, there was no reason to eat casually on the first meal back home. Chungwon had long been craving braised pork. Today, she bought enough spices in the county town, intending for the whole family to enjoy a hearty meal.
Wow.
This meat smells so good. Yao Yao wants to have a piece. Yao Yao had just woken up. She looked sleepy at first, but as soon as she saw the fragrant braised pork on the table, her mouth started watering uncontrollably. "Mother, the first and second pieces are for you and Dad." Yao Yao wants the small piece over there. The little girl clapped happily, arranging for Chungwon to add more meat, while also showing concern for her parents. Okay. Yao Yao can have whichever piece she wants. Chungwon was amused by her little gluttony. But before adding more meat for Yao Yao, Chungwon didn't forget to look at Song Mu, who had been silent and staring intently at the braised pork. She cared for both the young and the old. Chungwon first served some meat to Song Mu, smiling as he looked surprised.
Eat well.
It's the time to grow taller, so you should eat more meat. And don't forget to eat vegetables. The stir-fried greens today are quite good. Song Yang also scooped a few bites of greens into Song Mu's bowl. He was increasingly confused about Chungwon. If her kindness to the children was just pretend, then why was she so willing to buy clothes and food for them? During this trip to the county town, Chungwon had spent at least a silver or two just on the children's food. She hadn't bought anything for herself, which was unusual and very different from the Chungwon he remembered. After serving some food to Song Mu, Song Yang looked at his own bowl with a complicated expression until a piece of braised pork broke the silence. "You should eat more too. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet." Seeing Song Yang deep in thought, Chungwon was worried he might overthink and guess that she was different from the original owner. Recently, she only focused on ignoring Song Yang and almost forgot that she and the original owner are different. As the original owner's husband, Song Yang would naturally be very sensitive to these differences. After finishing dinner, she still had some free time. Chungwon asked Song Yang to go to the fields to check on the potatoes. She also planned to go to the nearby forest to gather herbs. Earlier, the space map showed her that there was a large bunch of sanchi, a medicinal herb, by the edge of the field. As she collected more herbs, the map could estimate the total value of the herbs in the area. That one bunch of sanchi was worth over 20 taels of silver. "Yao Yao, you stay with your dad in the field to fertilize the potatoes. I'll go with my brother to gather things in the forest." Chungwon thought she needed to visit Uncle Li's house tonight. Since she and Song Mu finished digging the sanchi, it would save a lot of time. Yao Yao and Dad are together. Mother and brother should be careful on the mountain too. Yao Yao held her small and followed closely behind Song Yang. The map showed many reds, indicating where to dig. Chungwon and Song Mu split up to gather herbs. After explaining what sanchi looked like to Song Mu, she started working hard, swinging her. The shops in the county town charged high prices, and the prices didn't drop even during a bad harvest. To rent the place Chungwon liked, which was also close to the academy, she would need to pay over 10 taels of silver each month. Plus, after Song Mu started studying, there would be many other expenses. Saving money was now an urgent task. While thinking and working, Chungwon finished digging all the sanchi in that area. However, when she turned around, she didn't see Song Mu, only a few holes where he had dug. Frowning in confusion, she wondered why she heard digging sounds earlier, but couldn't see him now. but she wasn't too worried. The forest was inside the village, and there were no fierce tigers or beasts. Songmu might have just gotten lost temporarily. He was a clever 7-year-old and would know to return to her if he got lost. Chungwon waited for Songmu to come back. She also collected half of the sanchi she had dug and stored it in the system. Then she focused her mind on the space to start tidying up the experimental fields. Every 2 days, she planted a new crop, and her warehouse was now full of grain. These items wouldn't spoil inside the space and would always stay fresh and tasty. But having so much food, a family can't finish it all, and it just takes up space. Chungwon plans to go to the black market in the county town next time to sell some of her grain and the eggs she has collected over the past few days. She will keep the fertilized eggs to hatch chicks and sell any extra ones. Chungwon is tending to the fruit seedlings she planted in the experimental field. Recently, the trees have started to sprout and grow branches. She estimates that in a few months, they should start bearing fruit. While working hard in the fields, just after fertilizing the fruit trees with organic fertilizer, Chungwon hears footsteps outside the space. She quickly moves her mind out and sees Songmu walking toward her with a basket. He looks very messy, wearing clothes that are covered in dust from going out. His sleeves are torn in different places, and his chest is held together with a cloth, with other pieces of cloth missing. Did you fall? Chungwon quickly steps forward to wipe the dust off Songmu's face. She checks his cheek for a cut and feels worried and anxious. Why are you so messy just from digging something? Did you fall somewhere else? Let me see clearly, dear. Children's bones are fragile, and he might have fallen in a hidden spot. It's not from digging that I fell. Songmu looks at Chungwon with a worried face, hesitating. I just met Chungdajwang. He wanted to take the 3-7 herb from my basket, and I didn't want to give it, so I fought him. After saying this, Songmu lowers his head, ready to be scolded by Chungwon. It's normal for Chungwon to want to hit him. In the past, whenever she fought with Chungdajwang, Chungwon would only scold herself, and after each fight, she would even pull him to apologize to Chungdajwang. Songmu is used to this. Why didn't you just give him the 3-7 herb? Why fight? Hearing this, a mocking smile appears at the corner of Songmu's mouth. He knew that even if Chungwon had changed, she still cared about her nephew and didn't fully support her sister-in-law and mother. His heart gradually grew cold. He silently took a step back, creating some distance from Chungwon. Seeing his reaction, Chungwon thought she had spoken too harshly and felt a bit uncomfortable. She sighed and gently touched Songmu's head, lifting his drooping face. She looked at him calmly and said, "Mother isn't angry with you. I just want to tell you that these things aren't more important than you. If he wants something, just give it to him. If you're upset, your mother and father will handle it for you later. Right now, if you fight and get hurt, you won't say anything, and you'll only cause yourself more trouble, Sanchi." Am I not important? Songmu suddenly looked up, his face full of surprise and disbelief. Mother, aren't you upset that I fought with your nephew? Chung Dajwang is her nephew, not her biological son. Why would I be upset? Chungwon shook her head helplessly. She took Songmu's hand and walked home with him. Things aren't more important than you. And don't worry, today I will make sure to get justice for you. No matter who he is, I won't let him go easily. Chungwon held Songmu's hand tightly. She didn't see how her words, saying she would stand up for him, made Songmu's pupils tremble.
His heart was pounding fast.
Her mother really had changed, truly different from before. If it had been before, she would have made him apologize without reason. She wouldn't have spoken to him so gently, trying to stand up for him. Chungwon didn't realize how much her words moved Songmu. She only knew that it was time for her and the Chung family to part ways. Daring to take Songmu's things directly was linked to how the original owner used to spoil him. Chungwon had always shown respect to the original owner and kept her distance from the Chung family. But people don't always listen, and she couldn't keep tolerating it. She held Songmu's hand as they went home. She could feel his palms sweating slightly. But she didn't mind. Instead, she held his hand even tighter. However, the saying, "the villain always complains first," was true for Chungwon. Before she could go to find Wang Yun to complain, she and her chubby, silly nephew had already come to insult Songmu. Oh my goodness. How did you raise this girl? How could you let him hurt my precious little one like this? He's your nephew. Don't you feel any pain as his aunt? Wang Yun grabbed Cheng Dazhuang's arm, showing the bruises and purple marks, and pointed at his swollen, blackened eyes. She started insulting Songmu. You fool, if you don't apologize to your cousin today, Grandma won't let you go. Grandma? Whose grandma acts so biased like you? Chengwan pulled Songmu, who was overwhelmed after being scolded by Wang Yun, behind her. She didn't care about elders' rules and kept criticizing Wang Yun. You can't teach your grandson properly, and now you're trying to blame me? Look at these injuries on my son. You even scratched his face. If I report you to the authorities, they'll take away your annoying grandson. Do you still dare to be so arrogant today? Cheng Dazhuang was fat and strong. He hid behind Wang Yun, crying. His timid look didn't match his big, sturdy body. Chengwan looked at Cheng Dazhuang with disgust. She felt that her usually caring aunt now hated her. He was scared and hid behind Wang Yun, sticking out his big, fat head, and kept complaining. Grandma, Aunt said she will hit me. Aunt said she will hit me. Cheng Dazhuang started crying and making a fuss. He was already big and strong. Wang Yun couldn't hold him back for a moment, so she just petted him with a worried look. Oh, my good grandson. How dare your aunt hit you? I'll make her apologize, Chengwan. Wang Yun couldn't calm Cheng Dazhuang. She was furious and pointed at Chengwan, scolding her. Quickly make your little troublemaker apologize to our Dazhuang. I think you're just itching to cause trouble, not knowing your limits. Do you want your mother to lose her life? Wang Yun ignored everything and went crazy with Cheng Dazhuang. But Chengwan didn't fall for her tricks. Apologizing was impossible. She was so angry she wanted to slap Cheng Dazhuang a few times. Chengwan hated children like this, bratty kids who did whatever they wanted just because adults allowed it. How dare I want my mother's life? Chengwan sneered. You brought my nephew here clearly wanting to harm us. My life is hard enough, raising 2 kids alone, barely managing to find wild vegetables on the mountain to eat. Yet my nephew can't even let me have a full meal and keeps trying to steal what Amu dug up. Just playing the victim. Chengwan knew how to handle this kind of situation. Our Dazhuang is missing. They all tore my son's face. He's so cruel at such a young age. Mother, you raised such a grandson, and he won't have a future. Chengwan rolled her eyes again. Seeing Dazhuang crying with tears and snot all over his face made her feel sick. Wang Yun was so angry she almost exploded from Chengwan's words. The scratches on Songmu's face were deserved. Why did he come to provoke her grandson? Not only did he get his face scratched, but Wang Yun also thought it was deserved if he had torn his face apart. She stared fiercely at Songmu. At this moment, Dazhuang also stopped crying. He took a step back, clenched his fists, and forcefully charged at Chengwan's belly. If Chengwan hadn't reacted quickly, she might have been knocked over by this big, active boy. Seeing Dazhuang dare to hit Chengwan made Songmu's face turn red with anger. He clenched his fists and started fighting Dazhuang. Although Dazhuang was tall and strong, he was overweight and clumsy, so he couldn't gain the upper hand against Songmu at first. But Chengwan cared about Songmu. She didn't care that children were fighting and adults shouldn't interfere. She went straight over, pushed Dazhuang away, and even pinched his waist hard when he wasn't paying attention. Dazhuang let out a sharp cry of pain. He clutched his waist and burst into tears. His cries sounded much more miserable than before. Grandma, Auntie pinched me. It hurts so much. My arm is broken. I'm going to pinch you again and beat you. Chengwan pushed Dazhuang to the ground. She had no guilt about hitting such a naughty kid. Seeing her beloved grandson being bullied so badly, Wang Yun rushed forward to hit Chengwan, but she was no match for her. If Chengwan hadn't beaten Wang Yun earlier and gained a tough reputation in the village, she might have caused more trouble. Today, she wanted to make her pay a little. You dare to hit me? You unfilial thing. Wang Yun tried to tear at Chen Qianqian, but thinking of how she had beaten her before and her legs wouldn't listen, she stepped back. Seeing her cowardly look, Chengwan immediately smiled. Hitting you isn't new. You, an old woman who bullies her daughter and grandson, deserve a good lesson. Chungwon quickly held Songmu's hand and said to Wang Yun with a blank expression, "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Your frequent visits to me are just like a vampire trying to my blood. What kind of nephew are you? Where is your own son?" These harsh words were not the first time Chungwon had spoken them. However, the Chung family members kept clinging to her like a stubborn rash, hoping to get benefits from her, but it was just a foolish dream. "This isn't yours," Wang Yun said with a sinister smile. "Sooner or later, you'll have to rely on your nephew. Rely on him?" Chungwon looked at Chung Dezhuang, who had a chubby face and big ears, and almost laughed at Wang Yun's words. "That kind of luck is better left to you. I don't have that ability." After saying this, Chungwon turned around and went home, locking the door tightly. Wang Yun cursed outside the yard, using foul language, but Chungwon paid no attention. "Ah Mu." Chungwon supported Songmu's shoulder. She looked into his eyes, not allowing any distraction. "No matter what, if this happens again, you only need to do one thing, protect yourself. But he's my cousin. Mom always helped him before." Songmu struggled but finally spoke his mind. "I'm afraid if I hit him, Mom will blame me." "Did I blame you this time?" Chungwon asked. The hole left by the original owner made Chungwon cry, but she was determined to fill it. "No," Songmu honestly shook his head. "Mom helped me stand up for myself and fought back. Before, Mom was confused and thought outsiders were more important than her own family. Now she has woken up. Nothing in this world is more important to her than you and your sister." Chungwon was now only hoping that Yao Yao and Songmu would be well. She didn't care about others or other matters. Songmu's eyes turned red. He stepped forward and hugged Chungwon tightly. His heart, which had been missing a piece, now felt sewn up, warm and full of hope. He realized that his mother had always been thinking of him. All the past confusion was just a mistake. Songmu used to hate Chungwon, hated her for treating him and his sister badly. But now, he was willing to slowly learn to love Chungwon, just as she loved him. After comforting Songmu, Chungwon went to find Uncle Lee Jung in the evening to discuss the matter of him becoming Songmu's master. However, his son went to the county town a few days ago and hasn't returned yet. Uncle Lee Jung also doesn't dare to promise anything for his son. The matter will have to be put on hold. When his son comes back in a few days, they can decide then. The next day, Chungwon continued to take Yao Yao and Songmu up the mountain for a run. Doing martial arts exercises every day was a must. Lin Xia returned from the county town. She often followed Chungwon up the mountain, whether she had something to do or not. She saw Chungwon encouraging the two children to run. Both Yao Yao and Songmu had bruises of different sizes on their bodies, which surprised her. She didn't expect that Chungwon, who seemed so kind to the children, was actually someone who mistreated them. Seeing the injuries on the children, Lin Xia felt a bit sorry. How could Chungwon, as a mother, be so harsh? Lin Xia shivered slightly, and then her eyes turned cunning. If Chungwon, as a mother, treated the children badly, then she could tell Songyang about it. After all, neither of them was the biological mother. She might have a chance to get ahead. So Lin Xia hurried to find Songyang. At this moment, Chungwon didn't know she was being followed and reported. She skillfully picked fruit from the mountain, carefully peeled the skin, and handed it to Yao Yao and Songmu to eat. She took out some homemade pancakes and swallowed them with cold water. "Mother, try the fruit." Yao Yao always wanted to share delicious things with Chungwon. She held up a small hand and fed the fruit to Chungwon's mouth. "It's so sweet. It is very sweet, but Mother is a bit hungry. I still prefer the pancakes." Chungwon took a bite of the fruit and continued eating her pancake. The pancake was sprinkled with white sesame seeds. Once cooled, it was crispy and tastier than when hot. After eating the fruit, let's rest for a while, then go to the other side of the forest to pick herbs. Mother will teach Yao Yao to recognize all the herbs. Songmu wasn't talented at recognizing herbs, but Chungwon thought she could train Yao Yao well. However, after she said this, she didn't get any response from Yao Yao for a long time. Confused, she looked back and was shocked to see her eyes wide open in disbelief. Chungwon didn't bother with the pancake she hadn't finished eating. She hurriedly ran to Yao Yao's side and stood behind her. Chungwon took a stance with her legs bent like a bow, with her front foot between Yao Yao's feet. She placed her thumbs and index fingers on her hands to form a circle, aiming at Yao Yao's belly button, about 2 finger widths above her navel. Songmu ran back from the side. He didn't expect that just a quick break would cause his mother and sister to become like this. At this moment, Yao Yao was being held in Chungwon's arms. She was choking after eating and breathing quickly. Her small face was flushed with red and purple. Yao Yao clenched her fists tightly, and her eyes were swollen with tears. "Don't worry, Yao Yao will be fine," Chungwon said, trying to stay calm. She gently pushed Yao Yao's back forward, so she was leaning slightly. She lowered Yao Yao's head, opened her mouth, and pressed on her stomach with her hands. Chungwon was very nervous. She was afraid to press too hard and hurt Yao Yao, but also worried that pressing too lightly wouldn't make her the object. She was scared the whole time. "How is it? Better now?" she asked. A big piece of fruit was coughed out of Yao Yao's mouth. After she made a choking sound, Chungwon quickly turned her over and asked, "Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere else?" Before Chungwon could hear Yao Yao's answer, she suddenly heard a loud shout. Someone pushed her aside roughly. She lost her balance and fell to the ground, hitting her head on a raised stone by the road. The sharp pain made Chungwon curl up in pain. She guessed her head was probably red from the bump, but she didn't notice any fluid flowing down, so it was likely not cut. Songmu watched helplessly as Songyang rushed forward and pushed Chungwon away. He didn't understand how his father suddenly appeared, but when he saw Chungwon fall, he immediately helped her up. He asked coldly, "Dad, why did you push Mom?" "She hurt you and Yao Yao. I saw it with my own eyes." She even dared to hit Yao Yao's stomach. Songyang held his precious daughter in his arms. Seeing Yao Yao's still slightly red and purple face, he wished Chungwon could also experience the pain Yao Yao had. He gritted his teeth and hated Chungwon deeply. "This is how you take care of the children as a mother. If you don't change your ways, let's get a divorce." "Fine, divorce if you want." "Do you think your words scare me?" Chungwon covered her injured head and showed no kindness towards Songyang. If it weren't for the natural strength difference between men and women, she wouldn't have lost. This time, she also wanted him to taste what it felt like to have a head injury. "Father, Mother didn't treat me and my sister badly. It was just that my sister accidentally got stuck earlier and Mother was helping her." Songmu watched his parents argue, even to the point of considering separation. Although he was still a child, he knew that if his parents separated, he would either be without a father or without a mother. He quickly explained to Chungwon, "Look at the fruit pit on the ground. My sister just spit it out. You can ask her if she did it by herself." "She is so mean, and you still want to defend her?" Songyang looked at his children in disbelief. He wondered what kind of spell Chungwon had cast on them, making them sell her out and even count money for her. "No." Yao Yao's voice was tearful. She gently tugged at Songyang's sleeve. "It was my own mistake, and it has nothing to do with Mother. That's right. If Father doesn't believe me, he can pinch my arm. These days, Mother has taken me and my sister to run up the mountain. We are much healthier now. My arms are even getting stronger." Songmu didn't understand why his arms felt hard, but he knew Songyang's arms were also strong. Everyone praised Songyang for being capable and able to support the family. Songmu thought that if his arms were strong, maybe he could also support the family someday. "Are what you said true?" Songyang frowned, looking at Chungwon in disbelief. She was still angry and didn't show him any kindness. "Of course it's not true," Chungwon snorted coldly. "I'm a bad woman. I want my children to suffer and be miserable. Why would I want to care for them?" Chungwon was still furious. She didn't want to look at Songyang's annoying face anymore, so she turned around and ran into the woods, ignoring their family of 3. Songyang watched Chungwon's figure disappear from sight. He looked at his son and daughter with a puzzled expression. Could he really have misunderstood Chungwon? "Father, you were wrong about this." Songmu took Yao Yao out of Songyang's arms. He shook his head and held his sister's hand, walking home. "Did I really make a mistake?" Songyang kept repeating those words. Then he remembered Lin Xia coming to tell him about this matter and the complicated expression on her face. Could he really have been wrong? Song Yong looked at the forest in front of him, doubting himself, then stepped forward to chase after Chungwon. I know I wrongly accused you, but you haven't been kind to the two children before. This time, I was biased. I want to apologize to you. Seeing Chungwon squatting on the ground digging for herbs, he carefully observed the herbs in her hand. He stepped closer, took them from her, and helped dig. I didn't handle this well. I apologize. If there's anything you need, just tell me. I won't refuse. Hearing that Song Yong doubted her because she had a past of mistreating the children, Chungwon felt even more grateful to the original owner. She truly benefited from the original owner's good fortune, being suspected of doing good deeds every day, right? She reminded herself many times that there was no need to get angry about this. But every time she saw Song Yang's face, she felt furious. Especially with her forehead swollen and painful, she kept reminding herself that Song Yang was a scoundrel. This isn't the first time you've doubted me. I believe I haven't done anything wrong since you returned. Are you deliberately insulting me by doubting me over and over? Chungwon took the back. She had no time to listen to his nonsense. Just now, she saw a bunch of black fungus that looked very healthy. When she went home, she planned to pick some. Half of it tonight for a cold dish, and the rest to store in her space. That bunch of black fungus, even if she didn't grow it herself, could be sold to her space for dozens of coins. Chungwon wouldn't lose out. She ignored Song Yang and finished digging the herbs before heading down the mountain. She carefully placed the black fungus in her basket. Song Yang knew Chungwon didn't want to talk to him, so he didn't get angry. He silently followed her. When Chungwon wanted to pick something, he helped. When she couldn't reach high, Song Yang reached out to help. When they got home, he also took the initiative to cook. Knowing Chungwon liked cleanliness, he even boiled a pot of water for her to take a bath. After being home for a long time, it was the first time Chungwon saw him so proactive about chores. Indeed, housework never belonged to just one person. He just couldn't stand it, or maybe he wanted to make amends by doing chores. Song Yang was willing to show kindness, and Chungwon was happy to accept it all. Even whether it was Yao Yao or Song Mu's suggestion, he picked a bunch of wildflowers for Chungwon on the mountain, and she didn't refuse to accept them. All my past misunderstandings were my fault. This time, I sincerely apologize to you. Yao Yao said that Chungwon liked these wild yellow flowers, so Song Yang picked a big bunch and thoughtfully tied the stems with red thread, making it easier for Chungwon to carry. To be honest, after Chungwon's anger subsided, she noticed how Song Yang tried every way to please her and make her happy. Her heart softened quite a bit. Since life still had to go on, Chungwon and Song Yang couldn't just separate easily right now. I didn't want to forgive you at first, Chungwon said as she took the flowers from Song Yang's hand. She sniffed the sweet scent and her heart beat faster. But since you know you were wrong, I will forgive you this time. I'm not the same person I was before. I know I made many mistakes, but you can't just judge me by my past. You need to see the changes I've made. Chungwon accepted all the wrongs she had done, without complaint. But she couldn't accept that she was improving every day, while Song Yang still looked at her with old, unfair eyes. I understand. It won't happen again, Song Yang said with a small smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Xia was unaware that Song Yang and Chungwon had made up again. She walked home nervously, wondering if Song Yang had argued with Chungwon. If they really separated, would she have a chance to rise in status? Carrying her worries, Lin Xia returned home and saw the yard filled with things. When she saw her brother dressed in fancy clothes, she thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. Brother? Why are you? Lin Xia frowned. The family had spent almost all their savings to treat his injuries. Even after she sold her jade pendant to give him money, that 100 taels of silver wouldn't be enough for Lin Cheng to buy so many things for the house, right? Sure. Lin Cheng saw Lin Xia come back. His face was full of satisfaction. Now we have money. I bought everything I wanted, and I also bought you 2 new dresses. Go try them on and see if they fit. Lin Cheng was generous now that he had money. He bought whatever he saw while shopping, not caring about himself at all. Really? Thank you, brother. Originally, Lin Xia's frowning brow relaxed when she heard she also had a gift. She happily took out the clothes her brother Lin Cheng bought for her from the box and went inside to try them on. The fabric of the clothes was soft and smooth. Lin Xia played with them happily for a while before finally putting them on. However, just after she tied the belt around her waist, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her neck. Before she could shout out, and just before she fainted, Lin Xia saw the person who knocked her out. It was someone dressed entirely in black, with a black cloth covering their nose and mouth.
Ugh.
So cold. A bucket of cold water was poured over Lin Cheng and Lin Xia. They shivered and opened their eyes. They found themselves tied to chairs, unable to move. Only then did Lin Cheng and Lin Xia realize they were scared. Is this jade pendant yours? The person in black sat comfortably in a chair, crossing their legs. The corner of their mouth curled into a slight smile beneath the black cloth. Is it a family heirloom? Yes, yes. To the officer, this is indeed my family heirloom. My sister knows about it too. It's been passed down in our family since old times. I got it when I was a child. Lin Cheng originally thought the person was after his money and wanted to harm him for profit. Now that he realized they were asking about the jade pendant, Lin Cheng calmed down quite a bit. He knew he couldn't let them find out he stole the pendant. If they turned him into the authorities, the 100 taels he had would be enough to keep him in prison for life. Carefully, Lin Cheng exchanged a glance with Lin Xia. She quickly nodded in understanding. Brother is right. It's our family heirloom. Since that's the case, the person in black nodded knowingly. He stood up, stretched his wrists, and then approached Lin Cheng gently. Then, Your Highness, I can't keep you any longer. With a cracking sound, Lin Cheng's eyes widened as he slightly lowered his head. The person in black directly broke his neck. He died, still in disbelief. Lin Xia, terrified, quickly backed away. Just as she was about to reveal the secret behind the jade pendant, the person in black moved so fast that he grabbed her neck and cut off her voice. She was silent, her voice gone. The person in black wiped his hands with disgust and ordered his subordinates, "Clean this up. Leave no evidence." The villagers only learned about Lin Xia and Lin Cheng's deaths several days later. I heard they died tragically, their necks were broken. Yeah. I don't know who the Lin family offended, but they were so ruthless, didn't leave them any chance. This was a terrible family tragedy. I heard Lin Xia, that girl, died with her eyes wide open. Chengwan and Song Yang carried farming tools as they walked home, overhearing villagers discuss the incident along the way. Although she disliked the people involved, hearing that she had died suddenly made Chengwan feel uncomfortable. Lin Cheng certainly deserved his fate. Evil people will be punished by heaven. But Lin Xia, she probably didn't deserve to die, right? She cautiously glanced at Song Yang, who looked expressionless, as if her death was just an insignificant matter to him. However, Song Yang's face showed no concern. Inside, he was deeply disturbed. Someone had attacked him. Lin Cheng had taken a jade pendant to sell in the county town, and shortly after returning, he died. This shows that the person's influence had spread to their small town, and the pawn shop in the county was within their reach. Chengwan, Song Yang suddenly stopped and asked her, "When will you take the children to the county town? The village head's son hasn't come back yet. I want to wait until Miao Miao and Amu finish their studies here before going." "Why do you ask suddenly?" Chengwan stopped and looked at Song Yang with confusion. "Do you have other plans?" "Don't go to the county town unless necessary, especially with the two children." That person's influence had already extended into the county, and Song Yang wasn't sure if they would target their village because of Lin Cheng. Recently, Chengwan had gained the respect of many villagers. If people started talking, her name might come up. "All right, don't worry. I have a plan," she replied. The tragedy at the Lin family still held some power to scare her. Recently, Chengwan didn't plan to stay on the mountain for long. She wouldn't go up and down alone anymore, but would stay with the villagers. Seeing her agree, Song Yang continued carrying his load forward. Chengwan returned home to prepare food after a busy day of farming. Both she and Song Yang were exhausted. They needed a good meal at noon, but just as Song Yang arrived home, Uncle Zhu from next door called him away, so he missed out on the meal. Chungwon caught a chicken from the space and prepared to kill it. That day, she had bought a lot of pork in the county town and planned to store it in the space for freshness. But the space cannot hold things outside of it, so Chungwon had to turn the pork into lard overnight. She roasted 2 pigs' trotters over high heat until the skin turned black, and she kept them on the stove, smoking them daily. Although only a few days had passed, the pigs' trotter's surface was completely black, and they smelled smoky. Yao Yao and Moo, come out and eat. Chungwon cooked plain rice porridge for lunch. She called the children to come and eat, but she didn't see Song Moo and Yao Yao in the yard with the table, chairs, and dishes set up. Instead, she saw Grandma Sue. "Grandma, why are you here? Come and eat with us. I just made a big table of dishes." Chungwon happily invited Grandma Sue to sit down. When Yao Yao and Song Moo saw a guest at home, they both politely greeted Grandma Sue. Song Moo took the initiative to pick a big chicken leg for Grandma Sue. Because it was so sudden, Grandma Sue kept waving her hands, trying to push the chicken leg into their bowls. No, this good food should be for the children. It would be a waste for me, your wife." Grandma Sue picked up her bowl and poured the chicken leg into Song Moo's bowl. Her face was full of wrinkles, but she didn't look frightening. "That wouldn't be a waste. Grandma, you eat, and my sister and I will eat too." Song Moo carefully placed the chicken leg back into Grandma Sue's bowl. Since she couldn't refuse, Grandma Sue had to accept the chicken leg with some embarrassment. She then said to Chungwon, "It's my fault. I didn't mean to disturb your family, and now you've made such good food." "What are you saying?" "The food is made for people to eat. It doesn't matter whether Grandma eats or we do. Besides, the children just ate chicken legs a few days ago. I was worried they might get tired of it and not want to try today." Chungwon smiled and added another piece of chicken to Grandma Sue's bowl. Her tone was full of care. "I heard from Sister Chung last time that you have a godson who went to Beijing to take the imperial exams a few years ago, right?" Chungwon loved listening to village gossip. Although she didn't like socializing much with the village women, whenever they gathered and discussed others' affairs, Chungwon always listened carefully, afraid of missing a word and not understanding the full story. "He's such a disappointment," Grandma Sue sighed. "It's been almost 2 years, and there's still no sign of him. I don't even know if he passed the exam. The journey to the capital is long and difficult. I told him many times not to take the test and stay home to take care of me. If one day I wait in vain for him..." "Grandma, what are you talking about?" Chungwon sensed that Grandma Sue's words carried hidden worries. She quickly interrupted, "Because the journey is long and difficult. That's exactly why he will come back. I believe your godson will return. It's just a matter of time." Seeing Grandma Sue's kind and gentle face, Chungwon felt more close to her. She then put down her chopsticks and looked seriously at Grandma Sue. "This might sound sudden, but I feel like I've known you forever. I feel happy just seeing you. If you don't mind, let's become like family. I will take care of you in the future, and you can adopt me as your daughter. Wouldn't that be taking advantage of me?" Grandma Sue stood up in surprise, her face full of disbelief. "I have no children or grandchildren. I'm just causing trouble for you. I think you are kind, and the children like you too. We all live in the same village. You understand my family's situation. Even though I have a mother, it's almost the same as not having one." Chungwon tried hard to hold back tears and cried sadly, "I truly want you to be my adoptive mother. Yao Yao also likes you very much. You smell nice, very pleasant." Yao Yao, small steps, ran over to Grandma Sue. She took out her favorite little flower from her pocket and handed it to her. "This is Yao Yao's favorite thing. I give it to you. Grandma, please agree to be my mother." Moo is also very happy to have a grandmother who loves her. The 2 children looked at Grandma Sue eagerly, their big eyes full of joy. Grandma Sue's lips parted slightly, but she couldn't say a word of refusal. "Yes. To have a daughter like you and 2 lovely grandchildren, I feel my life is complete." Grandma Sue trembled as she grabbed Chungwon's wrist. Tears streamed down her face, filled with happiness. "Awan." Chungwon held Grandma Sue's hand back, also with tears in her eyes. In the evening, Song Yang returned from doing work at Uncle Zhu's house. He saw Chungwon sitting alone in the yard. Her big, Round eyes were red and swollen from crying for a long time, looking just like a rabbit. Did you argue with the child? Songyang put down his farming tools and poured her a glass of water. His voice was gentle. The child. No, I didn't argue with the child. I agreed to take Grandma Sue from the village as my godmother. I promised to take care of her and show filial respect. Although this is related to me, I thought I should tell you. Today, Chungwon also talked a lot of emotional words with Grandma Sue. She lost control of her emotions and ended up crying herself silly. She still felt dizzy and couldn't think clearly. Okay, I have no objections if you're willing. Hearing that Chungwon was fine, Songyang relaxed a little. He then pointed to the farming tools he brought back and said, Today, Uncle Zhu asked me to help plow his field tomorrow. He will pay me 30 copper coins for the day. Uncle Nyo's cow can plow the field for 30 copper coins a day. Why doesn't he hire that cow instead of bothering you? When Chungwon heard that Songyang was being used like an animal, she immediately looked upset and unwilling. Plowing the field is exhausting. Our family now makes money by reselling herbs. You don't need to suffer like this. Zhu Deju's son is Uncle Zhu's adopted son. Songyang sighed softly. When Songmu becomes his apprentice, they are willing to go with us. You always look serious with the two kids. Little do you know you actually love them the most. Otherwise, you wouldn't think so much for them. You're just hurting yourself. Chungwon didn't know what Songyang was really thinking. He silently worked hard for the two children, but never mentioned it in front of them. It's just plowing the field. My injuries are almost healed. I can lend a hand. It's easier than mining in the mountain, right? Seeing Chungwon finish the water he poured for her, Songyang picked up the teapot and drank a whole pot of cold tea. As parents, all their plans are just for the sake of the children. Moreover, Songyang's move was smart. The day after tomorrow, Uncle Zhu was going to the county town. If he helped him plow the field tomorrow, he could naturally bring up the idea of going to the county town together in the evening. That person's bold actions easily caused a family to be wiped out. Inside the town, there should be many lively scenes to see now. Chungwon didn't know Songyang's true intentions. She sniffed, feeling her mind clearer, and then went inside to sleep. After Chungwon entered, Songyang's mood immediately sank to the lowest point. Chungwon was willing to support an old lady, Supa, who was not related to them at all. Could there be a reason he hadn't seen yet? Even though Chungwon had become kinder and was no longer as cold and calculating as before, some things deep inside her couldn't be changed. There must be secrets between Chungwon and Supu that she still didn't know. Songyang looked up at the bright, flawless moon. Was Chungwon really such a pure person? Mommy. Today, the little rabbits behind the house had another litter. I counted. They have 2 paws and 10 fingers, just like 10 little hands. Yao Yao happily ran to Chungwon's bed and pulled her up, sharing the funny sight of the baby rabbits. There are 15 in total. With Mommy's hands, isn't that just enough to count? Chungwon helplessly helped Yao Yao count. Today was the day villagers came to buy rabbits from her, so the house would be lively soon. Yes, Mommy is so amazing. Yao Yao looked at Chungwon with admiration. As for Songmu standing nearby, he didn't understand why Mommy's way of comforting his sister seemed so silly. 1 rabbit costs 10 copper coins. Moo, today you will handle selling the rabbits. Our family now has 45 rabbits, including the ones used for breeding, which are 38. These 38 can be sold. Songmu was growing up slowly. He was a clever and capable boy. Chungwon had already decided to start training him in business skills. So, she thought, let's begin with selling rabbits. Okay, 10 copper coins each. I've remembered everything. Songmu nodded seriously, his fists gently clenched. Though he looked calm on the outside, only he knew how nervous and scared he felt inside. Chungwon handed the rabbits over to Songmu to sell, then carried a basket up the mountain to pick hawthorns. Recently, she discovered a new way to recover items using her space. If she only picked hawthorns, she could sell them for 10 copper coins per gene. If you make hawthorn into candied fruit or other pastries and turn to agricultural products, just 1 pound of candied hawthorn can be worth 30 copper coins. This hawthorn is fully ripe. I must pick it all for you to make hawthorn treats for the children. Raw materials like hawthorn can bring in money, and the prices of related farm products are very good. If these related farm foods could only be made at home for personal use, Chungwon would really want to resell candied hawthorn and return to her original line of work. The hawthorn forest on the mountain is just a cluster of trees. Chungwon has a map of the area, and she might have exchanged it with the original owner. To avoid interfering with Chungwon's plans, Seong-lu later apologized to her, feeling a bit wronged. With so many fruits, you must bring both children tomorrow and let them help pick the fruit. Chungwon is not tall enough, so she tiptoes to reach higher. As the sun sets in the west, the sky gradually darkens. Chungwon doesn't realize she's already at the edge of the forest. She quietly leaves the biggest and best hawthorns on nearby trees, planning to make candied hawthorn for the children when she gets home. Oh my, I lost track of time and forgot to go back. Chungwon looks up in disbelief at the sun in the sky. The fiery clouds have turned the whole horizon red. It's already evening. She hurriedly grabs her basket and runs downhill. Being alone on the mountain so late at night is really scary, and Chungwon definitely doesn't want that. Unbeknownst to her, because she didn't return after a day of picking fruit, the villagers think she encountered trouble on the mountain. Now, everyone is out searching for her. Chungwon's legs are almost smoking from running. Just when she feels she can't go on and needs to lie down, she looks up again, and the moon is already hanging in the sky. The dark night seems like endless thick ink spreading across the sky. Chungwon can only see a full moon, with no stars shining faintly. The forest where she is feels as calm as an endless flowing river. The winding path among the dense trees makes the quiet atmosphere even more still, causing Chungwon to breathe more slowly and cautiously. Prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony. Nervously moving forward, Chungwon keeps reciting the core values of socialism to herself. She was not naturally a timid person, but lately, something had happened in the village, and the two unlucky guys she knew were involved. In the quiet woods, only the sounds of insects and birds could be heard. Chungwon's ears could only hear her own pounding heartbeat. Justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication. What are you mumbling to yourself out here? Suddenly, a voice spoke behind her. Chungwon's hair stood on end with fear. She couldn't help but scream in fright, jumping in place.
Who are you?
Who are you? Her mind filled with scary stories, she wondered if she was just imagining things. Surely, she wasn't that unlucky, right? She didn't kill Lin Xia and Lin Cheng. It couldn't be that their fights led to their tragic deaths and they blamed her. Who do you think I am? Song-young looked at Chungwon's terrified face and almost kept a serious expression. It's late at night, and you're wandering alone in the mountains. Why? Because the fruit on the mountain looked so good, I wanted to pick some for the kids. I didn't notice the time, or I would have come back earlier. Chungwon saw that the person was Song-young by the moonlight. Her anxious heart finally calmed down. She carefully moved closer to Song-young. At this moment, she didn't care about gender differences. She was glad to find someone who made her feel safe, so she clung to this lifeline. Song-young sensed her approach. He caught a faint scent from her and slightly smiled. But the night was dark, and Chungwon was only focused on watching the path ahead. She didn't notice Song-yang's unusual expression. Next time, when the sun is setting, go down the mountain earlier. The children's safety and your own are important. I didn't mean to stay out so late. I'll remember next time. Chungwon listened to Song-yang's scolding, knowing she could only rely on him now. She had to be obedient and learn from him. And he was right. She had been too absorbed in picking hawthorn today and had lost track of time. It was rare for Song-young to see Chungwon admit her mistake so straightforwardly. His smile grew warmer. Then he took a small cloth bag from his sleeve, glowing with a green light. Use this to light the way. Song-young handed the cloth bag to Chungwon. Inside, a faint green glow shimmered. When Chungwon noticed what was inside, she gasped in surprise. Fireflies. Just saw some on the road earlier and caught a few to give to you. Seeing Chungwon so happy, Song-young said, "It's a pity there aren't many fireflies. If there were more, we could keep them in lanterns at night to save some candlelight. That's already very nice." This is the first time I've seen fireflies, Chungwon said, unable to take her eyes off the glowing insects inside the cloth bag. She was delighted, watching the fireflies' tails glow as they fluttered their wings and flew around. I'm glad you like them. When Songyang was young, he caught many fireflies. He knew they glowed from their tails. But since Chungwon was so happy, he decided to support her. Walking together in the woods wasn't boring at all. You haven't been back for a long time. I thought something happened to you, so I went up the mountain to find you. The villagers also knew and came with me. But today, they all ended up wasting their effort. Songyang softly whispered in Chungwon's ear, "You are very popular among the villagers. I only use my sincere heart to exchange for others' sincerity. I used to think of them first, so now they remember me, which is only fair." Honestly, Chungwon felt genuinely touched at that moment. "Songyang, look at these fireflies." Chungwon found the brightest firefly on the tail. She was about to point it out to Songyang when she suddenly looked up and saw his serious expression. Her smile froze on her face. Oh no! If she saw her with a friend and noticed this expression, she would definitely suspect something was wrong. In that instant, Chungwon's body was covered in goosebumps, and a wave of fear spread from inside her to her limbs. Her body stiffened and froze. At the same time, Songyang clenched his fists tightly, staring at the green snake coiled around the branch behind Chungwon. The snake kept flicking its tongue, only a few fists away from Chungwon. The snake's head was triangular, and Songyang immediately knew it was venomous. He didn't dare shout for Chungwon to run away, worried that startling the snake might cause it to bite her. Songyang slowed his breathing. His eyes met the snake's eyes, and his nerves were tightly stretched. He quickly reached out and pinched the snake behind its head, then threw it away. He grabbed Chungwon and ran out of the forest together. That was just now. Realizing that his palms were sweaty, Chungwon gasped for breath as she ran, feeling like she had just escaped danger. Before they could get far, Songyang suddenly let go of Chungwon's hand. He grunted and fell into a trap set by a villager for hunting. It's true that thin ropes break easily, and bad luck often finds the unfortunate. Songyang had just managed to free himself from danger, and before he could catch his breath, he fell again. The trap was very big. Chungwon wondered which foolish villager had dug such a large hole at the edge of the village and forest. Even in hard times, with both humans and animals suffering, no large animal would be so stupid as to run into a place marked by human activity. Besides, even in times of famine, animals wouldn't be so foolish as to fall into traps like this. "Songyang, are you okay?" Chungwon held up her firefly lantern above her head and squatted by the edge of the trap, staring at Songyang, who had fallen inside. The light was dim, so she couldn't see clearly, but from the way Songyang was lying on the ground, hugging his knees, she guessed he had hurt his leg. Fortunately, his arm wasn't injured. Later, she could find some vines to pull him out. "I'm fine." Songyang clenched his leg tightly, biting his lip to hold back the pain. Just in case. Sweat was pouring down his forehead from the pain. Even at night, he didn't want Chungwon to see how miserable he looked. "Go back first and find someone from the village to help me. I don't know where they are. Your leg is hurt, and you're in this trap. If I leave, what if something happens to you?" Chungwon forced herself to stay calm. The wind was howling past her ears, and she saw him holding his leg in pain. Songyang came up the mountain in the dark to find her, bringing a firefly lantern. Chungwon was not a cold-hearted person. She couldn't just leave him here alone. Chungwon didn't wait for Songyang to speak. She ran off on her own to find vines. It was July now, the time when trees grow thick and strong. She remembered seeing many tree trunks wrapped with vines during the day. Although they weren't very thick, pulling some down and tying them together could support Songyang's weight. As she walked, Chungwon wiped her tears. In both her lives, she had never faced such an urgent situation before. But now was not the time to be weak. She tried to calm her mind and carefully looked at every tree she passed. If she could pull down all the vines, she might find a thick, suitable one. But on one vine, a snake was wrapped around. Chungwon was very afraid of such soft animals. Even though she was an expert in agriculture, and encountering earthworms and similar creatures in the fields was common, she still found it hard to suppress her fear of snakes. If she backed away now, Songyang might have to suffer longer in that pit. His leg was injured. If he encountered a snake, he would probably be helpless, waiting to be bitten. But she was different. She forced her eyes open wide, her determination shining in them. She quickly squatted down, picked up a large stone, and threw it at the snake. The snake immediately fell from the vine to the ground. Qinghua moved quickly, rushing forward to grab the stone and smash at the snake's head. She used all her strength, not giving the snake a chance to bite back.
Huff.
Huff, her arms ached from the effort. She threw the stone aside and looked at the snake's head, which was now a pulp. She seemed to detach from herself and stagger backward. No, I can't rest. After catching her breath lying on the ground, Qinghua quickly got up and tore down all the vines. She braided them into a big rope and dragged it to the edge of the trap where Songyang had fallen. She threw the vines into the pit. Songyang didn't expect her to be so fast. At that moment, he had just checked his injured leg and tore a piece of cloth from his clothes to wrap the wound. He had hit his leg on a stone when he fell, but it wasn't broken. Still, the flesh was badly bruised and bleeding. Based on his experience, he thought he would need to stay in bed for a few days for the wound to heal. Songyang clenched his teeth and endured the pain, tightly binding his wound to prevent more blood from flowing out. After doing everything he could, Songyang leaned against the stone wall and waited quietly for Qinghua to rescue him. He didn't trust the helpless woman much. He just hoped she would be sensible and leave the mountain quickly, so her life wouldn't be threatened anymore. As for himself, he planned to survive tonight and wait for the villagers to come up the mountain tomorrow, or hope to meet other villagers searching for Qinghua tonight, so he could get out of this pit. Songyang looked up at the moon in the sky. The moon was bright and flawless, casting a gentle light over every corner of the land, including his body. For some reason, Songyang suddenly remembered Qinghua's bright and cheerful smile during the day and her gentle, calm way of teaching the children. Could it be that he was living his second life, and some memories were distorted? Or maybe because he returned early and changed the course of events, Qinghua had found new support in the village and was no longer as lonely and helpless as before, now able to live a good life? His mind was filled with Qinghua's smiling face. Perhaps it was the pain from his leg injury, making him less clear-headed. As he looked up at the moon, it seemed to resemble Qinghua even more. Maybe he was just hearing things again. It felt like he heard Qinghua's voice.
Songyang.
Are you okay? I brought some vines. Try to hold on to them and climb up. I'll pull you up from above. Qinghua had woven very long vines. She tied them to a nearby tree and climbed to the edge of the pit, trying to hide her tears. How is your injury? Can you move? Qinghua didn't know how long she had been gone. She only knew that at this moment, looking at Songyang, his face was unusually pale. Next to the spot at the bottom of the pit, the grass was stained with a shocking amount of red. He had actually bled so much? I can do it. Don't cry. Songyang suddenly snapped out of his daze. He looked up and comforted Qinghua, whose tears were falling one by one. Maybe it was just his imagination, but he felt her tears had fallen onto his face, cool and refreshing, making his already hazy mind clear up completely. Then hold on tight. Climb up along this vine. I'll catch you here. Seeing Songyang respond to her words, Qinghua quickly showed a bright smile and then guided him to hold the vine tightly. Every time Songyang tried to climb up, the injury on his leg would pull painfully. Blood seeped out from the bandage wrapped around his leg, dripping onto the ground. Qinghua held the vine above, feeling as if each drop of blood was falling from her own body, her heart tightening with worry and pain. Finally, Songyang managed to crawl out of the pit and leaned against the tree trunk to catch his breath, exhausted. Qinghua wiped away her tears, carefully removing his bandage from his leg. The wound was not as serious as she had feared, but it was still very bloody, with visible red flesh inside. I brought some alcohol when I went out. I'll help you clean the wound first. If it hurts, you can shout.
Don't hold it in.
Qinghua used her mind to take out alcohol from the emergency kit in her space. The wound looked too terrible for her to act recklessly. She carefully cleaned the blood around his injury and then poured a large bottle of Yunnan Baiyao powder directly onto the wound. Her movements were quick and sudden. Songyang was caught off guard and cried out in pain. His leg reflexively tensed, and Chungwon quickly took medical gauze to wrap around his leg. I've just done a simple treatment on your wound. When we get back, I'll ask a doctor to look at it. She trusted Yunnan Baiyao but wasn't entirely confident in her first aid skills. Healing and saving lives are best left to professionals. Seeing Song Yang's pale face, she softly said, I used to have prejudices against you. I thought the two children weren't yours, so I believed you wouldn't treat them well. I also thought that since I've been away for a long time, you might not care about me, your wife, or our family. The sharp pain from the wound made Song Yang more alert, and he saw clearly how Chungwon was crying and worried for him. A woman who truly cares about his safety, how could she be the same poisonous woman from his memories? Since he had lived again, and everything was happening the same way, he should look at everyone around him, including Chungwon, with fresh eyes. Perhaps she will become a bad person again in the future, but at least for now, she is truly acting in her own interest and for the sake of her two children. Maybe the children are not my biological kids, but they are so adorable, and Yao Yao depends on me as their mother. When a Mu is in danger, he knows to protect me. How could I possibly abandon them? Chungwon sniffled sadly. She was still overwhelmed by the fear from earlier, her thin body trembling slightly. Songyang, I thought you didn't care about me as your wife, only worried about the woman outside. Now that she's in trouble, I didn't expect you to come up the mountain to find me. The villagers are also here. Songyang smiled. Luckily, I was the first to find you. Good luck, but does that mean you hurt your leg? Chungwon said unhappily. You only just recovered a few days ago, and now you're badly hurt again. You'll probably be in bed for several days. Why have you been suffering so much lately? She lifted her chin, her voice rough and soft, sounding unexpectedly charming to Songyang. Don't worry, I won't be in bed for long. I will do the farm work at home so you and the children won't be tired. As for Lin Xia, Songyang paused, meeting Chungwon's anxious and curious gaze. He felt a bit embarrassed and said, all those things before were just play acting with her. I knew she wanted to get something from me, and I kept trying to understand her real purpose. Now I know she was after my jade pendant. I didn't expect she would die. She was just a scapegoat, and Songyang felt no unnecessary emotional disturbance. It was her and her brother's fault. If they hadn't been so greedy, Songyang wouldn't have needed to figure out where that person's power in the county was. He still didn't know when he could escape that person's watch or the deadly hatred they held for him. So, the jade pendant wasn't something you gave her. The wind blew across Chungwon's tear-streaked face, feeling cool. Suddenly, she remembered how Lin Chung had been extravagantly spending money in the county recently, and she thought about the rumors in the village that they had been wiped out because they offended someone. She began to suspect what was really going on. So, your jade pendant was probably sold by them. Once something is sold, it's not easy to get back. The jade pendant might be the only thing that proves Song Yang's identity. Based on his demeanor and behavior, he probably isn't from the village. When Chungwon was reading the novel earlier, she was in a hurry and the story didn't include the part about the jade pendant being lost. Also, Song Yang didn't have such good luck to return safely from the mine. Now, as the story develops, it seems to be drifting away from the original plot. Chungwon is starting to feel confused about what should happen next. Losing it is fine. If that jade pendant is truly meant for me, even if someone steals and sells it, it will eventually find its way back to me someday. Besides, both of them are already dead. I can't really argue with two ghosts, can I? The person who protected him from danger. Honestly, Song Yang should be grateful that they were blind to his situation. His legs, which had no feeling before, are now slightly regaining sensation. The sound of insects chirping in his ears is getting louder. They can't stay on the mountain much longer. The dew is getting heavier. Songyang doesn't want to get hurt and catch a cold, so he signals Chungwon to go down the mountain.
Bring me that stick.
Let's head down first. Are you okay now? Chungwon frowned. It's not that I don't want to go back, but if you move your wound carelessly in your current state, it might be harder to heal. but if we stay here overnight, we might encounter snakes or other animals. Plus, the dew tonight could make us catch a cold. You wouldn't want the kids to worry about us after we go back, right? Song-young uses the kids as a reason. Hold on to me first. Let's try to go down the mountain. If we meet anyone from your village looking for you along the way, that would be perfect. If you feel unwell at any point, tell me immediately. We can stop and rest. Taking more time is okay. Your safety is the most important. Chungwon hands him the stick and supports him from the side. Song-young looks tall and strong, but his weight isn't as heavy as Chungwon imagined. Most of his body leans on her, and Chungwon grits her teeth, but can still bear his weight. Every step she takes a deep breath. The sound of cicadas fills the air, and the path ahead is lit by tiny green fireflies. Song-young grips the stick tightly. He leans slightly to one side, shifting his weight onto the stick so he doesn't burden Chungwon too much. You're not tired at all. How could I be tired? Chungwon coughed twice and looked seriously at the road ahead. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she felt like there were shadows moving in the woods ahead, and she could faintly hear someone calling her name. Young lady of the Song family. Young man of the Song family? Uncle Lin walked to the front, holding a torch, his eyes searching through the trees. When Chungwon saw him, she felt like a savior had arrived. She immediately waved her empty hand desperately in the air. Uncle Lin, we're here." It was truly a blessing to meet him. If they had to walk back like this, Chungwon had already estimated the distance in her mind. At this pace, they would need at least an hour to get back, and they hadn't rested at all during the journey. "Oh, young lady of the Song family, what are you doing here? And young man of the Song family, what's wrong with you?" Uncle Lin saw Song-young limping forward, with Chungwon supporting him. His face was full of surprise. He quickly stepped forward to take over supporting Song-young. When he saw the large bloodstain on his leg, he let out a sharp cry, as if he was in pain himself. "Just now I accidentally fell into a hunting trap. My leg hit a stone. I plan to find a doctor to look at it when we get back." Uncle Lin helped support Song-young, and Chungwon gently rubbed her wrist, feeling a sharp pain. After Uncle Lin brought Song-young home, he roughly dressed his wound again. There's only one traveling doctor in this 10-mile radius. I don't know where he is right now, and I'll have to ask around tomorrow before I can get him to look at Song-yang's leg. But I learned a bit from him when I was young. If you don't mind, I can try to help look at Song-yang's injury first. Uncle Lin washed his hands thoroughly and took a sip of water from Chungwon's hand. "Young lady of the Song family, are your two boys asleep?" "They should be asleep. It's late at night, and I don't want to wake them. I'll tell them about my husband's fall in the morning." Chungwon adjusted a comfortable position for Song-young and removed the bandage from his leg. She was truly very grateful to Uncle Lin at this moment. There's no reason to dislike. If Uncle Lin is willing to help us, we're already very thankful. The villagers who went up the mountain to find Chungwon had already gone home. Chungwon gratefully promised to invite them all for a meal when she had free time. Although Chungwon is not someone who likes to join noisy gatherings or cause herself trouble, she also feels she shouldn't just take others' kindness without giving back. The wound on the young man from the Song family looks terrible, but it's not deep or serious. "What kind of powder did you use to dress his wound?" "It stopped the bleeding quite well. The bleeding has already slowed down. I picked some herbs from the forest. In the past, when I got cut by wild grass, I would crush the herbs into juice and apply it to the wound. I don't know if it really helps him, but back then I just tried whatever I could." Chungwon casually gave a reason, knowing she couldn't reveal her secret space. "That's good timing to apply this. If you hadn't, the bleeding might have been worse, and your husband could have lost his life here." Uncle Lin heated his knife over the fire, then carefully scraped away the dead flesh around the wound. Blood kept spilling out during the process. Chungwon watched Uncle Lin's actions closely, feeling nervous and worried. Every time the knife cut, Song-young twitched in pain, but he clenched his teeth and endured it. Chungwon used to think that in TV dramas, the male leads could bear pain without anesthesia. She used to think those scenes were just acting. Who in real life could resist such intense pain? But now, seeing the bulging veins on Song-yang's forehead, his tightly clenched fists, and the blood that seeped from his bitten lips, Chungwon truly admired Song Yang from her heart. More than a minute passed. Uncle Lin finished treating Song Yang's wound. He wiped the sweat from his forehead tiredly, twisted his sore wrist, and spoke with a relieved tone. That's about it. Remember, don't get out of bed these next couple of days. Rest as much as you can. If possible, try to eat some good food. But the last words Uncle Lin spoke softly. In these hard times of famine and disaster, just filling their stomachs was already a big achievement. No one dared to talk about drinking chicken soup or nourishing their bodies like before. If Chungwon were lying here now, Uncle Lin might tell Song Yang to go up the mountain and hunt. Maybe he could find some rabbits or mountain chickens. But Chungwon is just a woman, still taking care of 2 children at home. Thank you, Uncle. We don't have much to repay you with, but our rabbit just had a litter. If you don't mind, would you like to take one home? Chungwon quickly went to the backyard, picked up a rabbit, and handed it to Uncle Lin. The rabbit was shiny and smooth, with bright white fur, clearly well cared for. Uncle Lin hesitated to accept such a good rabbit. Oh, Song family's daughter, we're all from the same village. Helping each other is what we should do. If I take this rabbit, it might seem like I'm taking advantage of your family. Uncle Lin waved his hand, trying to return the rabbit to Chungwon. If you don't take it, I'll think you look down on me. You saved my son, and that's a big favor. Even if it's just a rabbit or a few silver coins, it's worth it. Chungwon understood that true kindness doesn't expect anything in return. People help without expecting rewards, but she also couldn't just take advantage of their kindness. All right, I'll accept it, but you must take good care of Song's son. His leg can't handle much more trouble. Uncle Lin carried the rabbit by its ears back home. After he left the yard and locked the door, Chungwon returned inside to continue caring for Song Yang. Perhaps the pain from earlier had exhausted him too much, and now Song Yang was sleeping heavily. Chungwon was also very tired, but dared not fall asleep herself. Tonight, she had to stay awake to watch over Song Yang. If he caught a fever, it would be trouble. She slept by his bedside all night. When Song Yang woke up the next morning and saw her watching over him, he felt deeply touched and cared less about past memories. It was good, whether true or false. What mattered most was the person in front of her. At least in this moment, Chungwon genuinely cared for him and the child. Over the next few days, to help Song Yang recover from his leg injury, Chungwon cooked chicken soup in the morning, braised chicken for lunch, and made kung pao chicken in the evening. Their family of 4 needed 2 eggs each day, so Chungwon went to the chicken coop often. The chickens trembled whenever they saw her approaching. Time quickly passed, and it was finally potato harvest season. Once Song Yang was well enough to go outside, Chungwon told him to gather all the potatoes from their field. Today, we all went with you. If we work quickly, we can harvest all the potatoes in just 2 days. After finishing this batch, we can sell some at the town to earn extra money. While tidying up the farm tools at home, Chungwon also arranged for all the family members to help. 2 days ago, she had already discussed with the son of the village head about Song Mu becoming his apprentice. Although he is still in the city and can't come back now, the village head accepted the apprenticeship on his behalf. Song Mu's plan to study also seems to be moving forward. Yes, just have you and the children pick potatoes at the back. Song Yang, holding Yao Yao in one arm and carrying a basket in the other, looked very relaxed. His easy attitude made Chungwon, who gets tired quickly from working in the fields, feel a bit envious. Mom, I will dig with Dad at the front, and you and my sister can play on the ridge at the back. Now that Song Mu is a young adult, he understands the importance of caring for his mother and sister. Since he has more strength than his father, he can do more work. Our Mu is really sensible. But since Mom can do the work herself, you and your sister can just play on the field ridge. Chungwon held Song Mu's hand as the family arrived at the field. The neighbors around were already digging potatoes with us. Chungwon's land is close to the village head's land. When the village head saw the couple working together, he paused, rubbed his waist, and took a break to drink water. Then he teased them. You two finally look like a proper married couple. Song family's daughter-in-law, when you got married, it was quite lively. Have you thought about holding a wedding ceremony again? The village head put his pipe down on the ground, and after black ash spilled out, he coughed twice. Actually, some young couples in our village are getting married soon. If you're willing, you could join them. It would be fun for everyone. That does sound a bit sudden. Chungwon awkwardly scratched her head. Although she felt that her relationship with Song Yang had eased these days, she didn't think it was the right time for them to get married again. Especially the idea of remarrying was a bit overwhelming for her. In Chungwon's mind, Song Yang was the husband of the original owner. To her, they were just living together, sharing a life. Although it was a bit sudden, I think it would be good to hold a celebration together to make the village lively. Song Yang didn't wait for Chungwon to reply and agreed with the village head first. Before Chungwon could fully understand the situation, Song Yang had already started discussing the wedding details with the village head. Maybe we should discuss it more? Chungwon quietly tugged at Song Yang's sleeve. She couldn't quite tell how she was feeling at this moment. If she disliked it, deep inside, she secretly hoped for it. But if she was willing, she felt herself resisting with all her heart. This matter is so important that it needs careful discussion. Don't worry, wife. Once I finish talking with the village head about the wedding details, you just need to get on the wedding sedan. Song Yang grabbed Chungwon's wrist. His eyes were dark and unclear, making Chungwon instinctively step back 2 steps, awkwardly smiling. Talking about getting married was so embarrassing. After peeling the potatoes, Chungwon took the 2 children home. Song Mu, being pulled along, didn't speak. Miao Miao was curious and kept asking Chungwon what marriage was. Why do people seem so happy when talking about marriage? Miao Miao tugged at Chungwon's sleeve. If mother and father get married, will there be more delicious food at home? Isn't there usually good food at home? Chungwon affectionately pinched Miao Miao's nose. Tell me what you want to eat, and I will cook it for you when we go back. That's different. Miao Miao tilted her head. I hope it's a happy thing. If mother is happy, I will be happy too. You're such a good child, mother. Chungwon felt a bit complicated inside. For a moment, she even thought that having such good children might make marrying Song Yang a nice thing to remember. Meanwhile, on the other side, after discussing the wedding with the village head, Song Yang was about to pack up and go home when he saw a familiar woman sneaking over. Young master of the Song family, and he just heard the village head say you're going to marry your wife again. Uncle Nyo's wife, Aunt Nyo, deliberately came forward to speak ill of Chungwon. Don't blame Auntie for speaking out. Your wife really isn't a well-behaved person. When you were away, she often flirted with the men in our village and even asked others to do her chores. If you hadn't come back, those 2 children of yours might not even know who their father is, Auntie Nyo spoke confidently. Seeing Song Yang's changing expression, she continued eagerly, Auntie would never lie to you. If I didn't see you grow up, I wouldn't be telling you these heartfelt words. Think carefully, when you were away, how did she manage to take care of those 2 children? Without help, how could she possibly get by alone? Do you have proof? Song Yang didn't believe Chungwon would be unfaithful. Even if she had done something wrong, it would only be towards the children, not anything worse. From Chungwon's attitude towards Lin Xia, it was clear she despised such women. So, how could he be involved in something like that? Oh, where's the proof for such things? Auntie Nyo looked at Song Yang as if he were simple-minded. If I had proof, your wife would already be in trouble. There wouldn't be any room for discussion about your marriage. Besides, think about the children. Don't you want to consider their future? Auntie Nyo clicked her tongue. Your family only seems to be doing better because you're back. Everyone in the village knows how life was before. Who knows if your wife is just pretending with you? Maybe she'll fool you into thinking she's good, then turn around and cause trouble for your family. Anyway, she's capable of doing such things. Since there's no proof, Annie won't say these empty rumors anymore. If you keep slandering my wife, our family isn't so patient. Song Yang's face darkened as he paused with his in hand. He exerted some strength, startling Auntie Nyo. She took a step back, awkwardly saying, Oh, I was just trying to help, but you don't believe me. Well, just watch what she does next. Auntie Nyo spat at Song Yang and then hurriedly left. If he weren't respecting her as an elder and Uncle Nyo as someone who had always been kind to him, Song Yang would have made her understand the cost of insulting him. Is it really? Just acting. The wind blew Song Yang's hair away from his forehead. Suddenly, he thought of his two children. He remembered how their weights had slowly increased over the past few months, and how their smiles had deepened. Chengwan was always finding ways to make delicious food for them. She even went to Li Zheng's house several times to help with Song Mu's studies. She was willing to delay her plans to do business in the county just to help Song Mu read better. Through these days of contact, Song Yang realized that Chengwan was not the cruel woman he remembered. Instead, she was very smart and had clear plans for the future. If he were alone in this family, Song Yang would happily marry her again. But now, with two children, he couldn't help but worry that Chengwan was just pretending to be kind. His position and future path were very dangerous. He couldn't trust someone he couldn't fully rely on. This time, he truly felt stuck and unsure what to do. Chengwan took the two children home to cook dinner. While she was busy in the kitchen alone, she didn't stop the children from playing. She washed some hawthorn berries and gave them to Song Mu, telling him to take Yao Yao out to play and eat together. But Chengwan didn't expect that when the children went out, they came back looking more and more disheveled. Worse, there were two people following them she really didn't want to see. I told you not to come to my house unless it's important, Chengwan said, seeing Zhao Rujin and Qing Jiang with angry faces. Do you think I didn't make my words clear last time? Now you're here to cause trouble. Do you think this place is so great? I don't like coming here, Qing Jiang spat. If it weren't for your two kids doing stupid things, pushing my mother down that hill and injuring her leg, I wouldn't bother to come and argue with you. Qing Jiang saw that his sister, who was always trying to get her way, didn't look at him kindly either. If she hadn't been so against the Qing family lately, maybe his life wouldn't be so hard now. And with all the money she had, wasn't it enough to support their family? Thinking he would never get money from Chengwan again, Qing Jiang's eyes grew more hostile as he looked at Song Mu. He kept poking Song Mu's back and sneered, "This bad bamboo will never produce good shoots. Your son is really brave, doing such a rebellious thing to his own grandmother. When he grows up, who knows what kind of trouble he might cause? Are you crazy? Do you even know what you're saying?" When Chengwan saw Qing Jiang actually raising his hand against Song Mu, she immediately stepped forward to protect the two children behind her. She still held a kitchen knife she had grabbed from the kitchen. To protect her children, she was willing to do anything. Chengwan looked coldly at Qing Jiang and Zhao Rujin. Her voice was calm and steady, but their arrogant attitude immediately softened in her presence. How do I not know what I'm saying? Qing Jiang didn't want to lose face in front of Chengwan. He deliberately straightened his back and said, "It's your son who pushed my mother on the mountain. Now she's paralyzed at home and can't move." When Qing Jiang mentioned his mother being paralyzed, he seemed even happier. "It was your son who hurt my mother. If you don't pay compensation today, this matter is over. But since we're family, I won't ask for much, just 100 taels of silver, and I'll pretend this never happened." Qing Jiang looked like he had gained a big advantage. "This is the last chance. If you refuse to pay, we'll report it to the authorities. Your child is so young. I'm sure you don't want him to end up in jail." Chengwan was always pretending to be a kind mother outside. Everyone knew she was from the same family, so they understood what kind of person she really was. Her sister was very greedy and afraid of trouble. She only acted so kindly to the children because of their father. When Song Yang was not home before, she didn't care much about the children like she does now. Qing Jiang was proud of himself for discovering Chengwan's true nature, and Zhao Rujin stood nearby with a proud look. "There are many workers on the mountain lately. When Wang Yin did something to my son, I'm sure some people saw it. If you dare, we'll go to the authorities." Chengwan does not believe that Song Mu could have pushed Wang Yin. Even if he did, there must be other hidden reasons behind it. It must be that Wang Yin did something very cruel, and the two children couldn't stand it anymore. So Chengwan took Song Mu by the hand and asked him seriously, "Tell me, did you really push your grandmother?" "I pushed her." Song Mu lowered his head and whispered, "But I didn't do it on purpose. I was just holding some hawthorn berries and going up the mountain to play with my sister when I saw our grandmother. She saw what we had and tried to take it from us. She even hit Yao Yao. I pushed her to protect my sister, but I didn't think she would stand on the hill and fall after I pushed her once. Did you see it or not? Your own child admits he pushed someone. At least my mother is his grandmother. Wanting to get her something to eat or teaching his cousin a lesson, what's wrong with that? Why does he hate my mother so much that he wants to make her bedridden and unable to move? When Chung Jiang heard Song Mu admit he pushed someone, he raised his chin proudly, acting as if he was completely right. Anyway, he's not your real son. It's normal for you to do something so extreme just to save money. Mu, why aren't I your real mother? Chungwon hated the constant reminders from others that they weren't truly mother and son. She had finally managed to warm her child's heart, and she didn't want Song Mu to start resenting her again because of outsiders' comments. Children are always easily influenced by outside things, which is unavoidable. Although Mu admitted he pushed her, he also said there was a reason behind it. As for your claim that the grandmother is paralyzed, that's not something just anyone can say. I need to see it with my own eyes. Even if a child pushes an adult, how strong can he be? And in our village, there's no big hill or anything. Chungwon held Song Mu's hand tightly and firmly told him, if you do something wrong, you have to face the consequences. But if someone falsely accuses you and makes you pay more than you deserve, even a fool wouldn't fall into that trap so easily. The last sentence was meant for her unkind brother and sister-in-law to hear. Oh, Chung Jiang has such a quick temper. He can't stand being wronged even a little. But he didn't see that when he heard Chungwon was going home to check on Wang Yun, Zhao Rujin's face showed a subtle change. It seems there is indeed some trick involved. However, it's just their family hiding the truth from Chung Jiang, who is a bit simple. She took the two children and went straight to Cheng's house. Although it was mealtime, the villagers walking on the road saw their large family coming and thought it would be lively, so they followed along without even stopping to eat. When Chungwon arrived at Cheng's house, Wang Yun was not lying in bed as expected. She was comfortably sitting in a rocking chair, crossing her legs, with a plate of fruit in front of her. Big Zhuang was being told to do things like pour water or fetch items, and she didn't seem as annoying as Chungwon had seen before. Isn't she supposed to be paralyzed? Chungwon turned around, raising an eyebrow at Zhao Rujin. She thought she only saw Wang Yun pretending badly after noticing someone was coming. Your whole family really is willing to curse themselves just to get some benefits from others. I see, Mom. You're in good shape now. Not like you fell down from a mountain. Chungwon tightly held Song Mu's hand, gently squeezing his wrist to comfort him. If you're trying to scam money, at least act more convincingly. You have a real injury on your leg, right? You shouldn't be lying comfortably like this and trying to cheat me. How can you call that cheating? Wang Yun suddenly jumped up from the rocking chair, like a furious cat. She tried to defend herself. I didn't fall and hurt my leg. I was lucky. But your son pushed me. He admitted to doing it himself. I didn't force him to push me or hold his hand on my waist. This is your money to pay. Wang Yun became more confident as she spoke, even spitting out disdain for Song Mu. So young and already so vicious. Who knows what kind of criminal he'll grow up to be? Oh, come on, Mrs. Wang. That's too harsh. She's her grandson, after all. How can you say such things about a child? The villagers stood at the door, talking among themselves. After hearing their words, Song Mu's face gradually turned pale. If Chungwon was just a little angry and mostly speechless earlier, now she couldn't bear to listen any longer as Wang Yun insulted the two children and questioned their status. Especially since Song Mu felt ashamed because of it. Chungwon was a hot-tempered woman and decided she had to make the Chung family understand what respect really meant and that she was not someone to be bullied. My child's future is not for you to worry about. But today, I won't let this go so easily. Chungwon stepped closer to Wang Yun. The latter was frightened by her sharp gaze and took a few steps back, almost falling to the ground. Wang Yun remembered she was Chungwon's mother. Though she was scared and swallowed hard, she still stretched her neck and said, I am your mother. Do you want to hit your mother in front of everyone? I would never do such a thing. Chungwon replied, I just want my mother, brother, and sister-in-law to know that our family is not easy to mess with. You keep challenging my limits, but I am not weak. I am not someone you can push around. After saying this, Chungwon moved forward and grabbed Chung Dazhuang. She forcefully squeezed his neck, causing him to choke and feel extreme fear. Chung Dazhuang burst into loud tears. He kept crying out, "Mother, Grandma, Father." Even the usual bully at home realized at this moment that Chungwon was not his mother and would not always indulge him. The intense pain in his neck made it clear to Chung Dazhuang that Chungwon truly wanted to hurt him. "Oh my goodness. If you have something to say, just come to me. How could you hurt such a small child? That's terrible." Wang Yin sat on the ground, crying and making a scene. Zhao Rujin and Chung Jiang saw their precious child being bullied and immediately changed their expressions. "Chungwon, are you crazy? I am aware of whether I am crazy or not. You all know the truth. I haven't really done anything to him yet, but you are so eager. You keep bullying my child over and over. As a grandmother, you are greedy and trying to take the child's food. When you can't get it, you blame the child and push you. Such strange things, you all do them. Don't say I only pinched him now. I didn't really want to hurt him." Chungwon snorted coldly and pushed the crying Chung Dazhuang forward. Wang Yin saw her precious grandson break free from Chungwon's grasp and hurriedly reached out, risking her own health to catch the child. Chung Dazhuang's broad body suddenly pressed down on her, and Wang Yin immediately let out a painful cry. Chungwon heard the crisp sound of bones breaking. At this moment, she was truly hurt, both physically and emotionally. However, Chungwon didn't have the same filial piety as the original owner. She didn't feel sorry for this old woman. Her cold gaze shifted to Zhao Rujin and Chung Jiang. Chungwon said, "There won't be a next time." Okay. As long as you let my child go, you can have anything you want." Seeing her beloved son suffer such a big grievance, Zhao Rujin was also very distressed. She didn't even bother to listen carefully to what Chungwon was saying. She just nodded repeatedly, knowing that whatever they said at this moment, they would do it. The family drama of the Chengs was unfolding before her eyes. Looking at their behavior, Chungwon couldn't quite understand her own feelings. So, her child had an accident, and they also knew how to feel distressed? Chungwon didn't continue wasting words with them. With a cold face, she took her 2 children and left. As she passed by the villagers watching the scene, everyone instinctively stepped back 2 steps to clear the way for her. This Song family daughter-in-law was really becoming more difficult to deal with. Even when talking to their family members, whether it was her mother or her brother, they showed no respect at all. When she was choking that child's neck just now, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. "Oh, my dear child, you must have suffered a big injustice just now." After the villagers and Chungwon had all left, Zhao Rujin held her frightened son, Chung Dazhuang, crying with tears and snot. Wang Yin sat on the ground, rubbing her buttocks, her face full of wrinkles and a fierce expression. She started cursing Chungwon nonstop. "That little brat actually dared to lay hands on my precious. I won't let her go. I definitely won't let her go. If we don't let her go, then we must make her experience the pain of separation from her children, just like us." Zhao Rujin's face was filled with malice. Isn't she the one who likes to crawl out of other people's bellies? "Mother, you might as well think of a way to coax her into taking the children out and then sell them to traffickers. She used to be so impatient with the kids. How did she suddenly become so attached to those 2 little brats?" But Zhao Rujin didn't believe her sister-in-law was truly that kind-hearted. Sell the children. Wang Yin was startled by Zhao Rujin's idea. Earlier, she had only thought about tricking the children out and putting them in sacks, just giving them a harsh scolding. So, why would she go so far as to persuade someone to sell them? Everyone in this world hates human traffickers deep down. Raising children is hard work, but even if she didn't like them, keeping them at home would still give her some help around the house. If she sold them to others, it would be a waste of all the effort she put into giving birth, 10 months of suffering. "Exactly, sell them," Zhao Rujin said firmly. "Mother, think about it. We're doing this for her good. Everyone knows how her sister-in-law treated those 2 children before. Now, she's just pretending, putting on a show for her new husband. But if the children go missing, wouldn't they just be able to have more children out of grief? My sister-in-law is young and strong. She looks like she can still bear children. Zhao Rujin was already imagining how Chengwan and Song Yang would argue. With Song Yang's tall and strong build, if he got angry enough to hit someone, he might even hurt Chengwan badly. He always liked to show off in front of us, but when faced with someone truly formidable, he would shrink back like a scared quail. If you say it like that, it does make some sense. After all, she was her own daughter. Wang Yun had always wanted to get benefits from her, but she also genuinely hoped her life would improve. If she could have 2 more grandchildren, Wang Yun thought she might be able to love them and treat them well in the future. After all, she had only given birth to 1 grandson for her. The family began to discuss carefully, trying to think things through. Jiang couldn't care what his mother or wife were thinking. He had already gone inside alone to sleep peacefully. The child was crying and making a fuss, which gave him a headache. He wished he had told Chengwan earlier to scare the child properly, so he wouldn't cry at all. Chengwan, on her way home with the 2 children, didn't know that the family was already planning to sell her children. She was very angry about this on the road, but when she saw Song Yang, she patiently told the children not to tell their father about it. Yao Yao, Amu, let's not tell Dad about this, okay? His injuries are just healing, and we don't want him to get too upset and affect his health. Anyway, Mom has already helped you get justice. Chengwan knew that Song Yang already held some resentment because of how she had treated the children before. She believed that it was better to avoid making things worse, so she didn't want to stir up trouble over something that was already settled. Okay, Yao Yao will listen to Mom. Mom protected us, so we should protect Mom too. Yao Yao listened carefully to Chengwan and did exactly as she was told. Even though she was small, she could feel that her mother truly cared for them, unlike before when she was just pretending. Now, she would never let them go hungry or stop giving them food.
Don't worry, Mom.
I know if Dad finds out about this, he might cause trouble again. I don't want him to think you're still involved with your mother's family. I'm also worried it might affect his health. Song Mu spoke seriously, sharing his guess. No matter what Chengwan was thinking, as long as she genuinely cared for him and his sister, he didn't mind what she did, even if it meant deceiving their father. I'm not afraid of Dad, knowing that I still have ties with my mother's family. No matter how much we argue, blood ties can't be cut. Even if I don't acknowledge your maternal family as my own, does that mean they aren't my family? I just think their family is like a stubborn rash, hard to get rid of. As long as my older brother doesn't start trouble, Dad won't have to get involved. Women often argued quietly, but if the head of the family stepped in, it would turn into a conflict between 2 big families. Their village is known for a common family name. If the issue becomes known to many villages, Chengwan sometimes enjoys watching others' excitement, but she sincerely hopes she won't become the topic of gossip. Is that so? Song Mu was surprised by Chengwan's statement, but he nodded in acceptance. When she got home, Chengwan only said she took the 2 children for a run up the mountain. They didn't sweat, so maybe they just went for a walk in the mountains. Song Yang grabbed Song Mu, tugged at his collar, and sniffed him. The 2 little ones looked a bit shaken. If they had just gone for a run, Song Yang didn't believe it. But since they had no injuries and Chengwan didn't want to tell him what happened, Song Yang didn't ask further. It's dinner time now. Since they are relaxed, he doesn't mind. But now, the chickens and rabbits at home have grown big. Raising them is just for occasional treats. He wants to raise a pig at home. He asked Chengwan to tidy up the backyard so they can build a pig pen and raise a pig. Recently, Chengwan's plan to save money has stalled. She was thinking of going to the county town in a few days to sell some farm products at the market with her savings. Or she might open her shop soon to start a small business. But this plan hasn't become reality yet. One day, she entered her space and heard a strange grunt. Looking closely, she saw a group of small black pigs that had somehow come out and were chewing on her potatoes in the experimental field. Chengwan wasn't sure if her space was warning her to save money and develop a livestock area. Anyway, she decided to take in the pigs, build a fence, and contain them. According to the space's flow, these pigs had been there for about 40 days. If they stayed longer, they wouldn't look like little pigs anymore. Raising pigs, Song Yang thought Chengwan was being a bit fanciful this time. Where would we find pigs to raise? There are no piglets for sale at the market during this hard year. Do you want to go up the mountain to catch wild pigs? Why not catch wild pigs in the mountains? Chungwon asked him sharply. Don't you think catching wild pigs is a good idea? As you said, nowadays people are struggling to find enough food, and the animals on the mountain probably aren't getting enough to eat either. Going to catch wild pigs now is much easier than in normal years. Chungwon thought that since she didn't really need him to catch the pigs, she would set the traps herself and release the pigs later. For Songyang, this was still a safe and profitable plan. This time, Songyang looked seriously at his young wife. He wondered why he hadn't realized before that she was such a dreamer. If catching wild pigs was so easy, the village hunters wouldn't have spent several days wandering the mountain and only caught a few wild chickens. And those chickens were very thin, with no fat at all. But seeing her face full of hope and her eagerness to catch the pigs, Songyang didn't want to refuse. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and agreed. All right, if you really want to try, I'll go with you to look for them in the mountain. But let's be clear, just 2 days. If we don't find anything, we'll give up. There are still crops to tend in the fields, and Songyang also needs to fetch water twice a day. Although they now have a water wheel and a canal that reaches the fields, making water much more convenient than before, the canal doesn't reach every household. Songyang still has to walk a little to fetch water. Their family uses a lot of water because Chungwon bathes herself and the 2 children every day, holding onto him tightly. Even when Songyang injured his leg recently, Chungwon made him wipe himself with a cloth dipped in water every 2 days. Songyang was the first to notice how much she cared about cleanliness. Don't worry, just 2 days. While you're setting the traps on the mountain, if we don't catch a wild pig, we can wander around nearby. Maybe we'll find a couple of wild chickens or some eggs, and we can bring them back to add some food for the children. When she mentioned chickens and eggs, Chungwon decided that the next time she went to the county town, she would sell some of her chickens and eggs. It would be easier to sell them in the village, but they already had so many rabbits that it wasn't convenient to also sell chickens and tempt everyone with them. So she thought it might be better to take them to the county town, where she might get a better price. Mother, if we raise pigs at home, will it make the house smell as bad as before? During dinner at night, Yao Yao ate while curiously asking Chungwon, when our family raised pigs before, my older brother went to feed them. Will he do that again in the future? As soon as Yao Yao finished speaking, Chungwon noticed that Songmu's hand trembling while holding chopsticks. She also caught a flash of dislike in his eyes. She didn't expect that Songmu, who was fearless in everything else, would be afraid of raising pigs. Of course not. My older brother will go to school in the future, so he won't have to do farm work. Yao Yao will go with him. You two should focus on studying the lessons, and my mother will handle all the household chores. Chungwon gently touched the heads of both children. She realized she hadn't yet asked Songyang if he wanted to take the imperial exams or pursue a different path. With his status, he wouldn't be able to stay in this small mountain village forever. Thinking of this, Chungwon looked at Songyang several times with meaningful eyes. She wondered if, when he found out his true identity in the future, he would regret giving away the jade pendant that proved who he was so easily to Lin Xia. For the sake of a woman, Chungwon wasn't saying that woman was bad, but giving away something so important just for love was not a good example. Do you raise pigs? Songyang suddenly asked at the dinner table. You used to dislike those smelly things, right? That was before. Now I think eating meat is delicious, and if we raise pigs until the new year, we can sell them for money. They don't smell bad anymore. Besides, when you're free, you can help me feed the pigs. It's our family's food supply, so I shouldn't do all the work alone. Chungwon smiled and took a piece of egg to Songyang, saying, You always help me without asking. I knew you had that idea. Songyang clearly understood what Chungwon was thinking, but for some reason, he didn't find it annoying. Instead, he felt she was kind of cute. The next day, Chungwon woke up early and called Songyang to go up the mountain to catch wild boars. Before the disaster year, Songyang often went hunting with the village hunters. He learned many trap-making techniques from them. Although he hadn't done it for many years, he quickly got back into it and skillfully set up the traps again. After setting the trap, Chungwon saw the bright red hawthorn on the nearby tree. She called Songyang over to pick hawthorn together. How about we go to the county town in a few days? I could sell candied hawthorn. What do you think? Chungwon said as she put the hawthorn into the basket. She thought that with so many fruits, selling just them might not make as much money as adding some sugar. That day, I went to the county and I saw only 1 or 2 stalls selling candied hawthorn. They were quite far apart, and no one was selling from the same spot all the time. Did you observe carefully? Songyang was a bit surprised by Chungwon's sharp eye for making money. Last time they went to the city, he spent most of the time with her. He hardly paid attention to the street vendors or shops. Thinking about this, Songyang looked at Chungwon with new respect. I didn't look very carefully. I just wanted to buy some snacks for the kids, so I remembered where the stalls were. Look over there. Do you see those 2 dark shapes moving? Chungwon had just released the little black pig from her space while Songyang was thinking. There are 2 ways to take things out of her space. One is to have them appear directly in her hand, and the other is to place them within 10 meters at a specific spot. Chungwon had experience from releasing rabbits and chickens, so now she was happy and tugged on Songyang's sleeve, pointing excitedly.
Look.
It seems like piglets. There are 3 little black pigs now. They will keep them busy for sure. Really? Are they? Songyang hurried over to check his trap. He still found it hard to believe, but when he saw the 3 piglets squealing inside the trap, he was stunned. Yes, they really caught wild pigs, and they weren't just skinny, barely 2 pounds of meat. Wow, my husband, you're amazing. We just dug this trap not long ago, and we caught wild pigs. You were so modest before, saying your trap-making skills were average. You tricked me. Chungwon immediately praised Songyang, though she knew he was the one who dug the trap. She just released the pigs into it. In the future, Chungwon hoped Songyang would take on the big task of feeding these 3 pigs. Feeding 3 pigs every day would be a big job. Am I really that good? Songyang looked down at his hands. He remembered that when he set traps before, he never caught wild boars. At most, he only accidentally caught a couple of silly rabbits. Of course you're good. Otherwise, so many people set traps to catch pigs, but none of them caught anything. Yet, this pig just happened to walk into your trap. Chungwon praised Songyang enthusiastically. Although Songyang still found it a bit strange, he knew the pigs couldn't be fake. They truly had fallen into his trap. Songyang jumped into a safe spot in the trap, and the pigs with ropes. Chungwon then filled the holes with straw and mud to prevent anyone else from accidentally falling in and getting hurt, like Songyang did before. They carried the 3 pigs down the mountain. Villagers passing by saw the 3 black pigs and looked at them in disbelief, whispering among themselves. Young Master Song, did you catch these pigs on the mountain? Uncle Lin carried his eyes wide with surprise. This mountain has barely any grass. How could you catch 3 pigs here? It was good luck today. We just started up the mountain, and these 3 pigs fell into the trap. Maybe now that the weather is getting better, the animals are starting to move around more. Uncle Lin can try setting traps too. Songyang led the pigs forward. After hearing this, Uncle Lin nodded in understanding. If he weren't carrying on his shoulder, he might have rushed up the mountain to set traps right away. All right, I'll try again early tomorrow. Good. But be careful not to accidentally step into my traps. Songyang patted his recently healed leg. Uncle Lin smiled when he saw it. Don't worry, I know that. Chungwon was surrounded by many aunts and sisters-in-law, but she only said she was just helping out in the mountains. She credited Songyang's skill for catching the pigs. So, the women didn't ask more and just kept saying that the pigs must have been caught on the mountain. On the way back, Chungwon remembered Uncle Lin's confident look. Songyang mentioned that he learned his skills from the village hunters. She started to wonder about Uncle Lin's background. These days, Uncle Lin probably doesn't go hunting in the mountains much anymore. Chungwon did not reveal that she did not know Uncle Lin's identity. She hinted casually. Recently, villagers who have free time are probably going up the mountain to work. Don't you know? When people are hungry, animals are even worse off. They're not fools. These days, if animals go outside, it's obvious they're being used for food. Songyang looked back at the 3 confused pigs, seeming to mock them for not knowing their fate. I wonder if your parents are nearby. If your whole family is unlucky, you might all be doomed. He tugged on the rope in his hand, and the 3 little black pigs made cute grunting sounds. Chungwon watched them, innocent and unaware, and for a moment, she actually felt a bit guilty. After bringing the 3 pigs home, Yao Yao immediately ran out to see the animals. She loved small animals the most, especially these 3 pigs, which looked adorable and not dull like the pigs kept in pens all day. The space produced by the system was clean and fresh, with a faint smell of grain. Yao Yao happily went over and hugged one of the pigs. She joyfully pressed her head against the pig's head, rubbing it. Song Mu, standing behind, didn't move, but Qingwan saw his curious look and guessed he probably wanted to hug the pigs like Yao Yao did. It was a pity that there were no guinea pigs in the space. Otherwise, she would seriously consider getting a pet pig for her siblings. This isn't your little bunny, which you can hold and play with. This is the New Year pig we're going to eat. It's kept in the backyard pen. Haven't you seen it before? Song Yang crouched down to look at Yao Yao, reaching out to touch the pig's head. This one is for the New Year's dinner. Bunnies also get killed, and Mother said she'd use their fur to make gloves for me. Yao Yao hugged her beloved pig and refused to let go. But pigs are really cute. I like it very much. Can we slow down and not kill this one during the New Year? I want to keep it. We can eat the other 2, okay? Yao Yao looked at the pig with deep affection. Qingwan stood beside her, carefully observing what the pig looked like. Honestly, after examining the 3 pigs, the one Yao Yao was holding was the most handsome and gentle-looking. Song Yang looked at his beloved daughter, unsure of what to say for a moment. How should he tell her that the big pig and the little pig are completely different? Song Yang looked at Yao Yao helplessly for a long time, then, as if seeking help, he turned around and handed this hot potato to Qingwan. After receiving his worried look, Qingwan didn't make things difficult for her for long. Instead, she waved her hand and gave Yao Yao a happy look. If you want to raise it like a pet, you can. Once you give it a name, it will be your responsibility. But we need to agree in advance. Besides your father feeding it, keeping it clean and tidy is all your job. Although Yao Yao was only 3.5 years old, among farm children, that age was not small. Many things could start to be prepared and learned. Chungwon didn't expect her 2 siblings to help much with farm work, but she still believed she should take responsibility for her own tasks. Can I name it Hawthorne? Is that okay? When Yao Yao heard her mother agree to let her raise Hawthorne, she smiled even more happily. Children's carefree laughter made Chungwon wonder if she really understood what she meant. But that didn't matter. Even if she didn't understand now, she would have plenty of time later to teach her how to raise pigs. I can help my sister raise Hawthorne too, Song Mu suddenly spoke from beside them, looking at Hawthorne with a gentle expression. I also like Hawthorne. Yao Yao and Song Mu took their Hawthorne and went inside to play. Seeing how tender and watery their eyes were, Chungwon suddenly wondered if she had told them the story of second senior brother last night. Did Yao Yao look at the pig with more affection than she looked at them? Are you really planning to let the 2 kids raise pigs? Song Yang frowned in disapproval. He didn't want his children to smell like pigs. What's wrong with that? If they don't know how, we can teach them. It's rare for the kids to find something they like. You can't oppose them all the time, right? Besides, you know how some of the kids in the village are. Few of them are truly friends with them. He didn't want to hear about those troublemakers like Go Dan and Air who, talking about how his children had been bullied. Song Yang tried to persuade Chungwon but also genuinely felt happy seeing his children so joyful. He didn't say anything more about raising pigs. After preparing dinner for her family, Chungwon got ready for the next day's trip to the county town to sell candied hawthorn. There was no sugar at home. Last time she went to the county, she bought some pastries for the children. She had a piece or 2 of maltose, which was good for entertaining the kids, but it was not suitable for making candied hawthorn. Fortunately, Chungwon found a bag of rock sugar in her space storage. She planned to bring a pot and some hawthorn to the county to make syrup on the spot. She also prepared a sign to exchange old rice from villagers' homes for fine rice at the market. She was willing to buy any kind of grain, always paying the fair market price for good rice. Chungwon didn't mind taking shortcuts to buy grain from the store. However, her space only accepted items directly from farmers, so she couldn't cheat her way into the store. As long as she could genuinely help the farmers, she didn't mind the extra trouble in the process. The cleaned hawthorn was packed in a cloth bag. The next morning, Song Yang helped Chungwon load everything onto the ox cart before they set off. Today, he was busy fixing the pigsty at home and couldn't go to the county with them. Daddy, please take good care of the hawthorn and remember to feed it well. Yao Yao leaned on the ox cart, reluctant to watch the hawthorn tied at the door. Her big eyes were full of attachment. Meanwhile, Song Yang, who was not asked to come along, felt a little jealous. Only caring about your hawthorn, not saying goodbye to Daddy? I don't want to say goodbye to Daddy. I can't see the hawthorn when I come back, but I must see Daddy. Yao Yao pouted sincerely, making Song Yang regret. Why was he feeling upset today just because of a little animal? Our Yao Yao is really good at talking. You must really care about your dad. Chungwon watched their father and daughter and couldn't help but smile. The ox cart was full of their belongings, mostly pots, bowls, and utensils. But halfway, they encountered someone Chungwon didn't like to see. Wang Yun and Zhao Rujin at the village entrance, paying money to Uncle Wang. Her father said they were going to the county to buy things. Since they all came from the same village, although Uncle Wang knew the Chung family was not very harmonious, he knew it was foolish not to earn money. He took their money and let Wang Yun and Zhao Rujin squeeze into the cart. Little sister-in-law is carrying so many things. Is she moving to the town to live? Before Zhao Rujin could sit properly, she started talking rudely. Don't blame the eldest sister-in-law for speaking up. You're saying that even though you know you're being nosy. Chungwon was tired of listening to her and polluted her own ears. As Zhao Rujin's lips just touched her, Chungwon coldly retorted, you can't even sit peacefully in the car, but insist on getting out to walk. Now you understand what it means to be so tired you can't open your mouth, right? Oh, you little brat. How do you talk to your eldest sister-in-law? Wang Yun didn't expect Chungwon to argue with them verbally. She crossed her arms and scolded, your eldest sister-in-law is doing this for your good. For my good? Chungwon sneered, I like quiet. You can go walk if you want. Isn't that better for me? What if your leg breaks and you can't walk anymore? Wang Yun's face was so angry it looked distorted. Zhao Rujin knew she couldn't win an argument with her little sister-in-law. She held back her anger and quietly tugged Wang Yun's sleeve, lowering her voice. Mother, why argue with her? We have important things to do in the town today. Yes, I have important things to do, so I won't bother with you. Wang Yun realized this after Zhao Rujin's reminder. She fixed her clothes and turned her face away from Chungwon. Now that things were quiet, Chungwon could think about her work. However, watching her mother and Wang Yun argue, Yao Yao and Song Mu felt cold all over for some reason. Even though a gentle breeze was blowing, they felt uneasy inside. When they arrived in the town, Chungwon paid Uncle Lu some money, agreed on a return time, and turned to leave with Yao Yao and Song Mu. They had many things to do today and couldn't waste time on unrelated people. Chungwon found a quiet spot in the market to set up her pot. Since doing business with 2 children was inconvenient, she gave them some copper coins and told them to buy something at a nearby stall. Song Mu happily took the coins and led his sister to a sweet water shop to drink syrup. Seeing the 2 children sitting at the opposite stall, Chungwon felt relieved and focused on her work. She didn't notice that just as she moved, Wang Yun secretly led a man toward the 2 children. Make sure you remember what those 2 little brats look like. Don't mistake them. The fair sugar was poured into the pot, and soon it turned into shiny, golden syrup. The cleaned hawthorns were already skewered on sticks. After dipping them into the syrup, their outer surface quickly formed a shiny, slightly translucent golden shell. The sweet, rich smell of the syrup spread in the air. Before long, Chungwon's stall attracted many children. They held their parents' hands and gathered around Chungwon's stall, all staring eagerly at the candied hawthorns she was making. Chungwon was generous with the sugar, even setting up a stall just for this. The sweet smell made not only children but also adults unable to resist swallowing their saliva. Nowadays, sugar is more expensive than salt, and only wealthier families can afford it. 1 for 4 coins, 2 for 7 coins. If you want to buy, you can group together. I don't have many candied hawthorns left, and once they're sold out, I don't know when I'll sell them again. Chungwon was a new face at the market. People knew she wasn't joking, and since her prices were really cheap, many rushed to buy. Even some of her neighbors and fellow vendors couldn't resist, and each took a stick, licking their lips. While everyone was buying candied hawthorns, Chungwon took the opportunity to promote her side business. Trade old rice for new rice. You can bring the grains from your own fields to exchange with me. As long as it's your own harvest, I'll trade it at the market price. Whether you want rice or money, I can do both. Since she had space to verify the grains, she wasn't worried about being scammed. If the grains weren't from a farm, the space wouldn't take them back. Based on her last purchase price, white rice was 30 coins per jean, and the space offered 35 coins per jean. No matter what, Chungwon was making a profit. Is there really such a good deal in this world? Are you willing to trade white flour for black flour? Wang Yun pushed through the crowd, crossed her arms, and pointed at Chungwon's business with a critical look. You say you're willing to exchange good grain for everyone's bad grain. I don't see anything else in your shop besides candied hawthorns. Are you just doing this for fun to make everyone happy? Looking at the young girl, she doesn't seem to tell the truth at all. Wang Yun truly thought her daughter was crazy. How could she do such foolish and unbelievable things? Having good grain and not saving it for herself, but instead giving it to others? During a famine, that would be considered very funny. If you say I'm lying, then why don't you bring something to exchange first? Besides, I have good things to trade for everyone's bad grain. What's the point of that? Chungwon also crossed her arms and retorted, You won't trade, but you block others from trading. Are you trying to stop everyone's business so you can do your own deals alone? Oh, you woman, let's just try and see if we're telling the truth or not. A merchant at the market, who was selling his own corn and hadn't sold a single stalk all morning, hurriedly pushed Wang Yun aside, worried she might ruin his chance to make money today. The merchant still had sugar from candied hawthorns on his lips. He didn't have time to wipe it off before excitedly handing the corn to Chungwon. You said earlier that your own land's produce is good. Look at how much this corn is worth. 5 coins per stalk. If you think that's good, I'll buy all your corn. Chungwon, who was given 8 coins by the space, was very experienced at being a middlewoman. She happily discussed buying the corn with the merchant. When she heard it was 5 coins per stalk, not per jean, a weight measure, the merchant immediately grinned so widely that his teeth showed. He quickly handed all his corn to Chungwon. After counting, there were 35 stalks of corn. Chungwon then took out 175 copper coins and paid him. The curious villagers around didn't expect Chungwon to really be willing to exchange money for grain, and even more so, that she was offering more money than the grain shop or individual sales. Everyone then went home to get their grain, although a few still stood there thinking Chungwon was lying. But with real silver in hand, who would spend their money on such a troublesome and unprofitable lie? Wang Yun had already been pushed to the side. She couldn't believe Chungwon was such a spendthrift, wasting the family's money like that. But in the end, it was still their Song family's money being wasted, and it had nothing to do with the Chung family. Wang Yun thought that Chungwon had gone out and spent all the family money. When she returned, she would probably argue with Song Yang. Maybe she would even get into a fight with her tall and strong son-in-law. Seeing Chungwon suffer made Wang Yun happy, so she didn't go inside to join the fuss. Instead, she tidied up and planned to go for a walk, not wanting to waste the rare chance to visit the county town. Chungwon exchanged all the grain with the farmers willing to trade. When it was almost time to go home, she was packing up and waiting for the children to return. Yao Yao held a bowl of sweet syrup, while Song Mu carried freshly made osmanthus cake. Someone strange kept staring at us just now. His eyes made my brother and me feel uncomfortable, Yao Yao said softly as she sipped her syrup. She frowned, her small face full of unhappiness. My brother said maybe he wasn't really looking at us. Maybe that's just how he looks at everyone. That could be true. Sometimes you can tell who is watching you just by looking. But it's probably just a stranger, so don't worry about it, Chungwon said, wiping Yao Yao's mouth with a clean cloth.
All right, stop thinking about it.
Mom is going to buy you and your brother new clothes. Think about what kind of new clothes you want to bring home today. Can I also buy one for Shanja? Yao Yao's face lit up with excitement at the mention of new clothes. I want her to wear the same clothes as me, then we'll just sew some cloth together to make her clothes. And maybe make a nice one for your little bunny too, okay? Yao Yao loved Shanja so much that she didn't forget to think of her even when choosing clothes for herself.
Yes.
Thank you, Mom, she exclaimed happily. No need to thank me. It's what a mother should do, Chungwon said with a smile. Chungwon took the two children to the same tailor shop as before. After buying their clothes, she also bought two matching pieces of fabric to take home. Since she promised to make clothes for Shanja, she couldn't go back on her word. Of course, Chungwon also bought a lot of rice and flour on the way home. The grain she had just exchanged was packed in a basket, but she had already sold it all secretly when no one was looking. The children were outside eating, unaware that Chungwon had made a second trade behind their backs. When they rode the ox cart home and met Wang Yun and the others, Wang Yun didn't suspect that Chungwon's basket was full of goods. She was silently scolding herself for being a foolish daughter who was easily taken advantage of. With just a glance, she showed her disdain for her. This time, Wang Yun didn't want to look at Chungwon, but Chungwon's eyes kept focusing on them. Today, Chungwon did many things in the county town. She bought candied hawthorn, acted as a middleman, and even brought back many new things for her family. Why did she have so much to show for it, while Zhao Rujin and Wang Yun went with her but returned empty-handed, with nothing to show? Wang Yun and Zhao Rujin didn't seem like the type to sneak out to the county town just to enjoy themselves. But if that's the case, why did they come to the county town at all? Chungwon always felt there was something suspicious about them, but she couldn't figure out what it was right now. Carrying her worries, she went home. Uncle Nyo helped Chungwon unload everything at the door before leaving with Zhao Rujin and the others. At this time, Song Yang wasn't at home, and the pig pen in the backyard was only half built. It seemed he had left suddenly, due to some urgent matter. Chungwon didn't think much about not seeing Song Yang today. After the children returned, they didn't play in the yard. Song Mu carried a small basket and took his sister to the woods to pick hawthorn berries. He had told Chungwon before leaving that they often went to that forest, and Chungwon knew both Song Mu and Yao Yao were very familiar with it, so she didn't mind letting them go. Whether they played in the yard or picked hawthorn on the mountain, it was all fun. Going further away was also good for exercise. After the children left, Chungwon planned to go to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Just as she washed her hands in a basin, Zhao Rujin started shouting and causing trouble again. I say, Chungwon, aren't you too mean? You have no problem with other people's potatoes, but when it comes to your own families, you say they won't grow or are bad, right? Zhao Rujin's annoying voice rang out at the door. Chungwon, feeling very impatient, went out to see what she was up to this time. After coming to the city, you're not tired at all, and you still come here to cause trouble, right? Chungwon silently leaned against the kitchen doorframe, rolling her eyes at Zhao Rujin several times. Don't think I haven't passed by your fields. The potatoes in your shop grow better than those next door. You say there's something wrong with the potatoes I gave you? You can't grow them, right? How are they better than others? Zhao Rujin kept arguing. Others' potatoes are green and healthy, while ours are yellow and drooping. I think you've forgotten what your own fields look like after being married into someone else's family for so long. Zhao Rujin insisted that the problem was with the potato seeds Chungwon provided. Although Chungwon knew she was just looking for trouble, out of her professional ethics, she patiently went with Zhao Rujin to look at her fields. You'd better pray that there's really something wrong with your potatoes. Otherwise, your crop won't produce any fruit this year. You might as well just eat the potato leaves. Chungwon really disliked Zhao Rujin. She even had the thought of finding a private place someday to teach her a lesson. That's what you say. We're all farmers. Who would expect their own crops to be bad? Zhao Rujin usually said this, secretly signaling Wang Yun behind her. Chungwon didn't realize she was being set up this time. If she had known the outcome, she would have been furious and wanted to tear Zhao Rujin and Wang Yun apart. Song Mu carried a small basket and went up the mountain with Yao Yao to pick fruit. They knew Chungwon had made a lot of money selling candied hawthorns today. They also learned that the sour-looking fruit was used to make their favorite candied hawthorns. The two kids picked the fruit carefully, not noticing the footsteps behind them or the faint, strange smell in the air. Brother, I'm a little tired. Yao Yao stopped picking hawthorns, rubbing her eyes. She yawned several times. Can we come back tomorrow? I want to go home and sleep. Let's go back first, Song Mu said, feeling sorry for his sister. He didn't want to see her eyelids fighting to stay open. After finishing the last hawthorn tree, he carried the basket back. But just as they reached the foot of the mountain and turned the corner, the brother and sister saw an uninvited guest. Wang Yun and the man standing beside him, Yao Yao, today felt that the uncle's gaze was very strange. You don't have to go back today, not just today, you never have to go back again. Wang Yun looked at these two little troublemakers, thinking they wouldn't see them in the village anymore. She couldn't hide her smile. We want to go home. We won't talk to you here. You're a bad person. You're all bad people. Yao Yao held Song Mu's hand, trying to pull him back up the mountain. But the trafficker was very pleased with them and wouldn't let them go home easily. He quickly stepped forward, grabbing Song Mu's arm and holding him so he couldn't move. Hey, kid, you're pretty strong, huh? I tell you, I found a good family for you. Your strength is just right for working as a farmhand. The trafficker chuckled loudly. Song Mu's hands were grabbed, and he desperately kicked at the trafficker. Wang Yun also ran over and grabbed Yao Yao, who was trying to run away. Let me go. I want to find my mom. I want to find my mom. Yao Yao cried and shouted while struggling to break free from Wang Yun's grip. But Wang Yun used all her strength to hold her, making it impossible for Yao Yao to escape easily. Seeing that she couldn't free herself, Yao Yao bit Wang Yun hard. The sharp pain made Wang Yun's fingers twitch. You little brat. Do you want to die? Wang Yun picked Yao Yao up with one hand and slapped her hard across the face. Instantly, a red handprint appeared on Yao Yao's soft, smooth cheek. How dare you hit my sister? I will kill you. I will kill you. When Song Mu saw Yao Yao being hit, he went crazy, punching and kicking the trafficker who was holding him. Hey, what's wrong with hitting your sister? Today, I want to hit you too. The trafficker was annoyed by Song Mu's desperate struggle. He threw Song Mu to the ground with one hand and kicked his chest several times. Seeing him curled up on the ground, clutching his chest and gasping for air, the trafficker finally felt a bit better. He shook his sore arm, squatted down, and patted Song Mu's bruised face. With a mocking smile, he said, Be obedient. I could find a good family for you and your sister. If you keep acting stubborn, I might sell your sister to a brothel, and you could become a little. Would that be okay? The trafficker's face was full of lecherous smiles. Although this boy's mouth was a bit rude, and he had a fiery temper, his soft skin and tender body might earn more money if sold to a male brothel than to an ordinary farm family. My parents won't let you go. They won't let you get away with this. When Song Mu heard they planned to sell his sister to a brothel, he was heartbroken and furious. The pain in his chest made it hard to breathe, but he still stretched his neck, veins bulging on his forehead, and repeatedly cursed Wang Yun. Would I be afraid of them? Wang Yun sneered. Both of you are. Without you, wouldn't they be better off having another child? So you're not their biological children? No wonder they call you to do farm work, the trafficker said slowly, taking a cloth from his waist to cover Song Mu's nose and mouth. In his last moments of consciousness, Song Mu saw tears falling from his eyes and the bright red slap mark on her face. I will not let you go. Never. Even though he held his breath, Song Mu's consciousness grew more blurred. He inevitably fainted. Chungwan knew Zhao Rujin was deliberately trying to annoy her. Their potatoes indeed didn't grow as well as the ones from the neighboring farms before. But whether it was the leaves or the potato roots, their crops were healthy. If they kept this way, the next harvest would be even better. Realizing she had wasted her time, Chungwan rolled her eyes at Zhao Rujin several times. She cursed her loudly and ran around before going home to cook. But Zhao Rujin was acting strangely today. She didn't argue back when scolded and seemed faintly excited. Chungwan increasingly felt that Zhao Rujin's behavior was odd today. But she just couldn't understand why she was acting like this. Forget it. I won't make things difficult for myself. As long as I'm unhappy, she's happy. Chungwan couldn't understand and decided to set aside that problem for now. Today, everyone in the family worked hard, so she needed to eat something nourishing. She steamed a pot of rice and stir-fried some pork. Early in the morning, Aunt Chin brought a block of tofu, which she sliced and fried in oil. The flavor was pretty good. However, the two children couldn't eat spicy food, or Chungwan would have used some chili to cook. But there weren't many chili seeds left in the space. She had planted a few rounds of chili seeds recently, but it wasn't enough for large-scale eating. She still needed to wait a few days to go up the mountain and look for wild chili plants. She didn't really know exactly where their place was located, north or south. In September, the sun should be very hot, making people sweat when they go outside. But here, the sunlight wasn't that intense. Chungwon heard from Aunt Chen that because of a recent disaster, this was the hottest year they had experienced. It seemed that this place might correspond to the southwestern region where Chungwon had lived in her previous life. After returning home, Chungwon worked in the kitchen for a while. As the sun was setting, Song-young hadn't come back, and the two children were nowhere to be seen. Song-moo and Yao-Yao weren't the playful type, and Chungwon had told them to come back early for dinner before they left. She kept worrying about the children and also about Song-young, who had only half finished repairing the pig pen and hadn't returned. She was chopping vegetables nervously. Suddenly, her knife cut her finger, and the bright red blood stained the tofu. Pain made her quickly put her finger in her mouth. No, she felt something was wrong. Could the children have had an accident in the mountains? Thinking of Song-young falling into a pit that day, Chungwon grew more anxious and panicked. She closed the door tightly and hurriedly went up the mountain to find the children. She searched around the hawthorn trees, but couldn't find any trace of the children. On the ground, she saw 2 overturned baskets. Song-moo, Yao-Yao. Chungwon turned over the baskets and saw the butterfly knot she had tied on top. She immediately sensed something was wrong. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly by a pair of big hands. Panic and fear surrounded her, making her feel like every breath was tearing her lungs and causing pain. The children were here, but where were they? Chungwon grabbed the basket, put it on her back, and called out their names along the way down the mountain. She didn't hear her child's voice in response, nor did she see any villagers passing by. Thinking about the possibility that her 2 children might have fallen into a hunting trap, and recalling how recently villagers have been busy hunting wild boar on the mountain, Chungwon felt more and more regretful about her sudden idea to raise pigs and tell everyone they were caught in a trap on the mountain. She hurriedly felt anxious, her hands and feet cold, sweating all over, but she couldn't see even a shadow of her children. "Why are you here?" Finally, Chungwon saw a moving figure. She rushed forward like crazy and found that it was Wang Yun. "Look at what you're saying. This is the village road. Can I walk here?" Wang Yun was sarcastically insulted by Chungwon's harsh tone but surprisingly didn't get angry. She wore a happy smile, twisting her waist as she headed toward the village. Wang Yun's cheerful smile reminded her of the scene today when Zhao Rujin tricked her in the field. In that moment, Chungwon felt as if a string in her mind had snapped. Something she had ignored suddenly became clear. Her eyes welled with tears as she rushed straight to Wang Yun, grabbing her by the neck. Before Wang Yun could react, she shouted hoarsely, "Where are my children? Where are Song-moo and Yao-Yao?" Her voice choked with emotion, full of regret and fear. "If anything happens to the children, I won't forgive you. I definitely won't forgive you. Your own children are missing, and you're coming to ask me? Am I supposed to be in charge of your kids?" Wang Yun struggled to pry Chungwon's hands from her neck, gasping for breath before finally catching her breath. She hunched over, grinding her teeth, and said through clenched jaws, "You're their mother, but I'm not their mother. You and Zhao Rujin planned this, one to distract me, and the other to come to the mountain on purpose and make my children disappear. Do you think I can't see through your little tricks?" Chungwon pushed Wang Yun to the ground, standing above her and stepping on her hand with force, squeezing her hand harshly. "As a mother, tell me, how far would I go for my children? If you don't tell me where they are, I will kill you. Without my children, I feel dead inside. I want you to taste that extreme pain too." Chungwon's eyes were filled with madness. When she looked at Wang Yun had no doubt that if she didn't tell Chungwon where her children were, Chungwon would really kill her. "You're crazy. If you kill me, you'll go to jail." Wang Yun forcefully pulled her hand away from Chungwon's S. She gasped heavily, catching her breath. "I didn't do anything to those 2. I just sold them to the traffickers in town. Anyway, those 2 kids didn't come from your belly, just a wild child. You're raising someone else's kid, so do you really want to treat them so well? My mother said we're doing this for your good. Selling the kids can get us some money. In this time, having 2 more mouths to feed can be deadly. If you don't thank us, that's fine, but how can you treat your mother like this? Zhao Rujin hurriedly ran up the mountain from below. She was very anxious because Wang Yun hadn't come back yet. So, waiting at home for a long time wasn't good. Zhao Rujin came up the mountain to find Wang Yun. Fortunately, although she met Chengwan again, this troublesome woman, the 2 annoying children weren't with her this time. It seemed her mother had sold the children to traffickers. Zhao Rujin, thinking about the money she had already received, felt unusually happy. She patiently advised Chengwan kindly, "You shouldn't blame my sister for speaking up. Everyone knows you don't really want to raise those children. Saving food for 2 kids to have your own is what decent people do." Decent people? Chengwan was amused by their fake faces. "All right, today I want you 2 to see what a decent person really looks like." Chengwan rolled up her sleeves, stepped forward, and grabbed Zhao Rujin and Wang Yun. She slapped each of them hard, making them cry out in pain and confusion. That wasn't enough. Chengwan kicked them to the ground and then started beating them fiercely. Chengwan fought them with all her strength. It was the first time in her life she seriously hit someone, and it was her own family. But this time, Chengwan didn't hold back at all. Every strike, she landed on Zhao Rujin, and Wang Yun was full of anger. Her fists hit their flesh hard, causing Zhao Rujin to cry out in pain. Yes, you can still find the traffickers now, or else. If they really take the children to the town, you will never see them again. Wang Yun and Zhao Rujin hugged each other, trembling. They cried and begged Chengwan to stop hitting them. But their pitiful looks did not make Chengwan feel any kindness. If she hadn't found out where the 2 children were and was not in a hurry to rescue them, Chengwan would definitely make Zhao Rujin and Wang Yun suffer her fists today. You'd better pray I find the children, or else everyone will die together. Chengwan raised her hand and made a throat-cutting gesture around her neck. She quickly turned and ran down the small path. This path from the village to the town is rarely used. Overgrown weeds cover both sides, almost as tall as a person. Chengwan ran forward hard, not caring if the weeds tore her clothes or cut her face. She didn't care if blood dripped onto the ground. She seemed to forget her pain, with only one thought in her mind: faster, faster. Zhao Rujin and Wang Yun didn't dare to lie to her. As long as she ran fast enough, she would surely find the 2 children on this road. Chengwan didn't know how long she had been running or how many times she had fallen. Every time she got up, she just brushed off the dirt and kept running. Finally, she saw the end of the road ahead, a shaky carriage. Although she didn't know who was inside the carriage, her instinct told her children must be inside. Song Mu,
Yao Yao.
Chengwan shouted their names with all her strength. Song Mu was tied tightly inside the carriage. He woke up from the drug and was weak, leaning against the wall of the carriage. His eyes, full of hatred, stared at the traffickers inside. Though just a child, his sharp gaze made the traffickers uncomfortable, so they kept their heads turned away. Song Mu leaned against the wall of the carriage, suddenly seeming to hear someone calling him. It was his mother's voice. His eyes lit up suddenly. He pushed aside the curtain and excitedly shouted into the forest, "I'm here.
Mom.
My sister and I are here. Finally, I found you." At that moment, Chengwan almost cried tears of joy. She ran forward as hard as she could, even when the kidnappers clearly sped up the carriage. She kept running ahead to make them stop. "Are you crazy, woman?" the kidnapper cursed as he stopped the carriage and came to hit Chengwan. She was already ready to fight back. She calmly pulled out the hairpin from her head and stabbed it into the kidnapper's chest. Before he could react, Chengwan kicked him hard in the chest. "Hey, woman, you think you can get away with this just because I show you a little color?" one of the kidnappers on the carriage said with a cold face. He and the other kidnapper got off the carriage and approached her. "Suda, I say we catch her and sell her too. She looks pretty, and if we sell her to a brothel, we can make some money," the first one suggested. "Sue Air, you're just talking without thinking. This woman is fierce and married. No normal brothel would take her. I say we kill her and bury her. No one will know it was us, the second kidnapper said. Su Xiao, who had been stabbed with a hairpin, staggered to his feet. He spat out some blood and slapped Chungwon hard across the face. You're bold. Want to see how bold I am? I see how many hairpins you have on your head. Enough to show off, he sneered. Then try it. Let's see who dies first, Chungwon said, feeling a surge of anger. It was just one slap. She didn't take it seriously. Her body was weak and helpless in her original form, but Chungwon had learned martial arts like Sanda and Muay Thai. Even if her current body couldn't fully unleash her strength, fighting these three was easy. Killing enemies at the cost of oneself was not a problem. As long as she could protect the two children, Chungwon didn't care about her own safety. She threw a punch at Su Xiao. He was hit in the face, and his teeth flew out. He couldn't keep up with her punches and staggered back, then fell and hit a tree behind him. Blood spat from his mouth as he curled up in pain on the ground. Hey, you woman, you have some skill. Let me see how many punches you can take from my brother. Su didn't expect Chungwon to be able to beat his third brother into such a state. He clenched his fists and rushed toward Chungwon. His fists were as hard as steel, carrying strong gusts of wind. With a loud whoosh, he threw a punch at Chungwon's stomach, making her almost convulse with pain. But for the sake of the two children and her own safety, Chungwon still used all her strength to crawl up from the ground. She not only had a hairpin on her head but also hid a thinner, longer hairpin inside her sleeve. When Su De swung his fist again at Chungwon, she quickly stabbed the hairpin into his neck. Blood sprayed out and splashed onto Chungwon's face. The warm sensation made her feel sick. You! Su Er didn't expect their older brother to be defeated by this woman. Seeing their brother on the ground, bleeding and twitching, he was so scared that he ran away without daring to face Chungwon directly. After dealing with the two traffickers, Chungwon staggered to the side of the carriage. She tremblingly pushed aside the curtain. When she saw that the two children inside the carriage were safe and sound, tears suddenly fell from her eyes. Mommy will protect you. Mommy will definitely protect you. The two children leaned weakly against the carriage wall. Chungwon knew they had been given some kind of sedative, so after they lost hope and fainted, she didn't hesitate. She drove the carriage away to a safe place, then used the cover of the carriage to bring the children into her space. Yao Yao's injuries weren't very serious. Besides some scratches, the most noticeable injury was the swelling on her face. Songmu's waist and abdomen had been hit hard. The redness and purple bruises showed that Ver attacked him was very brutal. Every time Chungwon saw the wounds on her children, she trembled with anger and pain, unable to control herself. Especially when she applied alcohol to Songmu's wounds, he grimaced and twitched in his unconscious state. Yao Yao had tears that hadn't dried yet. Her small body curled up into a ball. The two children, still in a deep sleep, looked scared, showing how much they had been frightened this time. If I had known earlier, I should have beaten them even harder. After treating their wounds, Chungwon collapsed and lay on the ground inside the space. The rice seedlings in the experimental field swayed in the wind, and a few crowing roosters slightly eased her restless heart. Once she finished dressing the wounds on the two children, Chungwon began to apply medicine to her own injuries. She fought with the traffickers, and although she managed to take on 3 people alone, honestly, she didn't gain much benefit herself. Her lower abdomen still hurt with sharp, intermittent pains, but she had no choice. The abdomen is a vulnerable spot, and if a woman is hit there, it's even harder to recover. She carefully applied medicine to the places she could reach. For other cuts and bruises she couldn't reach, she could only hope her 2 children would help her when they returned. The 3 of them rested inside the space for a while. Chungwon was worried the children might wake up soon, so she moved them outside to the open ground. This area was already along the official road, but she didn't know if anyone from the village would come back from the town at this time. She didn't dare to drive the cart back herself, as bringing it into the village might cause trouble. It was easier to find a passing traveler to help. However, Chungwon didn't expect that she wouldn't meet anyone else, but instead, she encountered Song Yang. Today, Song-young also had urgent matters to go to the county seat. His friend from the mine sent him some things, and since he was heading to the county, he took the opportunity to inquire about the pawn shop. The trip delayed his work on repairing the pigsty. Song-young bought some snacks for the children and also bought Chungwon a hairpin. He picked out these gifts hoping they would forgive him for not fixing the pigsty today. I wonder if Chungwon will like it. Song-young rubbed the pearl flower on the hairpin, thinking of her bright, cheerful smile, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Just as Song-young reached the official road, he suddenly saw 3 people lying on the ground not far ahead. He wasn't trying to interfere. He wasn't that kind-hearted. He planned to go around and leave. But as he approached, he saw that the people on the ground were actually his own children and his wife, whom he had been worried about all along. He looked up and saw the mottled scars on his children's bodies. His beloved Yao Yao's face still bore 2 obvious tears. Song-young was suddenly shocked by what he saw and staggered back a few steps. He saw the red and swollen slap mark on Yao Yao's face and also the bruised and bloody face of Song-mu, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, looking very miserable. Song-young. Chungwon didn't expect to see Song-young on the road. At this moment, she didn't care if she was in pain and couldn't get up. She just tried to sit up and wave to him, her eyes looking as if she saw hope. Song-young. Come quickly and see the children. But Song-young couldn't hear what Chungwon was saying. His eyes were bloodshot. His mind was full of what Aunt Nyo had told him that day on the riverbank. Your children only have a better life because you're back. Everyone in the village knows how life was before. Who knows if your wife is pretending to be good to you? Maybe she's just waiting for you to trust her, then she'll treat your family badly. Anyway, she's capable of doing anything. Aunt Nyo had spoken confidently that day, but Song-young didn't believe a word of it. It was just gossip. The women in the village had nothing better to do. But now, seeing the injuries on the children, Song-young finally realized that Aunt Nyo was right. The arrow he shot a few days ago had finally pierced his heart, making him see how foolish he had been at that moment. His eyes, already red, looked like they might bleed. He clenched his fists tightly, his forehead veins bulging with anger. At this moment, Chungwon's plea for help only made him feel that this woman in front of him was the most fake person in the world. I entrusted you with the children. Is this how you treat them? I trusted you so much. I didn't believe a word anyone said bad about you. But you lied to me. You actually lied to me. After confirming that the 2 children were only unconscious and not in danger, Song-young suddenly turned around and tightly grabbed Chungwon's neck. With great force, he clenched all 10 fingers and Chungwon, before she could react, was immediately suffocated. She stared wide-eyed at Song-young, her eyes, which used to be bright and full of life when looking at him, now filled with disbelief that he was trying to kill her. She used all her strength to move his fingers one by one. Her face turned red from lack of oxygen. During her struggle, her nails dug into Song-young's flesh, but he seemed not to notice. He increased the force on her neck inch by inch. Are you going to kill me? At this moment, Chungwon still didn't understand why things had turned out this way, even if she was about to be strangled. She only wanted to find someone to help her along the way. She met the man who was her child's biological father, but why did it end like this? You're going to
Kill me.
I won't die with my eyes closed. How can a wicked woman die with her eyes closed? Song-young sneered and loosened his grip on her neck. He looked at Chungwon with mockery, watching her bend over and breathe heavily. His eyes were full of a desire to see her struggle for life. His mockery reached its peak. If you kill my child, I will make you pay. Although they are not in danger now, I won't let you go easily. I will take you to the government office, let the county official punish you, and divorce you. I never want to see you, this wicked woman, again in my life. Song-young spoke confidently, but every word he said made Chungwon feel amused. She ignored her sore throat and the difficulty breathing. She didn't realize that Song-young was such an impulsive and foolish person, someone who only saw the surface of things. I thought you came to take my children home, but I didn't expect you to think I hurt them. Chungwon covered her still slightly trembling belly. She didn't regret risking her life to save the children, only regretting that their father was such a fool. It's just you, and the two children here. Who else could have hurt them? Song Yang couldn't listen to Chungwon's words. Every word he heard was just her excuse. Since she was a wicked woman, she could do anything. Fortunately, he met her here today. If he hadn't come to the county town temporarily and was passing through, he wouldn't know how she would have treated the children. In the end, he might not even have a breath left. Every time Chungwon spoke, Song Yang would immediately start criticizing her. For most of her life, Chungwon had never felt so helpless and unable to defend herself. Forget it. At this moment, she felt there was nothing more to say. Anyway, once the two children woke up, Song Yang would see the truth for himself. When that time comes, she would just wait for his apology. Song Yang carried Song Mu on his back and held Yao Yao in his arms. He walked forward silently, without saying a word. Chungwon followed behind, clutching her stomach and limping along. Today, she was suspected of something. If she had been her usual self, she would have simply left and gone to the county town to open a shop. She wasn't short of money, and life in the county town would have been better. But then she thought, why should she leave quietly just because she was wrongly accused? Feeling frustrated and angry inside, Chungwon slowly followed Song Yang back home. Song Yang didn't expect Chungwon to be so shameless. After doing something so brazen, she still dared to follow him home? He quickly stepped out of the house and blocked the door, not allowing Chungwon to enter. Are you still planning to stay here and refuse to leave? Song Yang sneered, curling his lips, and looked at Chungwon as if she were a fool or an enemy. Are you forcing me to take you to the officials? Yes, I want to see how the officials will judge something I didn't do, Chungwon replied with a smile, leaning against the door. She said to Song Yang, the county magistrate probably isn't as blind and speechless as you are. The more she looked at Song Yang's expression, the more she looked forward to him apologizing to her. What do you mean? Song Yang sensed there was something in Chungwon's words, but didn't understand her exact meaning. But after saying that, Chungwon didn't speak anymore. She just stood there, smiling and staring at him. Her face was still the same, and her smile remained, but today her complexion looked a little pale. However, the more Song Yang looked at her, the more he felt her smile seemed strange. It was as if she was mocking him. Realizing he was probably being mocked, Song Yang, like a rabbit with its tail stepped on, almost jumped in anger. Based on Chungwon's wicked nature, can she really mock herself? What do you mean? You'll find out later. As soon as Chungwon finished speaking, a sleepy voice came from inside the room. Dad? Mom? Are you outside? Yao Yao, still groggy, rubbed her eyes. She hugged her injured arm, swayed as she got off the bed, and happily ran to Chungwon's embrace. Does Mom feel pain? Yao Yao's body hurts so much. Mom is so good. If it weren't for Mom saving Yao Yao and her brother, today they would have been sold to a bad place. Yao Yao's small head kept rubbing against Chungwon's belly. Although her stomach still hurt badly, seeing the children lively and bouncing in front of her made Chungwon smile with satisfaction. As long as you and your brother are safe and sound, Mom is willing to endure some pain. But you know, Mom saved you, yet your father thinks all your injuries are caused by Mom. Am I a bad person? Chungwon's sarcastic gaze swept over Song Yang, making him surprised and start to doubt whether he had truly wronged Chungwon. Are you saying your mom saved you? Song Yang's anxious eyes focused on Yao Yao. If he had truly been reckless and mistaken Chungwon today, then all those harsh words he just said would have been directed at the wrong person. Of course, Mom saved us. If it weren't for her, we might have been sold to a bad place by human traffickers. Yao Yao, feeling wronged, sniffled. She showed her bruised arms, which were purple and blue. Grandmother hit Yao Yao. She always said Yao Yao is a wild child, but Yao Yao knows she isn't. Dad treats Yao Yao well, and Mom likes Yao Yao too. How could Yao Yao be a child hated by her parents? Human traffickers. Song Yang's eyes widened in shock. He kept muttering those 3 words over and over. If it really was human traffickers, then their current messy state could be explained. Chungwon fought the traffickers to protect the children, which is why she was so badly hurt. If that's the case, then he had truly misunderstood her today. Thinking about the harsh words he had spoken, Song-yang immediately felt guilty and said to Chungwon, "Today's matter is my fault. No matter if you want to hit or punish me, I accept it all. What do I want to do to you? I hit you. Does everything I suffered today here not count anymore?" Chungwon still leaned against the door, her gaze calm and indifferent as she looked at Song-yang. The moment she had been waiting for arrived, but she didn't seem very happy. "Let me apply medicine to your wounds," Song-yang said. When he learned that Chungwon was hurt so badly to protect the two children, he felt even more sorry for her. "I still have a lot of the medicine you gave me last time," she replied. "Are you apologizing to me?" Song-yang asked. Chungwon sighed. "I'm afraid I don't have the ability to accept your apology. As for you helping me with the medicine, Yao Yao helped me, so there's no need to trouble you." Chungwon gave Song-yang a cold look. Who was just now loudly criticizing her? Now it was her turn. She wanted Song-yang to understand what it felt like to be unable to defend himself, to have his sincere words ignored. No matter what expression Song-yang had now, Chungwon ignored it and went inside with the children. Yao Yao, although not fully understanding what her father and mother were talking about, was already good at reading people. She guessed that her mother and father had argued again today. Chungwon took Yao Yao into the house, planning to let her help treat her wounds. But there was an area on her back that she couldn't see, so Chungwon asked Yao Yao to help apply the medicine there. Song-yang followed them into the house. There was no screen, only a rough curtain made of cloth. Through the thin fabric, Song-yang saw the fierce wound on Chungwon's back. The wound hadn't fully healed and still had some small, broken parts. Blood beads, like tiny red pearls, slid along the wound.
Drop.
Drop. Blood dripped onto the bed, staining the sheets and forming bright red flowers. "Let me do it." "The child can't control her strength and doesn't know how much medicine to use," Song-yang said. Seeing the fierce wound on Chungwon's back, he couldn't help but imagine other hidden injuries she might have. Earlier, when she returned, she had been hunched over, her hands unconsciously covering her stomach. It seemed she had other internal injuries. "Fine, you can do it, but I won't forgive you easily just because you helped me with the medicine," Chungwon said. Since he was already at the door, if she kept hesitating, it would only make him think she was being petty. Furthermore, Chungwon was worried that Yao Yao might be frightened by the fierce wound on her back. "How did they hurt you?" Song-yang carefully traced each injury on Chungwon's back. His slightly sharp finger touched her wounds, and suddenly Chungwon felt a sharp pain, as if something was flowing down her wound. Unnaturally, Chungwon wanted to turn around, but Song-yang firmly pressed her back, stopping her. "This wound is a bit complicated. Don't move. If you move, I can't see clearly. I'm very itchy." Chungwon suppressed her trembling desire. She really wanted to know where Song-yang had applied the medicine. She felt his actions were strange. He was careful with the medicine, but sometimes there was a cool feeling that eased her pain. "Once I finish, it will be fine. Today's matter is my fault. I know that no matter what I say, you probably won't forgive me easily." Song-yang looked guilty, especially when he noticed Chungwon's hands were not very steady. "If only I could have gone to the county with you today. This isn't just about going to the county. It's that you never believed in me from the start. You never thought I would be a good mother. Do you think everything I did was just acting? Do you think I have no sincerity?" At first, Chungwon was angry, but now she gradually calmed down. What made her most angry this time was not that he doubted her harming the child, but that subconsciously he thought he wouldn't be a good person to the child. Thinking about how he kept being falsely accused, each time because of his lack of trust, Chungwon suddenly felt it was pointless to talk to him. "The medicine is almost done. If there's nothing else, go take care of the children." Chungwon forcibly lifted her clothes. She was very upset about today's events, and just thinking about it made her furious. "I'll cook dinner tonight. You just wait and eat." Song-yang noticed Chungwon's cold attitude toward him. It was understandable, he was the one who made the mistake. There was no reason for him to insist. Song-yang closed the door and left. Chungwon listened to his footsteps fading away, feeling even more upset inside. Finally, she decided to forget all those things and went to her space to work on her experimental farm. Last time, most people chose money over grain, with only a few wanting her fine rice. But since each trip was different, instead of spending money at the grain shop, Chungwon thought it would be better to sell the grain she had saved. Any extra grain could also be sold to the grain shop owner. Having more ways to earn money was better than just waiting and watching her stored food grow, which was a good thing. Every 2 days, she harvested the crops from her experimental farm. Her grain storage was almost full. However, despite working hard to save money these days, she was still far from the 1,000 taels needed to unlock the breeding base. Earning money was hard, and spending it was easy. Fortunately, the space didn't count as spent money, or else Chungwon thought she might not save enough for the 1,000 taels this year. She counted her remaining work on her fingers. The herbs from her last harvest were full in her space, and now she could only earn money by collecting grain. But during tough years, the villagers had a hard time feeding themselves. The first crop had just been planted, and the potatoes hadn't been harvested much yet. There was no extra to sell to herself. Thinking this way, she realized that going to the county town was the only way to make money. That night, Song Yang killed a chicken to make soup. But there were only 3 people in the family to eat. Song Mu had a high fever again that night. Song Yang asked Uncle Lin to see him, but Song Mu's injury was from an external wound, not an illness. Uncle Lin could do nothing but leave some ointments, shake his head, and sigh as he left. All of this is to protect me. If I weren't useless, my brother wouldn't have been so badly hurt. Yao Yao helplessly wiped tears from her face. Her pitiful look was full of sadness and guilt. How could anyone blame her? Moreover, this wasn't even Yao Yao's fault. Your brother is right to protect you. The real fault lies with those criminals trying to hurt you and taking shortcuts. The blame was entirely on the traffickers, not Song Mu, who was just trying to protect Yao Yao. It's Dad's fault. If only he could have protected you, the bad people wouldn't have had a chance. Song Yang gave Chungwon the biggest chicken leg, and the rest he gave to Yao Yao. He himself drank the chicken soup eagerly, but his face didn't look happy. We don't blame anyone. The real wrongdoers are the bad people who did the wrong things, and those who are forced to suffer. It has nothing to do with us. Chungwon took a big bite of the chicken leg. Seeing Song Yang's regretful look made her think of a saying. Late love is more precious than grass. No one in their family was at fault. The 2 children who were caught had no blame, and as parents, they also bore no fault. The real culprits are Wang Yun and those human traffickers. Thinking of Wang Yun, Chungwon's anger grew stronger. Today's punishment still wasn't enough. Once she calmed down, she would definitely go find Wang Yun and cause trouble for her again. Chungwon wanted Wang Yun and Zhao Rujin to experience the pain the children had gone through. Is this how you think? Song Yang looked up unexpectedly at Chungwon. He didn't realize that Chungwon was so open-minded that she was never someone to feel self-pity. It seemed that all the previous misunderstandings were because he was petty and underestimated Chungwon. Chungwon didn't bother with Song Yang. She was still feeling upset inside. After dinner, Chungwon took Yao Yao back to their room to sleep. Song Yang took care of Song Mu. Tonight was very important. If Song Mu had a fever, his wound might worsen. Someone had to stay by his side all the time. Chungwon had already prepared fever medicine. If Song Mu got a fever, she would give it to him. Since children should avoid taking medicine unless necessary, Chungwon could only entrust this important task to Song Yang. Fortunately, Song Mu's night was safe. He didn't have a fever. Although he slept drowsily all night and didn't wake up, he swallowed all the water Song Yang gave him. Song Mu was fine, and the next day, Song Yang continued to help Chungwon apply medicine. Although Chungwon was still a bit reluctant, she couldn't reach the wound on her back herself. Since someone was willing to take care of her, she saw no reason not to accept. The cold ointment was applied to the wound, and Chungwon couldn't help but get goosebumps all over. She involuntarily clenched her 10 fingers and looked away, trying to resist the urge to look back at Song Yang. Has my wound scabbed over? Not so quickly. But it's not bleeding anymore, and it doesn't look as frightening as yesterday. When Song Yang saw that Chungwon was willing to talk to him, he immediately smiled. If I apply the medicine for you a few more times, you'll recover soon. Chungwon fell silent again. The thought of such close contact for several more days made her sigh quietly. Actually, she thought, it wasn't as if she couldn't take care of herself. After Song Yang finished applying the medicine, he went inside and changed into a neat outfit. It was different from the rough clothes he usually wore while working in the fields. This one looked more suitable for quick, strong movements. With just one glance, Chungwon knew what he was planning to do. "I'm going with you," she said firmly, carefully putting on her clothes. She was determined to follow him this time. "If you're going to confront them, how could you leave me behind?" She rolled up her sleeve to show him the wound on her arm. Her face was calm, showing no hesitation, even though the people he was about to face were her own mother and brother's family. The wound on her arm looked terrible. For the past 2 days, Song Yang had only treated the injuries on her back and hadn't noticed that the skin on her arm had been badly scraped. Even after applying medicine, the wound still showed traces of fresh blood. Chungwon's skin was much fairer than most women's, and even a small bump would leave a mark. Now, with such a serious injury, the sight of the blood made Song Yang's eyes darken. If he had only planned to give her family a warning before, now he wanted them to feel the pain they had caused her. The thought made his gaze turn cold, but when he looked back at Chungwon, his expression softened. "They're still your family. Let me handle this. They hurt me and the child. What kind of family does that make them?" Chungwon said with a cold smile. Her words weren't aimed at him, but they still made Song Yang frown. "I'm not someone who swallows my anger in silence," she continued. "If a mother can be so cruel, how can a daughter still be expected to show respect?" She pulled down her sleeve to cover the wound again. Wang Yun might look down on her out of pride, but if she dared to harm her child again, the consequences would be serious. Chungwon and Song Yang angrily arrived at Cheng's house. Chung Dajwang was squatting on the ground playing with mud. His strong build and the silly look of a 6- or 7-year-old who still drooled constantly made Chungwon feel physically uncomfortable just by looking at him. "You're a bad person. Why are you coming to our house?" Chung Dajwang was happily playing with mud when he looked up and saw Chungwon walking with a man he didn't know. Before he could wonder about the man's identity, he suddenly felt a cold sensation around his neck. Thinking about how harshly Chungwon had grabbed his neck last time, Dajwang was scared and took 2 steps back, not daring to continue playing with the mud.
Mom.
"Mom!" Dajwang shouted loudly towards the house. Wang Yun and Zhao Rujin, hearing their little one calling out, hurriedly came outside. Zhao Rujin was preparing breakfast for the family. She wiped her hands on her clothes and rushed out, her steps quick but her eyes still on the ground. "Oh dear, my ancestor, didn't I tell you to play outside alone? Why are you unhappy again?" Zhao Rujin hurriedly came out to check on Dajwang. After speaking, she noticed 2 people standing next to him.
Sister-in-law.
Brother-in-law. Zhao Rujin's face immediately changed. She quickly stepped forward, pulled Dajwang to her side, and awkwardly said, "You came to visit without telling us?" "Say what?" Chungwon sneered and moved her wrist forward. "Do I need to tell you before hitting you?" She slapped Zhao Rujin hard across the face. Zhao Rujin's face instantly swelled, with a very obvious slap mark. "How dare you hit me? I will kill you. How dare you hit my mom? How dare you hit my mom?" Zhao Rujin and Dajwang's expressions changed one after the other. Dajwang, acting like he was crazy, rushed toward Chungwon, intending to hit her hard in the stomach. Fortunately, Chungwon reacted quickly. Song Yang stepped forward and slapped Dajwang. Since he wasn't a family member, he didn't hold back at all. "Who do you want to hurt?" Song Yang stood in front of Zhao Rujin like a fierce god. Zhao Rujin was so scared by his presence that she trembled and dared not speak loudly. She covered her face and kept trembling. "I am your sister-in-law. How can you, when you plotted against my child, did you ever think about me, your little sister-in-law?" Chungwon looked expressionless and slapped her face again. Zhao Rujin was thrown to the ground by her powerful force. After dealing with her, Chungwon looked at Wang Yun, who was trembling near the door, and mocked. "You won't come out? Then I can go inside and catch you. You yell and threaten me. Do you really think I am a soft target, someone you can control?" Chungwon curled her lips, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally falling on Zhao Rujin, who was crying loudly but still holding Chung Dezhuang. She said, "Don't worry, killing you would be too easy for you. If you dare sell my child outside, you'd better watch your own kid. One day, he might wake up and cry and run to someone else's house. Are you threatening me?" Wang Yun, with her swollen face from the slap, backed away in disbelief, pulling Chung Dezhuang with her. "He is your nephew, your brother's biological son. You're saying that? I thought he was my own son." Chungwan suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Wang Yun's collar tightly. She said, "If you start first, don't blame me for doing the same." As soon as she finished speaking, Chungwan looked at Wang Yun's angry face and became even more furious. Just as she raised her hand to slap Wang Yun again, a stern voice suddenly came from behind. "Married woman of the Song family, are you trying to tear this guy apart?" The village chief hurriedly stepped forward, pulling Chungwan's hand away from Wang Yun's neck, and sent someone to help Zhao Rujin, who was crying and lying on the ground. He looked at Chungwan and Song Yang with a disappointed expression. "I heard your noise from the end of the village. No matter what, they are your family, your mother and sister-in-law. You should not have hit them." Chungwan crossed her arms and looked down at Wang Yun and Chung Dezhuang with a cold smile. She sneered. "The village chief said I shouldn't take action and should consider them as my family. So, I, as a mother, sell my 2 children to human traffickers and plan to kidnap them. What does that count for? This matter is too upsetting to think about. The more I think, the angrier I get." "What?" The village chief thought he must have heard wrong. "Are there really human traffickers in our village? You should ask them," Chungwan said, glaring at Wang Yun with growing hatred. "If they hadn't done such terrible things, I wouldn't be like this." "Wang Yun, if you brought traffickers into the village to kidnap children, what do you think you should do?" "Village chief, Chung family, you really called traffickers into the village." The village chief's face darkened like a storm cloud. "Do you know how terrifying this is for the villagers? If Wang Yun really brought traffickers into the village, then the children here would be afraid to go outside. If someone was accidentally kidnapped, it would be a huge disaster for any family. No matter if they are boys or girls, they are all precious to their parents and must not be harmed easily." "This is impossible." Wang Yun quickly stood up and explained when Chungwan accused her of bringing traffickers. "How could I do such a thing? It's obviously Chungwan who doesn't respect me as a mother and is just talking nonsense. Wang Yun would never admit to colluding with traffickers. If the villagers found out, she might never be able to stay in the village again. Everyone would hate her. If someone's child went missing in the future, Wang Yun was afraid they would hate her forever." "You didn't do it," Chungwan sneered. "Can you swear in front of all the villagers? Can you swear in front of our ancestors in the ancestral hall?" "You can't, but I can, Mrs. Song." The village chief frowned. "After all, she's your child, your mother's granddaughter. Why would she do such a thing?" The village chief still found it hard to believe Wang Yun could do such a thing. They had lived in the same village for many years, and he thought he knew his niece's wife well. Although she was somewhat strict with her daughter Chungwan, she certainly wouldn't be so unreasonable. The villagers who arrived later looked at Chungwan and Wang Yun with suspicion, glancing back and forth at their faces. They truly found this matter too absurd and unbelievable. The human traffickers have already been taken to the government office. "You can't just muddle through this." Song Yang stepped forward, shielding Chungwan behind him. He hated Wang Yun so much he wished to see her suffer. His broad body blocked her view. For a moment, Chungwan looked at him with a dazed expression. Then she heard his words and quickly responded, "That's right. The traffickers have been brought to the authorities. Since you refuse to admit it, let the officials give us justice. You've actually caused this to reach the government. Chungwan, as your mother, are you really leaving no way for me to survive?" Wang Yun didn't expect Chungwan and Song Yang to act so quickly. Not only did they rescue the children, but they also caught the traffickers and planned to report her to the authorities. Thinking about her impending imprisonment, Wang Yun burst into tears and begged the official to help her. "This was all a moment of foolishness on my part, but I didn't do it willingly. I was influenced by my daughter-in-law. She told me to sell the children. I was just confused at the time." Wang Yun sobbed loudly. The official frowned, surprised to hear she was truly involved. How can you say I encouraged you? Zhao Rujin, seeing Wang Yun blame her, immediately changed her expression and shook her head vigorously. Heaven and earth, if you didn't have such reckless thoughts, how could you do what I told you? You were the one who found the traffickers, and you tricked the children out to be taken. As your mother-in-law, you're so cruel. Planning to sell Yao Yao to a brothel. I didn't give you permission to think such a crazy idea. What? Cheng Wan's face changed instantly at the mention of a brothel. She stared at Wang Yun in disbelief and asked sharply, "Do you hate me and my 2 children that much?" Cheng Wan couldn't even imagine. What if she had moved a little slower and Yao Yao had really been sold to a brothel? The little girl was so young, and being in such a harsh environment, she had almost no power to resist her tragic fate. Today, even Uncle Li Zheng couldn't help you. Even if he spoke up for you, you would still have to serve time in prison. When Song Yang heard the words, brothel, his face changed. He regretted not hitting them harder earlier, not knocking out these 2 foolish women completely. He looked at Li Zheng with a blank expression, his words carrying a hint of harshness. Doing such a terrible thing, you must accept the punishment. The young master of the Song family is right. Li Zheng was startled by Song Yang's cold stare. He silently wiped the sweat from his forehead and pulled Wang Yun's sleeve, pulling her away. You did wrong. If you have to go to jail, then go. Don't expect the Song family, or even the villagers, to forgive you easily. That's right. They dared to bring a trafficker into the village. If something happens to my child in the future, I won't forgive the Chung family. There's no point in arguing. Both mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are not good people. They should all go to jail, and they should give us an explanation for what they did. One villager after another showed their hatred for Wang Yun and Zhao Rujin. If it weren't for the fact that the officials were arriving soon, they would have already gone up to beat these 2 greedy women to vent their anger. Song's daughter-in-law, what they did was wrong. Since you've reported it, Uncle Li Zheng has nothing more to say. But they're your mother and sister-in-law. If there's a chance, since they're fellow villagers and Zhao Rujin has a child to raise, Li Zheng still hoped to give them some chance. After all, the children are innocent. If they lose their parents, life will be even harder. It's not possible. Cheng Wan interrupted Li Zheng before he could finish. Besides, it's not my place now. The soldiers who came to arrest them are already here. Cheng Wan looked toward the door, where several soldiers were walking in. The villagers at the door were pushed aside, and everyone saw the officials, trembling with fear. It's heartbreaking. Throughout the year, except for when they have to do forced labor, they rarely see so many soldiers. Song Yang, are you accusing the Wang and Zhao families of collaborating with human traffickers to kidnap children? The leading officer asked the people present with a blank expression. He looked around, but few dared to meet his gaze. They were all villagers, not used to seeing the outside world. I am Song Yang, he said directly, locking eyes with the officer. He pointed to Wang Yun and Zhao Rujin, who had been trying to shrink back and hide themselves. These 2 are from the Wang and Zhao families. The authorities can question them to get the truth from the traffickers. Song Yang looked at the officer confidently, without fear or hesitation. Unlike other villagers, he didn't tremble or look away. If you had caught them before and they were working with traffickers, I think you 2 don't want to live anymore. The officer waved his whip, flicking it slightly in the air. Wang Yun and Zhao Rujin, scared, knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. We're innocent, sir. We didn't do anything wrong. It's all their fault. They are lying and trying to hurt us. They won't give us a chance to live. Wang Yun kept banging her head on the ground, turning her forehead red and swollen, with blood starting to show. She looked very pitiful. Zhao Rujin was crying loudly, holding Chung Dazhuang. She sobbed helplessly. Please, sir, because I have a child, please let me go. I was so confused. I didn't mean to do such a foolish thing. You have a child. The officer looked at her as if she were simple-minded. You have a child, but does that mean others don't? You conspired with traffickers to kidnap children. Have you ever thought about what might happen if your own child was taken away? How would you feel as a mother? The soldiers stepped forward to take them away. When Chung Dazhuang saw his beloved grandmother and mother being taken, he immediately started crying and making a fuss. His new clothes got muddy on the ground, and soon they were so dirty he couldn't recognize them. But the villagers, who weren't his parents, certainly wouldn't love him. Everyone was glaring at Chung Dazhuang with disgust. The officer sneered and said, "With parents like that, no wonder he acts so unruly." He ordered someone to cover Wang Yun and Zhao Rujin's mouths with cloths, not wanting to hear them scream anymore. "You are the person reporting the case, so you should also go to the official office with us." After the soldiers finished speaking, they walked ahead and left. Chen Wan and Song Yang followed behind them. "Uncle, what will happen to Dazhuang? His mother is gone, and we don't know where his father is." Seeing that there was no more excitement, the villagers looked at Dazhuang, who was still crying and making a fuss. Since he was just a child, everyone felt sorry for him and didn't want to blame him too harshly. After all, the child hadn't done anything wrong. But when they thought about the bad things his grandmother and mother had done, everyone turned their eyes away and pretended not to see Dazhuang's sad state. In the end, the village chief couldn't stand it anymore. He went door to door to find Cheng Jiang to see the child. Wang Yun and Zhao Rujin's hands were tied with ropes. The soldiers walked in front, holding the ropes and pulling them along. If they moved even a little slowly, the soldiers' whips would strike them. The whips were very harsh, with small barbs on them. After a few strikes, Wang Yun and Zhao Rujin were in so much pain they jumped and dared not delay on the road. They cried and hurried along. Wang Yun cried and cursed Chengwan. Her words didn't matter. She was unfilial to her mother. She wished her mother would die, and Chengwan listened to these harsh words without any emotion. If it had been the original owner, she would have joined people like Wang Yun and Zhao Rujin in doing wrong. She didn't like Yao Yao and Song Mu much either. But now, in this time and space, Yao Yao and Song Mu are almost the most important people to her. At the court, the human traffickers had already knelt on the ground. They had been beaten by Chengwan until they had little breath left, and then they were tortured again in jail. Now, although they knelt, they were gasping for air, and it looked like they might not make it. This is their testimony. The three of them, along with these two traffickers, have sold the Song couple. This violates our laws. But since you two are first offenders, you will each be punished with 30 strokes and pay 100 taels of silver to the Song family. If not, you will face decades in prison. The county magistrate looked at Chengwan and Song Yang. His tone was flat, showing no emotion, so no one could tell if he was pleased or angry. "Do you two have any objections?" The common people have no. The 30 strikes were enough for both of them to risk losing half their lives. After enduring such suffering, Wang Yun and Zhao Rujin would surely learn from the pain and dare not provoke her again. Wang Yun's face turned very pale. She was stunned and wide-eyed, trembling all over. It felt as if her heart was about to jump out of her chest. At this moment, even breathing became painful. "If you are not willing to accept this, then take 50 strikes." The wooden block struck down, and everyone looked serious and commanding. Zhao Rujin quickly covered Wang Yun's mouth, afraid she might say more, as her foolish mother-in-law might cause trouble again. Getting 50 strikes was still bearable, maybe even survivable. But 50 would be too much. She might not live through it.